Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Hiss! Liang Jie rubbed his forehead. Something had just smacked him awake. Before he could react, giggles echoed around him. He opened his eyes. A classroom. Small desks. Kids everywhere. All of them staring at him and laughing. On the podium stood a furious instructor, glaring straight at him. Yagami Ryosuke. Sleeping in class again? Get outside. Yagami Ryosuke? Me? Liang Jie froze as scattered memories flashed across his mind. On instinct, he walked toward the door. Halfway there, someone stuck out a leg to trip him. A kid with a puppy perched on his head grinned mischievously. Liang Jie ignored him and kept walking. Nara Shikamaru. You too. Out, the teacher roared. A moment later, a bored-looking boy with pineapple hair stepped out and leaned beside him. Ryosuke, looks like we're standing together again today, Shikamaru muttered, eyes drifting up toward the clouds. Yeah, Liang Jie replied without thinking. His mind was still a mess, full of familiar but disjointed pictures he couldn't place. Shikamaru gave him a glance, obviously puzzled but didn't pry. Asking questions was too troublesome. A rabbit-shaped cloud drifted by. Shikamaru went back to zoning out. So, I really became Yagami Ryosuke? This is the Naruto world. Ryosuke finally absorbed the memories of the past 10 years. So, I actually died. He let out a bitter laugh. 10 years ago, he transmigrated into this world, but for some reason his past life memories never awakened. Only now, triggered by a system, did everything snap back into place. System? Are you there? He called out in his mind. Ding. Previous life memory detected. System binding in progress. Wait, so it wasn't bound before? A few seconds passed. Ding. Binding complete. Welcome to the talent entry system. Finally. System, what can you do? Ryosuke asked without hesitation. This was the Naruto world, where danger lurked behind every corner. And he was currently in Konoha, the same village that would get flattened by pain in a few years. Surviving until then was already uncertain. Forget that. Even making it past the Chunin exams wasn't guaranteed. He wasn't one of the 12 major characters. He wasn't even a side character. With his current abilities, barely able to perform the most basic three-body technique. He was background decoration. 10 years wasted. If this system had awakened earlier, I wouldn't be this weak right now. Maybe it was natural. A kid who slept through class usually ended up one of two things. A genius like Shikamaru, or a hopeless case like Yagami Ryosuke. So he needed the system to be strong. Not just strong, broken. System, he said, tell me the functions. The system helps the host acquire talent entries to survive in this world. The host may convert the biological pheromones of others into talent entries. One conversion per day. Talent entries can be equipped or dismantled. Dismantling provides experience points. Experience points upgrade talent entries. Higher levels produce stronger effects. Biological pheromones, tissue, and he could even convert traits. And host still has a novice gift pack. Claim it. Yes. Claim it now. Ding. Congratulations. You have received the talent entry. Son of Destiny. A golden light flashed. Ryosuke staggered slightly, but excitement surged through him. Golden grade talent. And the name alone screamed overpowered. A transparent panel unfolded before him. Yagami Ryosuke. Talent entries. Son of Destiny, gold. You are favored by fate. Misfortune turns to fortune. When facing fatal danger, all attributes increase by 500%. Enemies suffer 1,000% increased misfortune. Conversions remaining, 1. Biological pheromone storage. Empty. Damn, this really is a golden legend. Ryosuke's eyes widened. 5 times strength in a life or death moment. And enemies become 10 times unluckier. Trip over traps, choke on food, weapons snapping, the list went on. Ryosuke couldn't help imagining his future opponents and sighed sympathetically. Poor guys. Hope you're ready. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Irika stacked his lesson plans, clapped his hands, and dismissed everyone. On his way out, he spotted Ryosuke and Shikamaru, still standing at the door as punishment. Ryosuke, Shikamaru, try not to sleep through class again, all right? The tone was gentle, but Irika's eyes were focused on Ryosuke. Shikamaru was a prodigy from the Nara clan, the only son of Nara Shikaku. Kids like him rarely struggled in the academy. Being talented was practically part of their DNA. Ryosuke, though, was different. He came from a civilian family, just like Irika once had. Irika knew exactly how hard it was to rise without clan support. He had been a class dunce himself, but endless effort eventually earned him a Chunin vest. That was why he nagged Ryosuke. Talent mattered, but effort mattered more. Without that, even the brightest spark would fade out. And Ryosuke slept through half his lessons and drifted through the rest. His written grades hovered only slightly above Naruto's, and his combat performance was even worse. At least Naruto had stamina. Ryosuke lagged behind in everything. Irika-sensei, I won't sleep again, Ryosuke promised. Irika sighed. I hope you mean that. He didn't sound convinced. He'd heard the same promise countless times, and Ryosuke had never changed. Still, Irika wasn't someone who gave up on students, no matter how much of a headache they caused. He left with another tired shake of his head. Shikamaru glanced over. Ryosuke, you serious this time? When am I not serious? Ryosuke replied. Shikamaru stared at him. Last time, the time before that, and the time before that. Ryosuke clicked his tongue. Fine, but I mean it this time. Graduation's coming up. If I don't pull it together, I won't even make it. That's true. Shikamaru nodded. He didn't doubt his own graduation. His mother nagging him was a far bigger threat than the exam. Shikamaru, rooftop for lunch? Choji walked over with a massive bento box. Yeah. Shikamaru waved lazily at Ryosuke before heading off. Ryosuke hesitated. He needed biological pheromones to convert into talent entries, but he held back. He only had one transformation per day. He couldn't waste it on random classmates. There were only two real targets in the academy worth using it on. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto. Both were reincarnations of legendary Chakra. Both were born with bloodlines worth their weight in gold. And Sasuke was right inside the classroom eating lunch. Ryosuke slipped back inside, heading toward his seat at the end of Sasuke's row. He stopped beside him. Sasuke's eyes lifted, cold, distant, the same hardened expression he'd worn ever since his clan's massacre. What do you want? You dropped your pen. Ryosuke bent down, grabbed a random pen from the floor, and, more importantly, plucked a tiny strand of hair from Sasuke's seat. He handed the pen back. That's not mine, Sasuke said flatly. Oh, right. Then it's mine. Ryosuke acted embarrassed and pocketed the pen. Sasuke stared at him, suspicious. Something about Ryosuke felt off, like he'd been insulted without knowing it. But he let it go. Eventually, he turned back to his food. Ryosuke eased into his own chair and let out a silent breath. Thank God he didn't notice. That stare really is something. Uchiha genes, I guess. He discreetly took out the strand of hair. Should be enough. He stored it in the system's pheromone warehouse and activated the conversion. Convert this into a talent entry. Ding. Conversion successful. Congratulations, host. Obtained. Spirit of vengeance. Cursed eyes. Indra's resentment. Brilliant golden light flashed before his eyes. Ryosuke blinked in surprise. System, I thought I could only get one talent entry per conversion. The system never stated that, it replied. Ryosuke froze, then grinned. This meant that even with only one conversion per day, he could draw multiple entries at once. Good guy as expected of Sasuke. 3 golden legend entries from one hair. He looked at Sasuke again, and this time his eyes shone like he had found a priceless artifact. A gold mine sitting right in front of him. In the level classification of the talent entry system, the golden color is already the 5th level. In front of the gold, there are 4 levels of white, green, blue, and purple, which are successively progressive. On top of the gold, There is also a talent entry marked with the word God. Night God Ryosuke called it a God-level entry. At present, the God-level entry is already the top talent entry, and the 4 talent entries obtained by Night God Ryosuke are all golden. Have to say, the quality is really high. Night God Ryosuke. Talent entry. Son of Destiny. Gold, you are the darling of destiny in the legend, so you can always turn bad luck into good fortune in the face of danger. Luck is always with you, and your strength is plus 500% in all aspects when you encounter fatal danger. Plus 1000% chance of your enemies being unlucky. Spirit of Vengeance. Gold, you are an avenger, and you are unstoppable on the road of revenge. Chakra Cultivation Efficiency, plus 1000%. Ninjutsu Power, plus 500%. Cursed Eyes. Gold, your eyes are cursed by the world, but the world is ignorant. How do you know your talent? Get Sharingan with Uchiha Blood. Eye-opening efficiency, plus 1000%. Pupil Power, plus 500%. Indra's Resentment. Gold, Indra is resentful because of his father's preference for Ashura, and his resentment for dozens of lives is unmatched. Pupil Power, plus 500%. Susanoo's Body Size, plus 500%. Pupil Power, plus 500%. Chakra, plus 1000%. Number of conversions, 0 times. Biological Pheromone Warehouse, no items. The 3 new golden talent entries are almost all related to Sharingan, the blood successor limit of the Uchiha family, except for Vengeful Spirit. This talent entry improves the efficiency of cultivating chakra and the power of ninjutsu, and has nothing to do with the blood succession limit. But this talent entry is not bad at all. With 10 times the cultivation efficiency, Night God Ryosuke, a commoner, can also have a huge number of chakra. With 5 times the power of ninjutsu, even an ordinary Great Fireball technique can produce more effects than Fire Dragon Flame bullets. C-level ninjutsu. The power becomes A-level in seconds. The entry of the Cursed Eye not only allowed the Night God Ryosuke, who was originally only a commoner bloodline, but with mediocre talent, to obtain a Sharingan, but also the Uchiha bloodline. There will be no such thing as Hatake Kakashi, who can only maintain the state of opening eyes forever and cannot close them. And 10 times the eye-opening efficiency means that the Night God Ryosuke only needs 1/10 of the normal Uchiha family member's mental stimulation, or even lower, to open his eyes. And all the way to Mangekyo, no bottlenecks. After all, 10 times more efficient. Are you kidding me? In addition, there's a 5-fold increase in pupil power. To know, the reason why Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique is powerful is the support of pupil power. Mangekyo's pupil technique consumes a lot of pupil power. The stronger the pupil technique, the more pupil power it consumes. And once the pupil power is exhausted, the eyes will go blind. And the Night God Ryosuke, who is 5 times the pupil power, is much stronger than other Uchiha's Mangekyo on a basic basis. It cannot be said to be comparable to the eternal Mangekyo, but it is definitely much stronger than the normal Mangekyo. With so much pupil power, even with the same recovery efficiency, Night God Ryosuke's pupil power recovery is faster than other Uchiha. For example, if they all recover 0.1% in 1 hour, ordinary Uchiha can only recover 1 point in an hour with 1,000 points of pupil power, but Yagami Ryosuke can recover 6 points in 1 hour with 6,000 points of pupil power. Is it to recover faster than other Uchiha? Not to mention, the last talent item, Indra's Resentment, added 500% pupil power to Night God Ryosuke. This time, the pupil power of Yagami Ryosuke is 11 times that of other Uchihas. People recover 1 point an hour, and he recovers 11 points. Wouldn't it take an hour or 2 for the pupil power consumed by a pupil technique to recover? Even if it is not the eternal eye, the upper limit of the pupil power will gradually decrease if the pupil technique is used too much. But if Mangekyo of other Uchiha is blind for 1 year, Ryosuke, who has a higher upper limit, can last for 11 years. 11 years later, Night God Ryosuke still can't find a way to open the eternal eye? Then just stop hanging around. This is completely sorry for the words of the strong man. In addition to pupil power, Indra's resentment, this talent entry, has 3 other attributes. 1 increases Susanoo's size by 5. Originally, Susanoo was already huge enough. For regular ninjas, it was already a dimensionality reduction blow. Now 5 times more. Does this leave a way for others to survive? Night God Ryosuke himself couldn't help but feel like he was turning titanium. Fortunately, no one knows. Otherwise, the 5 major ninja villages will collectively kill Night God Ryosuke in advance. After all, there shouldn't be such an awesome character in this world. If Susanoo's body size increased by 5 times, it was already too much, but for the latter attribute, the power of the pupil technique increased by 5 times, it was even more too much. Originally, Sharingan's pupil technique was notoriously powerful. Xiaozi Itachi easily kills Kakashi with its Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Shursue's move distinguished heavenly gods, made Konoha's high-level officials extremely afraid. Uchiha Obito's Kamui is even more involved in the field of space. Hollow is invincible for 5 minutes, and the other eye is also extremely powerful. It can directly teleport objects within sight into the Kamui space. Even the truth-seeking ball can be teleported directly to you. Although there's also a pupil technique that stretches across. But most of them are quite strong and very incomprehensible. And this is still normal. If you increase the power by 5 times, wouldn't that be heaven-defying? This entry is too powerful. Is indeed an entry named Indra really strong? Night God Ryosuke couldn't help admiring in his heart. As for the final increase of 10-fold chakra, in front of these entry attributes, it seems a bit ordinary. Yagami Ryosuke summed it up. The 3 talent entries he transformed from Uchiha Sasuke have improved him in total. 10 times the efficiency of chakra training, 5 times the power of ninjutsu. Uchiha blood, 10 times the efficiency of eye-opening, 10 times the power of pupils, 5 times the size of Susan, 5 times the power of pupils, and 10 times the amount of chakra. The attributes of the talent entry, Son of Destiny, are different. The first is to set off when encountering fatal danger, and increase the strength by 5 times in all directions. The second one has little to do with Night God Ryosuke himself. It is mainly aimed at those enemies, making them more unlucky, walking and wrestling, stepping on dog shit when going out. Those are all routine operations. On the whole, it seems that it is not as intuitive as the improvement of the 3 talent entries just obtained. But just an all-round increase in strength is already astonishing. As for the ability to activate when encountering fatal danger, Night God Ryosuke looked down at an ant that happened to be crawling on the ground. If I was bitten by this ant and it happened to be carrying a deadly virus, wouldn't I be doomed? Yagami Ryosuke thought over and over in his heart. Really, in the next second, he felt an out-of-the-box power born from his body, instantly spreading all over his body. It's not just that his physical fitness has improved several times. Even the pitifully small number of chakra in Night God Ryosuke's body increased instantly. Sure enough, Yagami Ryosuke's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help laughing. He was thinking just now, how was this fatal danger determined? Could it be judged from his subjective concept? Therefore, he intentionally imagined an apparently small and common thing to be particularly dangerous, as if he might lose his life because of it at any time. Really, in this way, the entry attribute of Destiny's Child was activated by Night God Ryosuke. All-round strength increased by 5 times. Originally, the strength of Night God Ryosuke was not even as good as Genin. It could be enhanced 5 times in all directions. Yagami Ryosuke feels that beating Genin is almost like a father beating his son. This is because he hasn't learned any ninjutsu, and his own physical skills are also extremely stretched. If he practiced a few ninjutsu well and used the attributes of the talent entry to successfully open his eyes, his strength would be many times stronger than now. After eating the bento he brought, Yagami Ryosuke found a secluded place to sit down and rest. While there is still time in the lunch break, Yagami Ryosuke is going to open the Sharingan first. Opening eyes may be a very difficult thing for other Uchihas, but for Night God Ryosuke, who has the talent entry of Cursed Eyes, it is just a matter of having hands. After making sure that no one was around, Night God Ryosuke closed his eyes and began to recall the various tragic literary works he had read in his previous life and the sad scenes in those film and television works. Reminiscing, Yagami Ryosuke couldn't help but burst into tears, and under his closed eyelids at this time, the pupils gradually turned blood red, and a small black jade gradually spun and began to solidify. 1 minute later, Yagami Ryosuke stopped and reached out to touch his eyes. It feels cool in the eyes, as if there's a wave of energy gathering in them. This should be Sharingan's pupil power. It is not only when Mangekyo is turned on that there is pupil power. In fact, pupil power has appeared since Sharingan opened his eyes. It's just that compared to Mangekyo, even 3 Tomo Sharingan's pupil power is very scarce. Nothing compares to it. And at this time, Yishin Ryosuke could clearly feel the pupil power contained in his eyes. That's because he has the blessing of 2 talent entries, and it will be obvious when his pupil power has increased by 10 times. Single Goyu? It's not enough. Night God Ryosuke saw the pair of Sharingan after he successfully opened it through a small mirror. 1 minute. Just open your eyes. Isn't this better than Ertsuzi's whole family being killed and angry and Bilingoyu? But, joking aside, the potential of the second pillar is still very strong. Moreover, even for the sake of Erzuzi providing him with 3 golden talent entries, Yishin Ryosuke will ignore those famous scenes where he pretended to be incompetent and was slapped in the face. Continue. Night God Ryosuke put away the small mirror, closed his eyes again, and began to recall more deeply. That green shadow under the Jusien sword formation, in front of the water monster, the dying descendants of Nuwa. In the barren mountains, the woman in white lying on the ground. One picture after another kept appearing in Night God Ryosuke's mind. Under the eyelids, the black Goyu spins wildly. Soon it changed from 1 hook jade to 2 hook jade. Subsequently, the speed of rotation gradually slows down. The 3rd hook jade that had just shown a trace did not completely condense in the end, but disappeared again after the speed of rotation slowed down. 2 minutes. Yagami Ryosuke silently counted the time in his mind. Then he took out the small mirror and looked into his own eyes. The left and right eyes are standard double hook jade. There was no dysplasia of 1 single go jade and 1 double go jade. It's not bad to activate the double hook jade in 3 minutes. Yagami Ryosuke's mouth curled up into a smile. Successfully opened the eyes and opened the double hook jade, which greatly improved the strength of Night God Ryosuke. First up is Chakra. The chakra of the Uchiha family is basically directly related to the number of Goyu in Sharingan. Certainly, it's a different matter if you don't open your eyes. Speaking of eye opening, basically opening a single go jade is the elite of Genin, double go jade is the elite of Chunin, and the Uchiha clan of 3 go jade is almost all the strength of elite Jonin. And the Night God Ryosuke, who successfully opened the double hook jade. At this time, the chakra base in the body has also changed from the original level that was far inferior to Genin to the level that is now close to Chunin, plus a 10-fold increase. The chakra in his body has far surpassed most Chunin, reaching the point where it's close to Jonin. If it is described by 1 unit, it is about 0.8 calories. Although Hatake Kakashi is an elite Jonin, his Sharingan drags him down, consuming a certain amount of chakra every moment. Therefore, Kakashi's chakra has been in short supply, 0.8 calories, which is about the same level as Jonin. And 1 Kara chakra is basically the standard amount of chakra in Jonin. If there is no drag from the Sharingan, Kakashi's chakra would not be so few. It could be said that success is also Sharingan, and failure is also Sharingan, but as a gift from Uchiha Obito to Kakashi before he died. Kakashi will never take off this I no matter what. 2 Tomo Sharingan is turned on, plus a tenfold increase in chakra. My current chakra is basically close to the level of Jonin. At my age, chakra has reached this level, except for a very few changes. There's no one else. Night God Ryosuke felt the extremely abundant chakra in his body with satisfaction. This chakra was much bigger than his previous chakra, not of the same magnitude at all. And the benefit of opening the double hook jade is not only the increase in the amount of chakra. At the same time, the double hook jade also means that the Night God Ryosuke can use Sharingan to copy other people's physical skills and ninjutsu. Just like Kakashi, a copy ninja who claims to have copied thousands of ninjutsu. Isn't it the Sharingan? Ninjutsu, I couldn't even use 3-body technique well before, but that kind of rubbish talent is gone forever. The 3-body technique, which was not used well before, can now be used freely by Night God Ryosuke. Mainly, it's the blood of the Uchiha clan that makes his talent better. Although it can't be said that he has reached the talent of the filial son Itachi. But it's normal Uchiha's level. Not great, but not pulled down either. The lunch break at noon is over. Yagami Ryosuke returned to the classroom and took his seat. Ryosuke, do you want to go to the river to play together after school this afternoon? At this time, a little boy next to him came over and asked. This person is the desk mate of Night God Ryosuke. Like the previous Night God Ryosuke, he also belongs to the role of background board. In terms of relationship, it's not bad. It's just a normal classmate relationship. No, I'm going to practice after school. Night God Ryosuke declined the other party's invitation. Practice? You. The other party looked at him with a surprised expression. It seems hard to believe that someone as lazy as Ryosuke, the Night God, would take the initiative to practice. Night God Ryosuke doesn't want to talk to this guy. What expression is this? He is Ryosuke, the Night God, and he will be a new man in the future. He was too lazy in the past. Obviously the talent is not good, but I don't know how to work hard. No wonder it became a background board that didn't even have an appearance name. The first class in the afternoon is theoretical knowledge. Night God Ryosuke was still listening to the class seriously at first, but after listening, he couldn't help looking out the window. Wow, that cloud looks like a bun. Speaking of steamed stuffed buns, what's going on when I suddenly feel a little hungry? Yagami Ryosuke touched his stomach, feeling a little hungry indeed. It may be that at noon, I refined a lot of chakra relationships, resulting in all the lunch I ate was consumed. That's why I get hungry so quickly. By the way, do ninja schools still teach this kind of thing? Are you sure this is what a 10-year-old kid should learn? Yagami Ryosuke glanced at the parabolic graph on the blackboard. At this time, Mr. Irika was explaining the theoretical application of shuriken to them. But the point is, isn't this stuff all based on feel? I haven't heard that the filial son Itachi has learned this stuff. Has he? But other people's shurikens are not the same. Thieves 6 who lost it. Forget it. Don't learn this kind of thing. Night God Ryosuke gave up understanding the meaning of this bunch of parabolas, and these numbers, of course, it's definitely not, because he found that he couldn't understand. But this thing is really useless. Throwing a shuriken? Wouldn't it be enough to have hands? After the first class in the afternoon, Yagami Ryosuke found Hyuga Hinata in the next row of seats. 10-year-old Hinata looks small and cute. Night God Ryosuke had the urge to reach out and stroke her blue-purple hair. Fortunately, he restrained himself. Otherwise, it would definitely be regarded as a titanium child. Hey, I'll give it back to you. Yagami Ryosuke handed the small mirror to Hinata. Okay. Hinata took the mirror timidly with her small hands, and she didn't dare to look at him with her head down. Thank you. Yagami Ryosuke said thanks. No, you're welcome. The voice was too low. I almost couldn't hear it clearly. Night God Ryosuke complained in his heart. In other words, Hinata's character is really too introverted. I don't know how it was developed. It seems like this since childhood, right? Speaking of the environment, isn't Hyuga Hanabi quite outgoing? Maybe it's some childhood experience. After all, he was kidnapped by Cloud Shinobi's ninja at the age of 3. Having had That kind of childhood experience will leave some psychological shadows to some extent. However, Hinata like this is really gentle. It's just too shy to look up at people. Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. Maybe Yagami Ryosuke stood by for so long that Hinata couldn't help but start a blush. Ryosuke-kun, is there anything else? Hinata, who was a little embarrassed, also encouraged the warrior to ask. No, I just think Hinata is cute. Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. So cute, so cute. These 4 words echoed in Hinata's mind many times. Visible to the naked eye, her face was getting redder and redder. Ryosuke-kun, are you talking nonsense? What's so cute? I don't even. Hinata faltered and hawed to the point where she couldn't speak clearly. Night God Ryosuke saw that enough was enough. If this continues, Hinata is afraid that he will have to perform a unique skill of fainting in place on the spot. It seems that someone is calling me. I'm leaving first. By the way, thank you for the mirror. Yagami Ryosuke just found an excuse and slipped away. He was going to buy something to eat to pad his stomach. Otherwise, you will starve. At only 10 years old, it is time to grow up, so you can't starve yourself. If it is stunted like Naruto, it will be miserable. Ryosuke-kun, you lied again. Hinata looked up at the back of Yagami Ryosuke running out of the classroom and muttered softly. Around 4 p.m. Ninja school is out. Yagami Ryosuke said hello to a few friends in the class who had a good relationship, and then quickly ran out of the school with his small school bag. Konoha village is said to be a village, but it is actually not small. Yagami Ryosuke trotted all the way back home in about 6 or 7 minutes. I'm back. Yagami Ryosuke, who walked into the entrance, changed into indoor slippers, threw the small school bag on the table, and ran directly towards the yard. Is Ryosuke back? Would you like a snack? In the kitchen, Yagami Mizuki, who was already preparing dinner, poked her head out and asked with a smile. No, Mom. I'm going to practice in the yard. Night God Ryosuke responded in a hurry, and the man ran to the yard. This child, Yagami Mizuki, shook her head with a smile and continued to work in the kitchen. Night God Ryosuke is a single-parent family in this life. His father died when he was 5 or 6 years old because of a mission that was said to be dangerous. Since then, he has been living with his mother Yagami Mizuki. Mother and son are also dependent on each other. Yagami Mizuki is a medical chunin who usually works at Konoha Hospital. It's not wartime now, and the work in the hospital is not very busy, so it's quite early to get off work. Yagami Ryosuke's family is not rich, but they are not poor either. Both parents are ninjas, and my father was a special jonin before, and the rewards for performing missions are not low, and the family still has some savings. Therefore, the first 10 years of Yagami Ryosuke's life was actually good. It's just that his talent is too ordinary, and he is lazy. That's why the strength is so stretched. But these are now a thing of the past. The memory of the previous life has been awakened, and the night God Ryosuke will definitely not continue to eat and wait to die like in the past. Yard. Yagami Ryosuke came to a big tree planted in the yard. Let's practice the control of chakra first. After all, there's so many chakra suddenly added. Although their Sharingan is not completely uncontrollable, but it is still far from excellent control. A ninja may not have any powerful ninjutsu, but the control of chakra must be excellent. Otherwise, your 3 copies of chakra will not be able to exert the effect of one part of other ninjas. The other 2.5 copies were probably wasted directly. And certain ninjutsu require a lot of chakra's ability to control. The typical ones are medical ninjutsu and Rasengan. Night God Ryosuke's mother is a medical ninja, so there are many scrolls at home about how to improve chakra's control ability. It's just that Night God Ryosuke was too lazy in the past, not to mention how much chakra he was at that time. I'm afraid it doesn't even have a third of genin. So little chakra, you need to practice the control ability of the fart. Let's start with climbing trees. I remember doing that. Standing in front of the big tree, Night God Ryosuke began to climb up tentatively. He first stepped on the tree trunk with one foot, then used chakra to attach it to it, and then tried to lift the other foot up to step on it. But as soon as he lifted it, he fell directly to the ground with a bang. Ouch! Yagami Ryosuke also rubbed his A***. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Keep going. He consoled himself. Stand up and continue practicing. Before he knew it, Ryosuke practiced climbing trees in the yard for more than an hour. From the beginning, he couldn't even take one step forward, but now he can already take 3 steps up. Ryosuke, it's time to eat. At this time, Yagami Mizuki in the room also came to call Yagami Ryosuke to eat. Here we come, Mom. Yagami Ryosuke wiped the sweat from his brow, then looked at the tree in front of him. Let's practice after eating. Cultivation is not something that happens overnight. Night God Ryosuke didn't expect to be able to feed a fat man with one breath. And maybe he will issue talent entries related to chakra control in the future. Wouldn't it be more effective by then? After going back to take a shower, Yagami Ryosuke came to the restaurant. I'm going to start now. On the opposite side, Yagami Mizuki smiled and looked at her son in front of her. Eat more so that you can grow tall and strong. For Yagami Ryosuke's son, Yagami Mizuki didn't expect him to achieve much as long as he can grow up safely and then marry a daughter-in-law and give her 1 or 2 grandchildren or something. He will be satisfied. Yagami Mizuki, who is a ninja herself, is well aware of the dangers of the ninja profession. Night God Ryosuke's father died in the mission. Therefore, even if her son didn't show any outstanding ninja talents, Yagami Mizuki was not disappointed at all, even a little happy, because that way, the son would not need to perform those dangerous tasks when he grows up. Not like his father, because he is a special jonin, so he has to perform some more dangerous tasks. Mom, eat more too. You've lost weight recently. Yagami Ryosuke did not feel strange to the mother in front of him because of the awakening of past life memories. On the contrary, because his mind became mature, he was more able to understand the difficulty of Yagami Mizuki. Under the lights, the mother and son ended the dinner in a warm atmosphere. After dinner, Night God Ryosuke first went back to the room to practice a genin technique. But the ninjutsu he currently knows is only a 3-body technique. After tossing and practicing a few times and feeling fully proficient, Night God Ryosuke picked up a ninjutsu scroll next to it. This is the ninjutsu scroll left by his dead father. As a special jonin, the father of Night God Ryosuke also left a lot of legacy during his lifetime. Among them are the scrolls of several ninjutsu. They are basically water attributes, because his father's chakra attribute is water, and he is also good at water style and swordsmanship. Therefore, among these ninjutsu scrolls, there are 3rd gate water style ninjutsu, 2C level and 1B level. Not all ninjas are like Kakashi, who have mastered thousands of ninjutsu casually. Otherwise, Kakashi would not be famous in the ninja world for this. Most of the Chunin may only know 1 or 2 C-level ninjutsu. Most of the time, ninjutsu is the key move to determine the outcome, and they will not use it easily. And special jonin, like Ryosuke's father, will master more ninjutsu, but basically not too advanced. After all, they're civilian ninjas. There are no resources. In fact, this is the most critical. See water style. The water is turbulent. This should not be difficult to learn. Night God Ryosuke glanced at the ninjutsu scroll in his hand, thinking that with his improved talent, it should not be difficult to learn such difficult ninjutsu. By the way, I don't know what my chakra attribute is. Don't you have no water attribute? Thinking of this, Yishun Ryosuke also immediately opened the desk drawer beside him and found a box from the drawer, which contained a chakra test strip and some other small items. Yagami Ryosuke took out the chakra test paper, then pinched it in his hand and entered his own chakra into it. Following the actions of Night God Ryosuke, there was also a reaction on this chakra test paper. The test paper first became wet on the left side, then the right side burned directly, and finally this chakra test paper split in 2 from the middle. Water, fire, and wind. Night God Ryosuke thought. The attributes of water and wind should be innate in him. As for the fire attribute, there's a high probability that it was added after obtaining the blood of the Uchiha family. After all, what Uchiha is best at is fire style, but for any Uchiha, it seems that the Chakra attribute will have the attribute of fire. 3 attributes, it's okay. Night God Ryosuke muttered. Although it is not a natural 5-attribute chakra, but only 2 are missing. Moreover, here is Konoha. The ones with the most leaves are fire style, wind style, and water style. In contrast, earth style and lightning style are relatively niche. Then let's watch this mess again and again and see how long it takes for me to develop my improved talent. Although 2 Tomo Sharingan can be copied directly, but Night God Ryosuke has not yet had a suitable opportunity to copy ninjutsu. Although there are many ninjas practicing in Konoha's training ground, most of them are genin. Why practice is basically gymnastics, shuriken throwing, and so on. The practice of real ninjutsu may need to go to some high-level training grounds to encounter it, but that kind of training ground is not accessible to everyone. Night God Ryosuke, a ninja school student, obviously does not have this qualification. So at this stage, there's really no good way for Yagami Ryosuke to copy other people's ninjutsu. For the time being, he can only rely on his own talent to learn. Yard. Night God Ryosuke took a large basin of water and placed it on the ground in front of him. Let's start. Night God Ryosuke took a deep breath, followed by making mudras with his hands, and his movements were a little rusty, making watery mudras. Water style. The water is turbulent. He shouted loudly, full of momentum. Pity. It doesn't help. The water in the basin in front of him didn't stir up any waves at all. Even the serious expression of Night God Ryosuke is reflected in the water. The posing Yagami Ryosuke is suddenly a little embarrassed. A gust of night wind blew, and he felt a chill on the back of his neck. At this time, Yagami Mizuki, who was standing not far away, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Mom, don't disturb my cultivation. Yagami Ryosuke blushed and shouted. So embarrassing. My mother must have seen the way I yelled out the name of the move just now. At this moment, Yishun Ryosuke wished he could dig out a 3-room living room and bury himself on the spot. Okay, I don't want to watch. Yagami Mizuki looked at her son's cute little face with a smile, then turned around and went back to the house with a smile. Huh, it didn't count just now. It must be because I'm not familiar with the relationship between the seals. This time I'll get familiar with the seals first before coming back. Night God Ryosuke summed up the experience of his failure just now, then sat down cross-legged and planned to practice the seals according to the order of seals on the ninjutsu scroll. Then, for the next half an hour or so, Night God Ryosuke has been practicing how to quickly and steadily seal the seal. After more than half an hour of practice, Yagami Ryosuke felt that he could practice well. So he stood up again with a serious expression and quickly sealed his hands. Actually, it's not that fast. It's about 2.5 prints per second. It's incomparable with those Jonin's printing speed. But in the ninja school, the seal speed is not too slow, and it can even be ranked in the top 5. Water style. The water is turbulent. Night God Ryosuke shouted loudly. This time, the water in the basin in front of him finally moved a little. It's just that there's not much movement. The water wavered a few times, stirring up a small current, and then it was gone. It didn't even overflow the outside of the basin. Come again. Night God Ryosuke did not stop. Go ahead and try again. Over and over again, relying on the confidence that the amount of chakra in his body is quite a lot. Night God Ryosuke practiced this ninjutsu over and over again. Finally, when more than half of the chakra in his body was consumed, Night God Ryosuke successfully cast a complete water chaos. Suddenly, a stream of water rushed out of the basin in an instant, flew directly for more than 10 meters, and hit the wall of the yard. Successful. Night God Ryosuke's eyes lit up. Immediately ran over happily to see if the wall had been broken. As it turns out, Yagami Ryosuke was definitely overthinking it. Although he successfully performed the ninjutsu of Mizurumbo, he didn't have much power at all as a beginner. This is still under the 5-fold increase. Otherwise, probably not much better than him G himself against the wall. After all, I just learned it, so it's normal to be weak. Night God Ryosuke consoled himself. And the first step has been taken, and the next step is to persevere and practice. I believe that Ryosuke, the Night God, will be able to practice this water chaos to the point where it is no worse than other water-style ninjas. At that time, at a 5-fold increase, the power is probably comparable to the A-level water-style waterfall technique, right? A water turbulence, used for the effect of the great waterfall technique. Exciting just thinking about it. It's almost time for ninjutsu practice today. Let's continue to practice climbing trees before. It's so difficult for me to practice a sea-level ninjutsu, which is also related to my poor control of chakra. If my ability to control chakra is better, practicing ninjutsu will get twice the result with half the effort. Thinking to himself, Night God Ryosuke also came to the big tree in the yard again. Continue to start tree climbing training before dinner. This practice is to practice until 11 o'clock at night, until Yagami Mizuki came over and told him to rest. Night God Ryosuke left the yard with unsatisfied feelings. And at this time, Night God Ryosuke can already take 4 or 5 steps up. Not bad progress. Next morning, Yagami Ryosuke had breakfast, took the lunchbox that Yagami Mizuki prepared for him, and went out to school. He didn't sleep very well last night, mostly because of excitement. I fell asleep very late. I was still a little sleepy at the moment, and kept yawning along the way. I'm so sleepy, I can't stay up late anymore. Yagami Ryosuke muttered sleepily. At this time, he suddenly bumped into something soft. The Night God Ryosuke, who was still a child, almost lost his balance and fell to the ground. Kid, are you okay? A soft hand grabbed him, and then a soft voice came. Yagami Ryosuke instantly felt refreshed. He looked up at the woman in front of him. She has long black hair, wears a ninja forehead protector, and a pair of red eyes, shining with the gentle light of a woman. Women are not thin, but they are not fat either. In good shape, especially open-minded. One look at her future child will definitely not be hungry. Sunset red. Yagami Ryosuke silently read the opponent's name in his heart. What's the matter? Is it painful? Shihong looked at the cute little boy in front of her, worried if she bumped into the boy just now. It's also her fault. She was too hasty to leave just now, and didn't notice each other, which caused the two to bump into each other. No, it doesn't hurt. Night God Ryosuke shook his head and said, Is big sister a ninja? Because he is a 10-year-old kid now, so this big sister, Yagami Ryosuke, also feels at ease. Although his mental age is not younger than the evening red in front of him. That's right, the big sister is Jonin. Kurini Yuhi said with a smile, while reaching out to rub Yagami Ryosuke's short black hair. This kid is so cute. You must be able to fascinate many girls when you grow up, right? Yui Hong thought to herself. Yagami Ryosuke doesn't like others touching her hair, but if she's a pretty big sister, then I forgive you. Wow, big sister is amazing, but I will definitely be stronger than big sister in the future. Really? Shihong squatted down with a smile. Then how are your grades in school? If your grades are not good, you won't be able to be better than big sister in the future. If we don't talk about grades, we are still good friends. Night God Ryosuke exaggerated and said, Ha ha ha. After hearing the words, Kurini Yuhi couldn't help laughing happily when she saw Yagami Ryosuke's miserable appearance. What's your name, kid? After laughing, Yuahong also asked, My name is Yagami Ryosuke. How about you, big sister? Night God Ryosuke replied, Big sister is called Yuhi Hong. Kurinai Yuhi stretched out her hand and pinched Yagami Ryosuke's cheek. For a child's face, don't pinch it too comfortably. Yuahong felt that she liked the feel a little bit. No, your face will grow bigger. Yagami Ryosuke rubbed his cheek with his hand and said, dissatisfied. No, and Ryosuke looked so cute, It's okay to be a little fatter, Xia Hong said with a smile, feeling that this child is too interesting. It would be great if it was his own child. Think about it, or forget it. She doesn't even have a boyfriend yet. It's too early to think about children now. Night God Ryosuke is still very confident about his appearance. He looks like his mother. Yagami Mizuki is a big beauty, so Yagami Ryosuke is also cute and handsome, a standard handsome guy. In the class, even Uchiha Sasuke is slightly inferior in terms of appearance alone. Pity. Night God Ryosuke's past performance is too stretched. Even if he looks good, his popularity is far less than that of Uchiha Sasuke. But the class is nothing more than a bunch of brats. Even the future beauties like Hyuga Hinata and Yamanaka Ino are just little kids now. Means nothing. It's still a big sister like Kurenai Yuhi, which makes Yagami Ryosuke more interested. Is Ryosuke going to school? Yuahong suddenly asked. Yes. Yagami Ryosuke nodded. Is that going to be late? Yuahong suddenly said with a sly smile. F***K. I was so busy talking to the pretty big sister that I forgot the time. Really? Beauty is a disaster. Yagami Ryosuke complained in his heart, but also hurried to leave. Goodbye, big sister. Saying that, Yagami Ryosuke suddenly took advantage of Kurenai Yuhi's inattention and directly kissed her on the face. Then he ran away with a smile. This brat. Yui Hong touched her cheek, smiled, and shook her head, but didn't think much about it. Just a 10-year-old kid. It is impossible for her to think crookedly. The other side, Yagami Ryosuke, who stepped into the classroom, was also relieved to see that teacher Irika hadn't arrived yet. Catch up. Going to his seat and sitting down, Shikamaru, who was next door in the aisle, glanced at him. Overslept? Asked Shikamaru. The relationship between Night God Ryosuke and Shikamaru is quite good. The main reason is that the two are often punished to stand together. That's how the relationship came about. Well, I practiced too late last night, and I almost didn't get up today. Yagami Ryosuke nodded and said. Shikamaru looked at him with some surprise. Obviously, he didn't expect the Night God Ryosuke to practice for a whole night. This is not like him. You seem to have changed. Shikamaru looked at him and said, Right, I feel the same way. I feel like I've grown up. Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. He knew that Shikamaru was very smart, but no matter how smart he was, he would never have thought that Night God Ryosuke hadn't changed, but had awakened the memory of his previous life. Just as long as you are happy. Shikamaru laughed perfunctorily. Just at this moment, teacher Irika also walked into the classroom. So both of them withdrew their gazes and looked at the podium in front of them. Sleepy. After listening to teacher Irika's lecture for a while, Yagami Ryosuke suddenly felt more sleepy. Damn it. Did Irika-sensei cast some kind of illusion that would make people sleepy? Night God Ryosuke couldn't help complaining in his heart. It was not easy to get through to the end of the first class. Night God Ryosuke has a lot of mental power in an instant. With a glance, he fixed on Uzumaki Naruto, who was sitting in the front row. Yesterday, it was Ertsuzi. Let's change to Naruto today. Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. Naruto, let's go to the bathroom. Yagami Ryosuke went straight over, patted Naruto on the shoulder, and said, Me? Uzumaki Naruto is somewhat flattered to be the most unloved guy in the class. Boys go to the toilet together. That is a sign of good relationship. This is actually similar to girls. Go, Night God Ryosuke asked. Go. I happen to have an urgency to pee too. Naruto scratched his scalp with a laugh, stood up quickly, and happily left the classroom with Yagami Ryosuke. Although it is not difficult to understand that it is just going to the toilet together, there is nothing to be elated about. But think of Naruto's usual treatment in the village. Night God Ryosuke can also understand. Naruto is such a nice guy. Yagami Ryosuke glanced at Naruto, who was giggling next to him, and felt emotional. If it was him himself, he would have been blackened long ago, planning how to destroy the village. As for being like Naruto, you have to let the people in the village identify with you, and then do your best for the village. Don't even think about it. Finish using the toilet. Night God Ryosuke smiled and put his arm around Naruto's shoulder. Naruto, are we good buddies? Naruto looked at Night God Ryosuke in surprise. In fact, the relationship between the two of them is normal, although because of the relationship between the tutors, Night God Ryosuke is not as hostile to Naruto as other commoners, and because Naruto is isolated, he has not been very close to each other. Occasionally, they were forced to stand together outside the classroom many times, but Yagami Ryosuke stood with Shikamaru and the others most of the time. Naruto can only be said to be familiar, but not a friend. Uzumaki Naruto is actually quite sensitive. He can feel the attitude of his classmates towards him. Most of them hate themselves. Only a very few are neither good nor bad to themselves. And Night God Ryosuke is one of the very few people who are neither good nor bad. But at this moment, the Night God Ryosuke suddenly told him that he was a buddy or something, which confused Naruto a bit. He even had a feeling that he was dreaming. Are we good buddies? Naruto asked a little uncertainly. Of course, we are the four brothers who are punished. Yagami Ryosuke said very seriously. Punishment four brothers, he, Shikamaru, Naruto, plus an Inuzuka tooth. But the number of times you was punished to stand was far less than the three of them. And this guy Inuzuka, is quite a stinky fart. And to be honest, the relationship is relatively average. Yeah, you're right. Hearing what Night God Ryosuke said, Naruto's eyes lit up and he nodded. That's good. Then you can help me on duty today, and I'll help you again when it's your turn to be on duty next time. Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. Okay. Naruto agreed without thinking. After all, he is a good buddy. Helping on duty, shouldn't it be? And this scene fell into the eyes of the students passing by, looking at Naruto as if they were looking at a fool. This idiot, Yagami Ryosuke, obviously doesn't want to be on duty, so he deliberately fooled you. Is Night God Ryosuke deliberately fooling Naruto? Of course not. He just didn't want people to misunderstand that he was deliberately approaching Naruto for some other purpose. And he said that he would help Naruto on duty next time, so he will definitely do so. Okay, class is about to start. Let's go back to the classroom quickly. Yagami Ryosuke said with a happy smile. Of course, he was not happy because Naruto agreed to help him on duty, but because he just got a piece of Naruto's hair and stored it in the biological pheromone warehouse. This time, his number of conversions today is properly voted by Naruto. Naruto, don't let me down. We can't lose to Ertz Suzy. Yishun Ryosuke returned to his seat, muttering silently in his heart. While taking out the hair from the warehouse, he silently recited transformation. Next second, the golden hair in his hand disappeared instantly. At the same time, there is also a golden light shining in front of my eyes. Golden legend. Night God Ryosuke's hanging heart fell back instantly. Good. As expected of Uzumaki Naruto, there are still some faces of the first male lead. Yagami Ryosuke was happy. Ding! Transformation succeeded. Congratulations to host for getting the talent entry. King of Mouth Dungeon, golden. Incarnation of Demon Fox, golden. Ashura's Mercy, golden. Good guy. Worthy of being one of the two male protagonists. The talent entries transformed from Naruto, like Uchiha Sasuke, are 3 golden legends. This time, didn't Night God Ryosuke inspire 7 golden legendary talent entries? I'll just ask, who else? Night God Ryosuke felt a little swollen. Opens the introduction to 3 new talent entries. Yagami Ryosuke looked carefully. King of Mouth Escape. Gold in your language is naturally convincing. The more you express your views from the heart, the easier it is for others to agree. He is a natural-born mouth escape king. Persuasion plus 3,000%. Affinity plus 1,000%. Good guy, there are not many attributes, but the value is so high. Yishun Ryosuke looked at the information of the talent entry, Mouth Dungeon, and was amazed that the value of this entry was as high as 3,000%, a full 30 times. This was something he had never encountered before. But this talent entry does not directly improve combat effectiveness. Added is a persuasive ability and affinity. The former makes it easier for people to agree with what you say, and it will give people a feeling that his words speak to my heart. The latter, let Yagami Ryosuke become more friendly in the eyes of others. To put it bluntly, it is to make people's first impression of you better. Certainly, if it's someone who particularly hates you and hates you, this affinity attribute probably won't help either. After all, 10 times 0 is still 0. And 10 times negative, more negative? It's not bad, but I don't seem to be the kind of person who speaks very convincingly. I don't know if I can achieve the effect of Naruto after increasing it 30 times. Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. This talent entry can only be said to be quite satisfactory. Not bad, but not enough to wow Ryosuke the Night God. So he looked at the next Fox Incarnation talent entry. Fox Incarnation, this talent entry, one can tell at a glance that it is related to the 9 tails in Naruto's body. Jinchuriki as the strongest tail, beast 9 tails. Naruto has always been called the Demon Fox Boy in the village. The incarnation of the Demon Fox, Gold, you are the incarnation of the evil fox in the world. Your existence makes people around you fearful. Your power is enough to bring disaster to the world. Your existence is a terrible natural disaster. Chakra plus 1500%. Ninjutsu power plus 500%. Additional ability. Perception of good and evil. 15 times the increase of chakra, 5 times the power of ninjutsu. And there is an additional ability, the perception of good and evil. If Ryosuke remembers correctly, the ability to perceive good and evil is the ability of 9 tails. I can perceive the emotional changes of the people around me, whether it is evil thoughts or good thoughts, and it is clear at a glance. Yagami Ryosuke tried it, and found that most of the students in the class had kind thoughts towards him. Only a very small number of boys have some slight evil thoughts towards themselves, but not many, probably because he is jealous of his handsome looks. Can't help. Naruto's kindness towards me is so high. This guy is too easy to buy, right? Yagami Ryosuke looked at Naruto in the front seat. Naruto's kindness towards him was the highest in the whole class. Then there is Nara Shikamaru. But, to the surprise of Night God Ryosuke, Uchiha Sasuke also has kindness towards himself. He thought Ertsuzi couldn't like anyone. It turns out that he is also very kind in his heart. But this guy actually has malicious intentions towards me, which I didn't expect. Yagami Ryosuke glanced at the deskmate next door. This brat invited him to play together after school yesterday. I didn't expect that I hated myself in my heart. What about children who are innocent in their minds? What? You say this is the precocious Hokage world per capita. That's fine. The ability to sense good and evil is pretty good to use. The key is that this thing does not consume chakra. Speaking of the consumption of chakra, Night God Ryosuke also discovered it last night. Didn't he spend most of his chakra practicing ninjutsu before? Later, he found that chakra's recovery speed was a bit too fast. You should know that normally, the recovery speed of chakra of ninjas is almost the same. It is not said who is faster and who is slower, unless it is a special constitution. For example, like Senju Hashirama, or a Jinchuriki type with a supersized power bank. For most ordinary ninjas, their chakra recovery speed is not bad when they're not taking drugs. The previous night, God Ryosuke also belonged to this category. Although he got the blood of the Uchiha family yesterday, Uchiha is the blood of the fairy eye, not the sage body. Except for Uchiha Madara, the reincarnation of Indra chakra, the recovery efficiency of other Uchiha's chakra is not much faster than that of civilian ninjas. But Night God Ryosuke found that his chakra recovery speed was about 10 times faster than before. He was puzzled at first. It was only later that I realized that the efficiency of chakra cultivation in the emotional talent entry, Spirit of Vengeance, not only increased the efficiency of refining chakra and recovery efficiency. A normal ninja's chakra basically recovers 10% in an hour. It took about 10 hours to fully recover. This is still in the case of sufficient food. And the Night God Ryosuke was originally at this speed. But now, he only needs an hour, or even less than 1 o'clock, about 50 minutes. It can be restored to a perfect state, more than 10 times faster than the original. Quite titanium. This recovery speed, Shinja Hashirama, is probably no more than that, right? Of course, it is also possible that the night god Ryosuke underestimated the big pillar. Maybe Dejuzi's recovery speed is even faster than him. But no matter what, this recovery speed, as long as the number of chakra keeps up, I am afraid that night god Ryosuke will not be short chakra in the future. And just so, Fox Incarnation, this talent entry has added 15 times the chakra to night god Ryosuke. Originally, Ryosuke's chakra had already reached 0.8 cards. This is in the case of a 10-fold increase. The basic chakra itself is about 0.073 cards. Now, at another 25 times. It is directly 1.825 cards. Rounded up, that's 1.83 calories of chakra. It has surpassed the ordinary jonin by a large margin. Such chakra, plus a 17% recovery rate every 10 minutes. Basically, as long as you don't use expensive ninjutsu, you can fight normally and you can directly become a perpetual motion machine. Certainly, the consumption and recovery of chakra will consume the energy of body cells. So the perpetual motion machine is only in theory. The fact is that if Ryosuke really plays like this, he will only use himself up. But even if he can't turn into a perpetual motion machine, Ryosuke's battle endurance is dozens of times that of other ninjas of the same level. You put one ninjutsu, I can put dozens of it. This advantage is great. Not to mention, Night God Ryosuke's ninjutsu is also 10 times more powerful. C-level ninjutsu, using destructive power close to S level. It can scare people to death. No, I have to learn a few more ninjutsu quickly, or I will always feel that this talent entry is too wasteful. Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. Night God Ryosuke is very satisfied with the talent entry of Fox Incarnation. Intuitively, the entry by Zue Dunwang is robbed. But what really makes Night God Ryosuke look forward to is the last item, Ashura's Mercy. After all, when it comes to Ashura, just look at yesterday's talent entry, Indra's Resentment, which is definitely stronger than the previous two entries. Chances are, Sage Body is involved. Ashura's Kindness. Golden the kind Ashura always hopes to bring peace to the world with his own hands. His innocence and kindness can infect others, but sometimes he also brings trouble to himself. In his heart, he also brought him the power to change the world. Physical fitness plus 1,000%. Resilience plus 1,000%. Natural affinity plus 1,000%. Chakra plus 1,000%. Comes with Sage Body. Rao as the Night God Ryosuke is already mentally prepared. But after seeing the attributes of this talent entry, he couldn't help being stunned for a few seconds. Then I couldn't help but gasped. Hiss, so strong. Good change titanium. The attributes added by the talent entry of Ashura's Mercy can be described as quite average. The four numerical attributes are all 1,000% and covers all aspects of the body. Physical fitness, the foundation of physical fitness. If physical fitness is not enough, physical fitness cannot be strong. Resilience, this is not sure yet. Is it just pure physical recovery? It still includes self-healing ability, chakra recovery, and so on. It takes Night God Ryosuke to try it himself to get the answer. As for the natural affinity, this is temporarily unavailable. But if Night God Ryosuke wants to learn Sage Mode in the future, then this attribute will be very valuable. 10 times the natural affinity not only can speed up the speed of learning Sage Mode, but also improve the efficiency of Sage Mode activation. To put it bluntly, the speed at which you absorb natural energy is much faster than others. Moreover, the natural energy is closer to you, and it is not easy to hurt yourself when you make a mistake. And affinity for nature, which may increase the kindness of animals in nature towards you. The specific package does not include the tail beast, so it is impossible to judge for the time being. And Chakra, needless to say, it has appeared twice in the previous talent entries. Adding this time, it is already the third time it has appeared. Taken together, it fully increases the number of chakra in Night God Ryosuke by 30 times. This directly makes Night God Ryosuke's current chakra reach the point of 2.2 cards. Belonging is the standard amount of chakra for Elite Jonin. At least in terms of the amount of chakra, Night God Ryosuke has reached the standard of Elite Jonin. But chakra does not represent strength. There are so many Naruto chakra in the early stage, but the strength is still very good. It is essentially a kind of energy, and one needs to learn how to use energy in order to exert its corresponding power. And now the ninjutsu learned by Ryosuke Night God, in addition to the basic ninjutsu of three-body technique. It's just a water style. The water is turbulent, but this follow-up can be learned, don't worry. At last, it is the sage body attached to this talent entry. After the talent entry was equipped on Night God Ryosuke, he has already felt the physical changes. Not intense, but a subtle change. It takes a while to transition, but don't have to wait long. Night God Ryosuke feels that after sleeping almost at night, his sage body can completely integrate with his current physique. And even then, Night God Ryosuke can still feel that the chakra in his body is growing slowly. This means that the cell activity of Ryosuke is increasing. The essence of life is evolving. Sage body and good physical fitness are actually two different concepts. Owners of sage body do not necessarily have strong physical fitness, but you can live longer, recover faster from injuries, and even be immune to all kinds of poisons and diseases. These are the standard configurations of sage body, and this is actually the evolution of life. Just like humans evolved from single cells to multi-cells, then gradually evolved into mammals, and finally became the only intelligent overlord on this planet. Evolution is a necessary process for the reproduction of life. And at this moment, this evolution is happening to Ryosuke, the Night God. And the time axis has been shortened countless times, similar to what was forced on him. It feels so comfortable and a little sleepy. Yagami Ryosuke yawned. He wasn't sure if he was sleepy because he didn't have a good rest last night, or because of the changes in his body now. But he really wanted to go back to sleep now. Then, Yagami Ryosuke took a peek at the teacher on the podium. The teacher of this class is not Irika, but another character, Mizuki. Compared with the serious and responsible Irika, Mizuki is more like watching people cook. And the penultimate student of 10,000 years like Night God Ryosuke. Mizuki basically didn't care whether he was listening carefully in class or whether he was sleeping. Then sleep for a class. Yagami Ryosuke laid down on the table and quickly fell asleep. Ryosuke, wake up! In a daze, Yagami Ryosuke felt that someone was pushing him. So he woke up rubbing his eyes. It turns out that standing in front of him is Shikamaru. Is school over? Night God Ryosuke asked. Shikamaru stared at him with dead fish eyes, speechless. No, class is about to start. This class is Teacher Irika's class. That's it. Yagami Ryosuke rubbed his eyes and said to Shikamaru, I was too sleepy just now. Thank you for waking me up, Shikamaru. Shikamaru nodded casually, then returned to his seat. Soon, Teacher Irika walked into the classroom. He saw the sleepy-eyed Ryosuke at a glance, and shook his head in secret disappointment. Okay, let's all go back to our seats and sit down. Let's start the class. This class, we're going to talk about three-body technique. Irika tapped on a blackboard and said to everyone, I've covered almost everything you need to talk about three-body technique. This class is mainly to check everyone's learning of transformation technique. Next, the person whose name I reported will come up to demonstrate. Check transformation technique learning. Night God Ryosuke subconsciously looked at Naruto in the front row. This guy wouldn't be able to seduce technique with that. Soon, Irika read the names of the students in the class one by one, and those whose names were read also went up to show their learning progress. Those students from families basically got a good high score. The students of civilian origin are mixed. Some got high marks, but not many. Most of them just passed the passing line. Next, Night God Ryosuke. Irika read to the list. Yagami Ryosuke got up from his seat and walked toward the front podium. Ryosuke, come on. When passing by Naruto, Naruto also said cheers to Night God Ryosuke. Night God Ryosuke also nodded and then stood in front of Irika. Relax, don't be too nervous, just like normal practice. Irika said, Irika-sensei, I'm not nervous either. Yagami Ryosuke said, let's begin then. Irika nodded. It's best not to be nervous, but based on his understanding of the Night God Ryosuke, whether the kid's transformation technique can pass is a problem. But the next second, Irika looked in surprise at the Night God Ryosuke, who had transformed into himself in the blink of an eye, and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Boom! White smoke drifted away. Night God Ryosuke changed back to his own form. Is it all right, Teacher Irika? Night God Ryosuke asked. Irika nodded subconsciously, followed Lao Huai, and looked at the Night God Ryosuke in front of him comfortingly. Even the sleepy appearance of Night God Ryosuke before, in Irika's eyes at the moment, it must be caused by practicing too late last night, not watching TV too late as he thought before. This kid is really working hard to cultivate silently. I was the one who wrongly blamed him before. Irika thought, feeling a little ashamed of being narrow-minded before. Night God Ryosuke, full marks. Irika loudly announced the results of Night God Ryosuke, then looked at him with relief and said, continue to work hard in the future. The teacher believes that you can do it. Yagami Ryosuke thinks that Mr. Irika may have misunderstood something, but he will not take the initiative to explain. Then, teacher, I'll go down first. Yagami Ryosuke said, then turned and returned to his seat. On the way, other students looked at him with surprised eyes. It was like meeting him for the first time. When Night God Ryosuke returned to his seat and sat down, his desk mate also looked at him in surprise and said, Ryosuke, why did your transformation technique become so powerful all of a sudden? What all of a sudden? That's the result of my hard work. Night God Ryosuke said lightly. It turns out that you said to practice, it is true. The desk mate was even more surprised. Of course. Yagami Ryosuke said. Next door, Shikamaru looked at Night God Ryosuke with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Seems to understand something. Ryosuke, have you found your purpose in life? Shikamaru thought. In this class, the most eye-catching performance is undoubtedly the Night God Ryosuke. This, even Uchiha Sasuke, who also got a full score, couldn't do it. After all, one is a good student who gets full marks every time, and the other one was a former scumbag who suddenly got full marks. Which one is more eye-catching is self-evident. Naruto, I'm counting on you for today's duty. I still have something to do. I'll treat you to ramen next time. Let's go first. After school, Yagami Ryosuke found Naruto, said something to him, and left in a hurry. And Naruto is also scratching his head with a smile, still very happy. Ryosuke actually invited me to eat ramen. It's great. Naruto was secretly excited. After all, it's been a while since he's had delicious Ichiraku ramen. The main reason is that this month's living expenses have been spent almost. And Ichiraku ramen isn't cheap either. The remaining money is only enough to eat instant noodles every day. Idiot. After being sold, he is still counting the money. At this time, a discordant voice suddenly came from behind. Naruto looked back and found that it was a male student in the class. What are you looking at, you fox boy? The other party gave Naruto a vicious look. Naruto, who was still very happy just now, also changed his face at this time, lowered his head silently, and clenched his hands into fists. Damn, it's that look again. Why are they always like this? I'm obviously wrong. Naruto felt as if someone had grabbed his heart. His chest was tight and uncomfortable, and he couldn't breathe. At this time, hey, get out of the way, get out of the way. A cold voice came. With his hands in his pockets, Uchiha Sasuke looked at the boy coldly with an indifferent face. Huh? Oh, The boy who was still very arrogant just now, facing Uchiha Sasuke, the head student in the class, can't be hardened at all. He quickly moved out of his seat and let Uchiha Sasuke pass by. At the end of the crane, "What are you still doing here?" Uchiha Sasuke ignored him, walked directly in front of him, and then glanced at Naruto, who was standing there motionless, feeling a little upset. If someone dared to talk to him like that, he would definitely teach him a lesson. But Uzumaki Naruto didn't say a word. Sure enough, it was the tail of the crane. It was really useless. Uchiha Sasuke looked disgusted. B asterisk 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 D Sasuke. I'm happy to stand here. I want you to take care of me. Naruto raised his head and spoke viciously at Uchiha Sasuke. Idiot. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Naruto indifferently, then walked around him directly and walked towards the outside of the classroom. Hey, fart Sasuke, who are you calling an idiot? Naruto shouted unconvinced. However, Sasuke didn't pay attention to Naruto anymore and left the classroom directly. Cut. B asterisk 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 D Sasuke. He knows how to be handsome on purpose all day long. Naruto beeped softly. I don't know why other people scolded him and hated him, but Naruto would just endure silently, asking himself why over and over again in his heart. But if it was Sasuke, he didn't seem to feel so uncomfortable, but he couldn't help but go back. After it was over, I still felt a little happy in my heart. Really weird. I'm back. Yagami Ryosuke hurried home, changed his slippers at the entrance, and then hurried upstairs. This child. Yagami Mizuki looked at her son, who disappeared in a blink of an eye, and shook her head with a smile. The son, who was always lazy in the past, has become agitated these 2 days. But children, personality changes like the weather. Not sure. On the second floor, in the storage room, Night God Ryosuke rummaged through the pile of things left by his father, and finally found a scroll that recorded shadow clone technique among a pile of scrolls. Found it! Night God Ryosuke's eyes lit up, and he picked up the scroll. As long as you have learned shadow clone, when the time comes to learn knowledge like ninjutsu, you can let shadow clone replace it. As for myself, I just need to practice some physical skills and refine chakra. Night God Ryosuke's father was also a special jonin anyway. Knowing shadow clone technique is also normal. It's just that this scroll was piled up in this pile of relics, and yesterday's Night God Ryosuke was too excited to remember it, so he forgot it. But today, he finally remembered the existence of this scroll. So I ran back in a hurry. Shadow clone technique is a B-level ninjutsu, and it is not easy to practice, but I just got Sage Body, and my ability to learn ninjutsu should be improved compared to before. It doesn't matter. Let's try it first. Holding the scroll of shadow clone technique, Night God Ryosuke returned to his room. To practice shadow clone technique, you don't need to go outside. You can practice it in your room. The requirements for the venue are very low. In the room, Night God Ryosuke unfolded the scroll of shadow clone technique, then opened 2 Tomo Sharingan directly and copied the above content. Understood. It turned out that this method was used to spread chakra on the shadow clone. Night God Ryosuke suddenly realized. The next thing is to try to successfully use the shadow clone technique. This is more difficult. For a ninja with average ninjutsu talent, it will take at least 10 days and a half months to make progress in practicing this B-level ninjutsu. If the ninjutsu talent is good, then it can be barely used in 2 or 3 days. Only that kind of true genius. It is possible to learn after practicing a few times. And judging from how Yishan Ryosuke practiced Mizurenbo yesterday, his ninjutsu talent can only be regarded as a little better than average. There is still a long way to go before genius. But, compared to his once poor talent, there has been quite a bit of improvement. Apparently, that's because of the Uchiha bloodline. And now, Night God Ryosuke is back with Sage Body. Therefore, his talent should have improved again, but I don't know how long it will take to learn B-level ninjutsu, which is a level higher than C-level ninjutsu. 2 days? Or 3 days? Drink. Shadow clone technique. Night God Ryosuke quickly formed seals with both hands. The sixth prince took more than 2 seconds to complete. Boom! A cloud of white smoke billowed up beside him. When the white smoke dissipated, there was nothing inside. Failed. Night God Ryosuke did not disappoint. It's normal to fail the first time. If it succeeds all at once, it will be unreasonable. Continue. Anyway, if the shadow clone technique is not successful, it will not consume much chakra. Plus Night God Ryosuke's amazing recovery ability. You can almost keep practicing until you get tired. Then, next, Night God Ryosuke began to constantly try to use shadow clone technique. Start at 4 o'clock when you get home. Yagami Mizuki called him downstairs for dinner, and after a full hour and a half, Yagami Ryosuke himself didn't know how many times he used a shadow clone technique. But the best time, it was nothing more than a mini shadow clone, and I was afraid that it would be so soft that it couldn't stand up at all. After going downstairs for dinner, Yagami Ryosuke returned to the upstairs room to continue practicing shadow clone technique. I practiced for another 2 hours or so. Night God Ryosuke finally separated a normal-sized shadow clone. It's just that the shadow clone barely lasted for a few seconds before dissipating with a bang. Not to mention the failure, it also wasted a lot of chakra from Ryosuke, the night god. Forget it, go to the yard to practice climbing trees first. If you want to use shadow clone, practice tomorrow. Repeatedly practicing a ninjutsu, night god Ryosuke also felt a little boring. He's not the kind of person who can hold back and do one thing. It's hard to survive for 3.5 hours. But the chakra in Ryosuke's body is still very abundant. This is not only because of the 10 times increased chakra recovery ability, but also because the sage body that Ryosuke is evolving has also brought Ryosuke even better chakra recovery ability. The superposition of the two makes the night god Ryosuke practice until now, but the chakra in the body is still very abundant. I don't even feel physically tired. Certainly, this may have something to do with the resilience added to the talent item, Ashura's Mercy. Night God Ryosuke can now basically confirm that the recovery effect of increased recovery has nothing to do with chakra. For the time being, it can only be seen that the recovery effect on physical strength has indeed been improved. As for the others, we have to observe and observe. So sleepy. In classrooms, Yagami Ryosuke yawned so much that he was so dazed that he couldn't even keep his eyes open. There is no way, because he was too excited last night, he suffered from insomnia again. Although I was tired mentally, I didn't feel tired physically at all. On the one hand, it is 10 times the recovery power. Even if Ryosuke only slept for about 3 hours, it is enough to recover the physical strength consumed by practicing until midnight last night. On the other hand, it was also because of one night of evolution. Now the sage body of night god Ryosuke has been fully formed. The basic chakra in the body has increased by more than 10 times. Reach about 1.2 cards. This is just the basic chakra. Night god Ryosuke also has several chakra enhancements for talent entries, which have a full 35-fold amplification effect. In one fell swoop, Ryosuke's Real Chakra reached an astonishing 43.2 cards, although this is still a long way from Naruto's 100 cards when he graduated. But the sage body of night god Ryosuke has not stopped evolving. In fact, night god Ryosuke's current sage body can only be regarded as a primary sage body. There are 3 levels of intermediate sage body, advanced sage body, and sage of 6 paths. Such as Senju Hashirama is the advanced sage body. The legendary ninja ancestor sage of 6 paths is the body of sage of 6 paths and the ancestor of sage body. As for Otsutsuki Kagaya, that's already another constitution. It's not clear what it's called. Anyway, sage body is more high-end than this. If Ryosuke's sage body can grow to the intermediate sage body level, then his chakra will increase by about 10 times on this basis. And the advanced sage body is 10 times that of the intermediate sage body. That is, the night god Ryosuke is now 100 times. To know, Yagami Ryosuke is only a 10-year-old child, and his body is still growing. When he becomes an adult, the chakra in his body will reach a peak. At that time, the chakra was at least 10 times higher than it is now. That is to say, even if Ryosuke's junior sage body no longer improve a little bit, as long as he becomes an adult, the current chakra will still increase by 10 times. What is that concept? Chakra with at least 500 calories. At that time, chakra can no longer be used to describe it. But Chatan pulled it. But the restorative power of sage body and talent entries seems to have little effect on the recovery of mental power. So much so that Yishun Ryosuke is not physically tired at all now, but he feels very sleepy mentally, with a feeling of being ecstatic. I have to learn the shadow clone technique as soon as possible. When the time comes to practice ninjutsu, I can hand it over to shadow clone so I don't have to be so tired. As for the fatigue after the shadow clone was taken back, Night God Ryosuke, 10 times the resilience of primary sage body. Do you think you were joking? Uzumaki Naruto can't even do a serious sage body. How about an authentic sage body like Yagami Ryosuke? The ninja school has 3 classes in the morning. From the first class at 8:30 in the morning to the end of the third class at 11 o'clock noon. Then there is an hour and a half lunch break at noon. Eat lunch, take a break, chat with classmates or something. However, Ryosuke, the night god, chose to use it to catch up on sleep. After a quick lunch, Yagami Ryosuke lay down on the table and quickly fell asleep. This made Naruto, who originally planned to come and play with him, could only sit back resentfully. Why is Ryosuke so sleepy every day? Is this why his grades have improved? Is he practicing secretly at night? Naruto, who returned to his seat, thought about whether he should also work hard at night so that he would not be the tail end of every exam. It's embarrassing, okay? Uzumaki Naruto also wants to save face. Do you think it's fun to be called the tail of a crane all day long? Especially the fart Sasuke, who always calls him the tail of the crane. Even if Naruto doesn't care what others call him. But Sasuke is definitely not. Okay, then it's decided, starting tonight, practice the 3-body technique at home. The other side. Shikamaru turned his head and noticed that Yamanaka Ino next to him was looking at the night god Ryosuke, who was sleeping over there, and couldn't help asking, "Ino, what do you think Ryosuke is sleeping for?" "It's nothing. I'm just curious. Does Yishan practice late at home every night? Otherwise, why do you always look so sleepy at school?" There was a curious gleam in Yamanaka Ino's eyes. In fact, at the beginning of school, Yamanaka Ino noticed the most handsome boy in the class, Yamanaka Ryosuke. It's a pity that night god Ryosuke's performance, in terms of performance, is a mess. There is no way to compare with Uchiha Sasuke, who is the second handsomest in the class. But even so, Yamanaka Ino of the beauty party has always been paying attention to night god Ryosuke. This attention lasts for 4 years. But Ryosuke's performance has not improved in the past 4 years. The sense of presence in the class is also declining day by day. Even a good-looking party like Yamanaka Ino can't help but whisper in his heart sometimes. Secretly feels sorry for the night god Ryosuke. Even though she looks so good-looking, why is her talent so messed up? But these 2 days, Ino found that night god Ryosuke has changed. Although he still sleeps in class, yesterday's transformation technique assessment made Ino's eyes light up, as if he could see the moon when the clouds opened. Shikamaru on the side looked at Ino suspiciously, and then said casually, "Ryosuke probably found some purpose in life. My father often told me that once a person finds his purpose in life, he changes his life." Started. "Is that so?" Ino nodded, half understanding. "But that's fine. Ryosuke-kun, please do your best." Ino silently cheered for night god Ryosuke. 12:30 p.m. The first lesson. Yagami Ryosuke stretched and woke up. I felt more refreshed after I fell asleep. "Student Yagami, we're going to gather at the playground." At this time, Ino passed by, reminding night god Ryosuke. "Gather at the playground?" Yagami Ryosuke was stunned for a moment and asked, "Do you want to practice shuriken throwing this class?" "No, Mr. Irika said that it will be due in 2 more months, so this class is to test our overall learning progress. It's time for actual combat training. Ino said, Student Yagami, can you do it? Ino looked at Knight, God Ryosuke, and asked him, Pair practice? Of course, no problem. Yagami Ryosuke nodded with a smile, then stood up from his seat and said, Let's go. Or if you're late, Teacher Irika will teach you again. Well, let's go together, Ino said with a smile. Soon, the two came to the playground of the ninja school. Except for the two of them, all the students in Class A of the 4th grade have arrived. Ryosuke here. Not far away, Naruto, standing under a tree, waved at Knight, God Ryosuke. I've passed. Knight, God Ryosuke, spoke to Ino, and then walked towards Naruto. Naruto, you look excited, Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. How is it? Are you confident in today's duel training? Hearing this, Naruto smiled and lifted his goggles. Of course, although my grades in the written test are always at the bottom, but when it comes to practice, I won't admit defeat. In fact, Naruto's battle practice results are not bad. Can be ranked in the middle of the class. But other than that, his other achievements are a mess. It directly led to his bottom 1 ranking. As for Yagami Ryosuke before, his grades in other subjects were better than Naruto's. But in the battle practice, he was almost at the bottom of the class. Never made it past the first round anyway. Belongs to a round of players. At this time, Irika also came over with a scoreboard. Okay, everyone is here, right? I'll call the person with the name to come up and practice the battle later. Irika glanced at the groups he had arranged. The first group, Beijing Luren versus Chong Bien Long Tao. 2 ordinary-looking boys walked out quickly. Not the seal of opposition, shouted Irika. The 2 boys rushed towards each other instantly after forming seals, followed by an operation like ordinary children fighting. It's really hot on the eyes. Knight, God Ryosuke, shook his head secretly. This kind of role is destined to fail to graduate. Maybe I won't be a jonin for the rest of my life. But if it wasn't for the Knight, God Ryosuke, who awakened the memory of his previous life and obtained the talent entry system, he is not much better than these 2 boys. Soon, the 2 boys who were fighting like children decided the winner. Then Irika continued to call the name of the next group. During the period, Shikamaru was also arranged to fight an unfamiliar player. Not surprisingly, Shikamaru won easily. 5th team, Night God Ryosuke versus Hyuga Hinata. Ryosuke, it's your turn. Naruto on the side looked even more excited than Night God Ryosuke himself. Night God Ryosuke turned his head and glanced at the white-eyed girl not far away. Shall I fight Hinata? Night God Ryosuke thinks that this is probably arranged by Irika on purpose, because Night God Ryosuke's performance in duel training is always in the bottom 3 in the class. And Hyuga Hinata itself is not weak, but because of his personality, his performance in couplets has not been very good. Hinata's words, just right, you can get a copy of the white-eyed princess's biological pheromones, and the talent entries converted by then should not be bad. Night God Ryosuke thought to himself, and one side also walked to the field and stood still. Ryosuke, come on. Off the court, Naruto loudly cheered for Night God Ryosuke. But apart from Naruto, no one is optimistic about the Night God Ryosuke. Although Hinata has not been very good in duel practice because of his personality. But no matter how bad it is, it's not like Ryosuke, the Night God, who can play in the bottom 3 all the year round. Even if Hinata is merciful, it is impossible for Night God Ryosuke to win. Therefore, except for Naruto, who has a single-minded head, even people like Ino and Shikamaru are not very optimistic about this battle practice. Not the seal of opposition, shouted Irika. Night God Ryosuke looked at Hinata on the opposite side, made madras with both hands, and nodded at him. Mr. Ryosuke. Hinata looked anxiously at the opposite Night God Ryosuke, and after finishing the seal of opposition, he didn't make any moves for a long time. Hinata, don't be nervous. We can just practice normally. You don't have to worry about hurting me. Seeing Hinata being so nervous, Yagami Ryosuke also spoke. Okay, I see. Hinata nodded, followed by taking a deep breath, and then her eyes became serious. Then it's time to go, Yagami Ryosuke yelled. Next second, his body rushed forward in an instant, extremely fast. This speed, Irika, who was on the side as the referee, couldn't help opening his eyes wide at this time, looking at the moving speed of Night God Ryosuke in disbelief. Ordinary official genin don't have such a speed? At this time, even though Night God Ryosuke didn't mobilize the chakra in his body much, but with the blessing of 10 times his physical fitness, his speed is still a bit faster than the normal official genin. And Hinata, who had just gotten serious, couldn't help feeling nervous again at this moment. Schwa! Night God Ryosuke rushed in front of Hinata, twisted his waist, and instantly hit Hinata with a side kick. Boom! Hinata quickly raised his hand to block and subconsciously slapped Night God Ryosuke's chest. Swish! Night God Ryosuke twisted to avoid it, and at the same time punched with his right hand. His physique is actually pretty average. Without professional training, it is purely a good physical fitness. And at this time, after subconscious counterattack, Hinata quickly entered the state. The two fought back and forth. One has better physical fitness, the other has studied systematically and has better skills. For a while, the two sides turn out to be evenly divided. When did Yagami's physical skills become so powerful? Oh my god, I feel that if I replace Hyuga-san with myself, I might not be able to survive Yagami-san's 10 moves. Didn't you think Hyuga-san's physical skills are so good? Why didn't you see it before? The one who really went too far is Yagami, right? He obviously couldn't even beat me in the last battle practice, but now I feel that I'm no match for him at all. Student Yishun must be practicing hard at home. No wonder he is so sleepy when he comes to school every day. It must be because he practiced too late at night. Student Yagami. So handsome. No, we're talking about strength. You said he is so handsome? You nympho. All the students outside the field were surprised to see the two people fighting back and forth on the field. Whether it was the performance of Night God Ryosuke or Hyuga Hinata, they were very surprised. Certainly, in contrast, some ninja-born students were not so surprised by Hyuga Hinata's strength performance, but they were very shocked by the improvement shown by Night God Ryosuke. This guy, has he been secretly working hard? Uchiha Sasuke, who was leaning on a tree trunk with his arms folded, looked at the figure on the field and thought silently in his heart. But it's useless if it's just this level. As the chief student in the class, Uchiha Sasuke naturally has the pride of being a chief student. Although Yishun Ryosuke's performance is enough to be described as a remarkable improvement, but this improvement is simply a joke in the face of absolute strength. At least, Uchiha Sasuke never worried that Night God Ryosuke could shake his position as chief student. Crack! Yagami-san, you really work hard. Choji muttered while eating potato chips. Wah! Ryosuke has caught up before you know it. Shikamaru held the back of his head with his hands, and his eyes showed a rare, serious look. Do you work hard in exchange for rewards? But that's too tiring. Shikamaru couldn't help shaking his head after thinking about it. If you try so hard, he can't do it. With that time, it will be more interesting to play more games of chess. Ryosuke, that's great. Ino's cheeks were flushed, and he looked obsessed. Shikamaru glanced sideways and muttered trouble to himself. Schwa! The figure retreated. Yagami Ryosuke and Hinata stopped at a distance of 10 meters. Unnoticed, a strand of Hinata's hair was tucked between his fingers, but it disappeared quickly. It was taken into the biological pheromone warehouse by Night God Ryosuke. Successful, Night God Ryosuke thought. At this time, Hinata on the opposite side also took a few breaths, looking a little exhausted. On the other hand, Ryosuke, the night god, still breathes smoothly, and he doesn't look tired at all. Sage body, everyone who has used it says it is good. Hinata, are you okay? Night god Ryosuke asked. It's okay, I can do it. Hinata regained her breath and said. Then continue. Yagami Ryosuke smiled slightly. Hinata looked cute when he was serious. She's so cute, unlike usual. Next, I will use all my strength, Yagami Ryosuke said. Next moment, the chakra in his body erupted instantly, which doubled the speed and strength of Night God Ryosuke. Ninjas, even taijutsu ninjas, are fundamentally comparable to chakra. The taijutsu ninjas in the Hokage world, no matter how much you practice, it is impossible to practice like those taijutsu monsters in One Piece. A kunai can easily take the life of a taijutsu ninja, but if you have a powerful enough chakra, then you can let chakra bless your physical skills, so that chakra spreads all over the body. Not only can form an effective protection, but also your speed and strength will be doubled. For example, in Forbidden Technique, 8 inner gates. Every time a gate is opened, the chakra in the body will skyrocket. Supplemented with the corresponding physical skills, a terrifying destructive power can be erupted. For example, the peacock at the 6th gate and the day tiger at the 7th gate. Even Night Guy from 8th gate. They are all extremely sublimated, high-explosive physical moves like instant meteors. But this kind of advanced skill, Night God Ryosuke does not know. He will simply explode the chakra in his body to increase his speed and power. But even if it's just like this, it's more than enough to deal with a group of ninja school students. No way. Who makes Night God Ryosuke have more chakra? To know. At this stage, even the chakra that Naruto can use is far inferior to the Night God Ryosuke. Because most of Naruto's chakra is used to suppress the seal gap of Nine Tails. This part of chakra is almost 96% of his total chakra. The remaining 4% is what Naruto can usually mobilize. And these 4% are so disobedient. This led to the poor use of Naruto's clone technique. I can't learn no matter how I always learn. Blind eyes open. On the field, the veins around Hinata's eyes burst suddenly, and chakra quickly flowed in the white eyes, and then instantly caught the Night God Ryosuke appearing in the direction behind him. 8 trigrams, 16 palms. With a wave of both arms, Hinata instantly set off a small whirlwind, followed his body, and instantly slapped the Night God Ryosuke, who was attacking from behind. 1 palm, 2 palms, 3 palms. Hinata's movements passed quickly, and in just an instant, he hit 16 palms, all of which hit the body of the Night God Ryosuke in front of him. 1. People around watched with wide eyes. Secretly feel sorry for the Night God Ryosuke. Even though he had performed so well, he still lost. Just the next second. Boom! Ryosuke, who was hit by 8 trigrams 16 palms in front of him, suddenly turned into a piece of wood in a cloud of white smoke. Body replacement technique. The students outside the field couldn't help exclaiming. No one found out when Ryosuke made the body replacement technique handprint, and, at the same time, no one found out where he himself was hiding. And at this moment, when Hinata was watching this scene in surprise, a handful of wooden kunai also pressed against her white jade neck. Hinata, you lost. Night God Ryosuke appeared behind Hinata and whispered in her ear. Hinata was taken aback. This shouldn't be. After all, Hinata has a 360-degree viewing angle after opening her eyes. Even if Night God Ryosuke came out from the most tricky angle, Hinata would still find out. But just now Hinata was attracted too much attention by the scene in front of him, so that he ignored the Night God Ryosuke, who appeared from behind. In addition, the speed of Ryosuke, the Night God, was so fast that she couldn't react. To put it bluntly, Hinata's combat experience is too poor. He was distracted before the battle was completely over and was found by Night God Ryosuke. Night God Ryosuke win. At this time, Mr. Irika outside the court also announced the result of this battle. After hearing the result announced by Mr. Irika, Hinata also had a look of disappointment on his face. Lost. Hinata couldn't help feeling a little depressed. At this time, a hand was placed on her shoulder. Hinata looked up just in time to meet Ryosuke's eyes. You played very well just now. Your strength is very strong. Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. This Ryosuke-kun is... Hinata hesitated to speak, and her cheeks began to turn red, visible to the naked eye. "Don't be too nervous. We are classmates, aren't we?" Yagami Ryosuke said, "You're just too nervous. Otherwise, you would have played better." Hinata blushed and said nothing. She didn't know what to say. Her nervous heart beat faster, as if it was about to jump out of her body. Fortunately, at this time, the night god Ryosuke let go and made a seal of reconciliation. When Hinata saw it, he hurriedly made a seal of reconciliation. Then the two left the stage and gave up their seats to other students. "Ryosuke, you were too good just now." Yagami Ryosuke looked at Naruto, who was gesticulating with both hands in front of him, and said, "Come on," with a smile. "Well, I'm sure I won't lose to Ryosuke you. Ryosuke, just watch. I'll definitely be able to beat my opponent to the ground in 2 or 3 hits later." Naruto waved his fist excitedly, jumping up and down. The 7th group, Uzumaki Naruto versus Inuzuka Teeth. Hearing Mr. Iruka calling him, Naruto grinned at the night god Ryosuke next to him, gave a thumbs up, and then ran over with a smile. "Come on, you guy who takes the dog to school. Watch how I beat you to the ground." Naruto shouted arrogantly. On the opposite side of him, Inuzuka's eyes widened angrily. "My name is Inuzuka IBA, and I don't take dogs to school. Also, his name is Akamaru. Akamaru. Are you right?" "Wow." Akamaru on Inuzuka's head yelled and agreed. He also said that he didn't bring a dog. "You were chatting with the dog. It's very problematic at first sight." Naruto pouted and said, "Okay, you two." Teacher Iruka said helplessly. He was afraid that if he didn't interrupt again, the two guys would quarrel until the end of the class. "Hurry up and form the seal of opposition and start." Seeing that Mr. Iruka got angry, Naruto and Inuzuka Tooth did not dare to continue to brush treasures. Immediately finished the seal of opposites, and then rushed towards each other, shouting at each other. For other students who have just watched a high-level battle, watching Naruto and Inuzuka Teeth like ordinary people fighting like ordinary people on a field at this time suddenly feel very boring. Uchiha Sasuke even lost interest after glancing at it, and then stared straight at Night God Ryosuke over there. This guy's speed, just now, may not even be able to handle me. If you want to beat him, you must distance yourself from him. Uchiha Sasuke thought about the tactics for later. As for whether the two can meet, there's no doubt about this. After all, in Uchiha Sasuke's view, the strength of the Night God Ryosuke in the entire class is a bit worth seeing. Others are not qualified to let him fight seriously. Night God Ryosuke, I hope you don't let me down. Uchiha Sasuke looked at the Night God Ryosuke over there, and he was already looking forward to the battle later in his heart. And at this time, Yagami Ryosuke also looked towards this side with a sense of feeling, just in time to see Uchiha Sasuke's eyes full of fighting spirit. Juzi is excited now. Yagami Ryosuke secretly finds it funny, as arrogant as Uchiha Sasuke. He never looked down on other people at work in the past. What a pity. You are destined to lose to me. I hope that won't hurt you. Even if it is really hit, Night God Ryosuke will not deliberately release water. After all, he is not a dutiful son Itachi. Naruto, you lost. Inuzuka put Naruto's hands on his back and his knees on his back and said with a grin, B*************************** D. Let me go. Let's fight again. Naruto shouted unconvinced. Too bad it didn't work. Inuzuka Kibakatsu. Teacher Iruka directly announced the result of this round. Huh. I told you a long time ago, Naruto, you can't beat me. Inuzuka let go of Naruto triumphantly, and the two made a seal of reconciliation. Humph. I will beat you next time. Naruto snorted unconvinced after finishing the seal of reconciliation, turned his head, and walked back angrily. Huh. Naruto won't be able to defeat me in this life because I am Inuzuka Kiba. Are you right, Akamaru? Wow. The smug laugh made Naruto feel even more uncomfortable. Obviously, just told Ryosuke that he will definitely win beautifully. But in the end, he lost to Inuzuka. This made Naruto feel bad. Not only because of losing to Inuzuka, but also because he failed to fulfill his promise to his friends. At this moment, Night God Ryosuke looked at Naruto, who looked depressed, and also walked over and patted him on the shoulder. "It's okay to lose this time, just win back next time," he said. "Ryosuke, you are right. I will definitely not lose to that guy next time. Naruto is worthy of being Naruto." Night God Ryosuke just comforted him, and he immediately revived with full blood. Certainly, this may also be due to the fact that Night God Ryosuke's talent item, Mouth Dungeon, has played some role. After all, 30 times the persuasive power is not a joke. Next, there's nothing to watch in other people's competitions. The one that included Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino was nothing to watch either. Although Ino didn't like Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura didn't fall out with her because of Sasuke. But there seems to be a falling out between the two because of something else. So much so that the good girlfriends in the past have become the deadly enemies who will mock each other when they meet each other. I don't know if Teacher Irika did it on purpose. In the past, Naruto and Inuzuka were arranged together, and now Haruno Sakura and Ino are arranged together. Unexpectedly, Mr. Irika, who is honest on the surface, has such a wicked taste behind his back. Yagami Ryosuke glanced at Mr. Irika, who was holding the list with a serious face. Behind his serious face, he seemed to see a face whose mouth was grinning to the bottom of the ears. The other side, Irika, who was standing on the sidelines, sneezed suddenly. "Hatch, strange, do you have a cold?" Irika rubbed his nose, thinking, "System, transform this hair in my hand." Taking advantage of no one's attention here, Night God Ryosuke also took out Hinata's hair, pinched it in his hand, and silently communicated with the system in his heart, converting it into a talent entry. Ding! Transformation succeeded. Congratulations to host for getting the talent entry. White-eyed princess, purple. There's none left. Night God Ryosuke heard the system prompt in his head. He was used to transforming 3 talent entries at once, and he couldn't adapt for a while. Can Hinata only transform 1 talent entry? And it's still purple, not the golden entries like Naruto and Sasuke. It's a notch lower in level. However, this is probably the normal situation. Naruto and Sasuke are special treatment for the protagonists. The key is that they also have Ashura and Indra's Chakra on them. If you only look at themselves, they are actually 2. It's just a talent entry. Yagami Ryosuke understands that Hinata's situation is actually normal. Transforming 3 talent entries at once is a special case. It cannot be generalized. But why does it feel a bit weird to put this talent entry of white-eyed princess on her body? Night God Ryosuke felt a little awkward. Princess White Eyes, purple pure white eyes make you born with extraordinary potential, and the family will be honored because of you. Please try hard to develop your eyes. Maybe it will bring you unexpected surprises. White eyes observation distance plus 200%. White eye purity plus 200%. Comes with white eyes blood succession limit, Hyuga bloodline. The purple talent entry is indeed much worse than the gold one. Seeing this new talent entry, to be honest, after looking at the attributes of the golden talent entry and getting used to it, I feel a little psychologically disappointed when I look at this again. But Night God Ryosuke will not dislike it. It can only be said that the talent entries transformed in the previous 2 days are too good. He needs to adapt to the next changes. Hinata's White-Eyed Princess. Entry has already been calculated. If it is the talent entry on some other dragon set, I'm afraid it's even hard to be green. There's a high probability that it is just a white garbage entry. Talent entries like that can only be broken down into experience points. And purple talent entries like White-Eyed Princess, Night God Ryosuke will definitely not be disassembled. No matter how you say it, you can also give yourself 1 more blood inheritance limit. Moreover, the purity of the white eyes has been doubled. By then, the purity of the white eyes will not be much inferior to Hinata, the real white-eyed princess, right? If you go to the interior of the moon in the future, you may have the opportunity to open Tensigen. Those were eyes of the same level as Rinnegan's. And In terms of pure destructive power, Tenseigan is somewhat stronger than Rinnegan. Rinnegan's main advantage is that it is more comprehensive and has many functions. As for Tenseigan, it feels like it was born purely for destruction and destruction. Equip it with the entry of White-Eyed Princess. Yagami Ryosuke also felt his eyes were icy cold, which was very comfortable. After a while, this feeling disappeared. There is another kind of blood inheritance limit on the body. Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. The first round of combat practice is over. The winner will soon start the second round of competition. Those who have been eliminated can only stand on the sidelines and watch the excitement at this time. There is no way to participate in the next competition. Night God Ryosuke's opponent in the second round is Ino. However, when Ino saw that his opponent was Night God Ryosuke, he directly chose to admit defeat. Ryosuke is so strong. I'm sure I can't beat him. It's better to admit defeat directly, so as not to be ashamed, Ino said with a smile. There was no sign of being unhappy at all. Instead, he took the opportunity to go to Night God Ryosuke and chat with him. 10 minutes later. Next is the last match, Night God Ryosuke versus Uchiha Sasuke. Before they knew it, everyone else had already lost. The only ones left are Night God Ryosuke and Uchiha Sasuke. One of them is the second child of the past 10,000 years. One is the head student of the class for 4 consecutive years. No matter how you look at it, it is not the same level. But Ryosuke's performance today is remarkable, and people are looking forward to what kind of battle between dragons and tigers will be staged in this game. Come on, the battle ahead is really boring. I hope you won't let me down. Uchiha Sasuke came out with his hands in his pockets, stood on the field, and said to Night God Ryosuke, "What? Stupid Sasuke, you know how to be handsome." Naruto, who was outside the field, saw Sasuke's arrogant appearance and immediately felt displeased. He shouted, "Ryosuke, teach Sasuke a lesson." Night God Ryosuke turned his head and smiled at Naruto, followed by looking at Sasuke on the opposite side. "Stop talking nonsense. Let's start directly," Sasuke said impatiently. Hearing this, Yagami Ryosuke also nodded. Then the two formed the seal of opposition, and the battle began. It was almost the next second after the printing was completed. The figures of the two disappeared at the same time. Boom, boom. There were 2 collision sounds in the air. The 2 young figures fisted and kicked each other, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged several moves. He's faster than me, and he's stronger than me. I'm no match for physical skills. After fighting for a while, Sasuke has realized that it is impossible to defeat Night God Ryosuke by physical skills alone. However, the ninjas of their Uchiha clan have never relied on physical skills to fight against the enemy. Ninjutsu and Jinjutsu are the skills of the Uchiha clan. Certainly, Sasuke hasn't opened his eyes yet, so he doesn't have any illusions to do. But when it comes to ninjutsu, he has already learned the fire-style ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. Great fireball technique. Night God Ryosuke, defeat me. Sasuke instantly separated a clone to confuse the opponent, and then the main body pulled back and opened the distance. Follow him to quickly seal the seal with both hands. Sasuke seals faster than Night God Ryosuke. At a speed of about 4 prints per second, the print of the Great Fireball technique was quickly completed. Fire style. Great Fireball technique. A fireball with a diameter of more than 1 meter was ejected by Sasuke and quickly flew towards the Night God Ryosuke in front. My God, it's ninjutsu. It's fire style. Sasuke knows fire style ninjutsu. It's too bad. Night God Ryosuke will lose. I must have lost. I didn't expect Uchiha Sasuke to know fire style. This is incredible. I have an uncle who is already a Chunin, but he only learned 2 C-level ninjutsu. The students around were shocked by Sasuke's great fireball technique. Sasuke has never shown his ninjutsu ability in previous battle practice. It has always been easy to win the championship only by throwing the shuriken with physical skills. But today, Sasuke, who consciously can't match the Night God Ryosuke, in physical skills, finally showed his ability to press the bottom of the box. Not good. Ryosuke. Mr. Irika, standing outside the field, did not expect that Sasuke had already learned the sea-level fire-style ninjutsu, such as the Great Fireball technique. Seeing that the fireball was about to engulf the knight, God Ryosuke, over there, he immediately wanted to rush to save people. After all, for the students of ninja school, the lethality of sea-level ninjutsu is still too terrifying. If one is not good, it may cause death. At that time, he, the teacher, will also be to blame. But at this moment, water style, the water is turbulent. Facing the Great Fireball technique attacking in front of him, Knight God Ryosuke can actually dodge directly. After all, he has not shown his true speed from the beginning. It has only used about 50% of its speed and strength. However, Ryosuke, the Night God, did not choose to escape. When Sasuke performed the Great Fireball technique in the seal, he had noticed the movement of Sasuke's hand and guessed that Sasuke should be preparing to use the Great Fireball technique to end the battle. So he's also the Indian style that has become turbulent at the same time. It's just that Ryosuke's seal speed is slower than Sasuke's, so it's only half a beat slower. In the end, he guessed right. Sasuke really intends to end the fight with a Great Fireball technique. However, Sasuke apparently did not expect that Ryosuke, the Night God, also learned a sea-level ninjutsu. And it happens to be water-style ninjutsu that counters fire-style. The moment the fireball approached Night God Ryosuke, an astonishing stream of water spit out from Night God Ryosuke's mouth, forming a large water curtain that enveloped the attacking fireball. When the water and fire collided, a stream of water vapor rose instantly. With the cover of water vapor, Night God Ryosuke also instantly bypassed the two ninjutsu in the middle, came to the position behind Sasuke, and stabbed the back of Sasuke's neck with a wooden kunai in his hand. Boom! The moment Sasuke's body was stabbed, it turned into a wooden stake and flew out. Then, the real Sasuke appeared behind Night God Ryosuke, and a side kick instantly hit his body. Boom! What? Sasuke opened his eyes wide, looking in disbelief at the Night God Ryosuke who had turned into a wooden stake in front of him. At this time, a hand was placed on Sasuke's shoulder, and a wooden kunai was placed in front of his neck. Sorry, you lost. Night God Ryosuke's voice followed in his ears. Sasuke's eyes widened, and he froze in place. He thought his reaction was fast enough. In the second after Night God Ryosuke cast the water chaos, he immediately realizes that the opponent is likely to launch a sneak attack when the water vapor rises. So Sasuke also deliberately cooperated and left a double on the spot, standing there instead of himself as the target. It turned out that Night God Ryosuke actually predicted his prediction. He thought he was on the third floor, and Night God Ryosuke was on the second floor, but he didn't expect that he was indeed on the third floor, but Night God Ryosuke was on the fourth floor. How do you know I'm a substitute? Sasuke asked unwillingly. Hearing this, Yishun Ryosuke also smiled and said, I don't know, but I never underestimate my opponent, so I don't mind making extra preparations. Sasuke, you 6. Sasuke, who was speechless, did not expect that he would lose to the cautious psychology of Night God Ryosuke. This shouldn't be the way a 10-year-old child should do things, right? This is too stable. Winner, Night God Ryosuke. At this time, Teacher Irika outside the court also announced the result. These two children are really surprising. Irika looked at Night God Ryosuke and Uchiha Sasuke over there. If Uchiha Sasuke's performance was expected, then Night God Ryosuke's performance today really scared him a little. He thought he would be helpless against the Great Fireball Knight God Ryosuke, but he didn't expect this kid to have such an excellent water-style ninjutsu. That note of water chaos is better than him. Irika never thought that Ryosuke, the second son of 10,000 years in the class, would actually be able to stand up one day. He even beat the top student in the class, Uchiha Sasuke. 1. Oh my god. It's unbelievable. Night God Ryosuke can also know ninjutsu. It's Mizuranbo. My father also knows this ninjutsu, but I feel that Ryosuke uses it better than my father. I didn't expect that Uchiha Sasuke would lose to Night God Ryosuke. Is this a counterattack at the end of the crane? Ryosuke-kun is so handsome. The students around looked at the result in disbelief. Some female students couldn't help screaming, shouting the name of Night God Ryosuke, looking like a nympho. And on the field, Night God Ryosuke and Uchiha Sasuke also formed a seal of reconciliation with each other. Next time I will definitely not lose to you again. Uchiha Sasuke had an unconvinced expression on his face. He thought that he had lost to his carelessness this time. He didn't expect that Ryosuke, the night god, would be so cautious. He obviously didn't see that the one he stayed in place was a substitute, but he still kept a hand. Then try harder next time, Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. He didn't care about Uchiha Sasuke's unconvinced look, because he knows very well that unless Sage of Six Paths jumps out in advance to open up the second pillar, otherwise Uchiha Sasuke will never have a chance to overtake him in this life. To be honest, today is only the third day that Night God Ryosuke got the system. Although he has obtained 7 golden talent entries and 1 purple talent entry. But there is still a long way to go to completely transform the entry into its own strength. Not to mention Sharingan and the like. Even if it's just a 10-fold ninjutsu power bonus, Night God Ryosuke hasn't been able to make much use of it so far. After all, he will, and it's just a preliminary grasp of the chaos of water. Under normal circumstances, Ryosuke, the Night God, has no power at all with his understanding of the water chaos. The reason why he can make the water turmoil break Uchiha Sasuke's great fireball technique is because of the 10-fold increase in ninjutsu power. But what if Yagami Ryosuke really mastered the ninjutsu of Mizuranami? At that time, the effect will be inferior to A-level ninjutsu, like Great Waterfall technique. And, in a few battles just now, Night God Ryosuke didn't use the all-round strength improvement effect of the Son of Destiny at all. Because there is no need. A group of ninja schools are all reserve genin who have not yet graduated. Don't take it so seriously. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the ninja school is over. Ryosuke-kun, do you want to go home together? Go away. Ryosuke-kun is going home with me. Your house is not on the way. Mr. Ryosuke, do you like meatballs? My family owns a meatball shop, or I'll bring you some meatballs tomorrow. Ryosuke-kun, please date me. Yagami Ryosuke was speechless looking at these female students who surrounded their seats as soon as school was over. To be honest, for these female students, Yagami Ryosuke really has no interest. Sorry, I have to practice after school. There is no way. Yishan Ryosuke can only excuse that he is going to practice and reject the kindness of these female students. What? Ryosuke, this guy's become so popular all of a sudden. Naruto looked back at Ryosuke, who was surrounded by a group of female classmates, with envy in his eyes. At this time, a pink figure ran past Naruto. Sasuke, let's go home together. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Uchiha Sasuke glanced coldly at Haruno Sakura, then looked back at Night God Ryosuke, surrounded by those girls, gloating inexplicably. Fart Sasuke, don't talk like that to little Sakura. At this time, a big face appeared in Uchiha Sasuke's sight. Naruto glared at him viciously, fighting for little Sakura. At the end of the crane, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you here. I'm going back to practice. Uchiha Sasuke finished speaking coldly and walked directly to the door of the classroom. Sasuke, wait for me. Haruno Sakura saw it and immediately chased after it. Little Sakura, go away. Naruto was pushed away, watching Haruno Sakura hurriedly chase Sasuke in front. His envious eyes turned red. It's always Sasuke's. What's so good about Sasuke? Naruto muttered, unconvinced. What's wrong? Are you swearing behind your back? At this moment, Yagami Ryosuke came over with a smile and patted Naruto. Not at all. Naruto raised his head and said, Ryosuke, where are those girls? They were sent away by me. Night God Ryosuke looked distressed. Naruto, let me tell you, women are really troublesome, especially this kind of little girl. The most troublesome. Naruto, I'm so envious. You still think it's troublesome? Really cry to death. Ryosuke, let's go home together. At this time, Ino with long golden hair ran over, smiled, and invited Night God Ryosuke. Okay. Night God Ryosuke readily agreed. He waved goodbye to Naruto and walked out of the classroom with Ino. Naruto, hole. Didn't you just say that little girls are the most troublesome? You duplicity man. I'm back. Ryosuke is back. Do you want some juice? Mom just squeezed it. Okay, I want a big drink. After changing shoes at the entrance, Yagami Ryosuke trotted over and took a glass of juice from his mother Yagami Mizuki. Delicious. He took a few sips and said with a smile. Yagami Mizuki also smiled and looked at her son in front of her. How was school today? Did it go well? Well, it's all good. Yagami Ryosuke nodded and didn't say that he defeated the chief student in the class today. After all, he is not really a 10-year-old kid, and he will show off such trivial things to his parents. After drinking the juice, Yagami Ryosuke put the cup in the kitchen and then ran to the yard to continue practicing tree climbing. He had climbed to the middle of that tree yesterday. I believe I should be able to climb to the top of the tree today. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that there were too many chakra in Ryosuke's body, with his current talent, he would have already completed the practice of climbing trees. It's just that the chakra in Ryosuke's body is already more than the average Kaga level. It is really difficult to control. That's why I haven't completed the practice of climbing trees until now. But soon, after climbing the tree today, I will practice shadow clone technique and water style afterward. The former can basically be done today. Among the latter two, the shadow clone technique can be basically mastered today. Can't say how skilled, but at least 1 or 2 shadow clones that can be used normally should be no problem. Yard. Night God Ryosuke stood on a branch with his head down and his feet hanging upside down from the tree. His feet stuck firmly to it as if they were glued. Finally completed the practice of climbing trees. The next step is to tread water, but this has to find a new place to practice. Night God Ryosuke turned over, jumped from the tree, and returned to the ground. The practice of treading water obviously cannot be carried out in one's own yard. No way. There happened to be a tree planted in his yard, so he could practice tree climbing. But the place for the pool is really not big enough, so it was not built. But this is easy to handle. There are many kinds of forests around Konoha. Finding a river or something is still very simple. You don't even need to leave the village. You can find them in those training grounds. But today is too late. Night God Ryosuke also doesn't plan to go out to practice at night. At first, Mother will be worried. Secondly, in the evening, Night God Ryosuke had already planned to practice shadow clone technique and water chaos. There is no time to practice other things. Human energy is limited after all. That's why Night God Ryosuke wants to learn shadow clone technique as soon as possible. After all, that is Hokage's world-famous practice cheat. Yard. After dinner, Ryosuke continued to practice shadow clone technique. He stood in the middle of the yard, constantly performing the shadow clone technique in seals. Try it over and over again, and correct the mistakes you made earlier. Finally, after night, God Ryosuke used the shadow clone technique countless times. He finally managed to separate a normal shadow clone that would not dissipate. Successful. Night God Ryosuke looked at the shadow clone in front of him. Normal body shape. Chakra is normal. Normal thinking. After checking and confirming, Night God Ryosuke also directed shadow clone to practice water chaos. By the way, can you enjoy the bonus of the talent entry? Night God Ryosuke suddenly remembered something, stopped shadow clone who was going to practice, and asked, "No, I don't feel it at all." Shadow clone shook his head. "Can't you?" Yagami Ryosuke is right when he thinks about it carefully. If shadow clone can also share talent entries, wouldn't it be a bug? For example, the Night God Ryosuke splits a shadow clone, and this shadow clone will take away 50% of his chakra, But if the shadow clone can also share talent entries, then the 50% of the chakra he took away can be enjoyed again, chakra bonus for entries. If you don't have it, you don't have it. You go to practice. Night God Ryosuke sent away shadow clone, and then continued to practice shadow clone technique. The reason why shadow clone is not allowed to practice shadow clone technique, but to practice water chaos. It is also because practicing the shadow clone technique consumes more chakra, and shadow clone does not have the amazing chakra recovery ability of the deity. In fact, shadow clone chakra does not recover at all. It is a little less. Therefore, Night God Ryosuke didn't let shadow clone practice shadow clone technique. Going to practice chakra instead consumes less water turbulence. After an hour, Night God Ryosuke successfully split a stable shadow clone again. And this shadow clone's chakra is also 50% of himself. Because in the previous hour, Night God Ryosuke continued to practice shadow clone technique, not only did not consume chakra, but also recovered the 50% chakra that was allocated before. The price is that Yagami Ryosuke just finished eating for 2 or 3 hours, and now he is hungry again. It would be great if we could directly absorb natural energy in the future. Yagami Ryosuke patted his stomach and thought. After commanding the second shadow clone to practice water chaos, Night God Ryosuke also went back to the house to find something to eat. This made Yagami Mizuki, who saw this scene, secretly wonder if she should prepare more for dinner in the future. After all, when children are growing up, they will only eat more and more in the future. But Ryosuke is too good to eat, right? Won't this eat and damage the body? Yagami Mizuki looked at her son, who was not satisfied after devouring 5 small cakes, and went to the kitchen with 2 buckets of instant noodles, and couldn't help but worry that the child would spoil his stomach. However, Yagami Mizuki might not have seen anything that was really edible. You know, Naruto ate a full 30 bowls of ramen in a certain big appetite competition in the future. And this is not the most edible. Hinata, who looks petite, once ate 46 bowls of ramen in one go. In contrast, Night God Ryosuke, what is this little appetite? The truth is nothing but a big deal. 10 at night. Night God Ryosuke is practicing chakra in his room. At this time, a sense of dizziness hit. Immediately afterwards, a large piece of memory flooded into his brain. All our shadow clones experience in practicing water chaos. Has the chakra of the first shadow clone been exhausted? Yagami Ryosuke held his forehead and shook his head. The feeling returned quickly. It should be said that it is a sage body. You must know that ordinary ninjas dare not use shadow clone to practice. This method is only limited to people with special physiques like Night God Ryosuke or Uzumaki Naruto. Their ability to recover far exceeds that of ordinary people. Not to mention 1 or 2 shadow clone assisted cultivation. Even if it is dozens or hundreds, it's not impossible. If you take it back all at once, I'm afraid you will fall asleep on the spot. But as long as you sleep and wake up the next day, you can still be alive and well. It does not affect the normal life of the next day at all. In the same way, in that regard, people like them also have a natural advantage. 7 or 8 times a night, no problem at all. The second Amaterasu-like normal activity. I won't be so weak that I can't get up. Even if it's going to be like this every day for a period of time, it's okay. Just take a day off after a while. Immediately be able to revive with full blood. Have to say, sage body really great. If Uchiha Sasuke also had a sage body, it is not impossible to revive the Uchiha clan even with one's own power. Another hour later, the second shadow clone also dissipates, and the results of the 2 shadow clones' one-night practice were also directly packaged and collected by Night God Ryosuke. Sleep. Night God Ryosuke is not going to stay up late today. For the first 2 nights, he had had enough of staying up late and feeling sleepy the next day. Now, finally learn the shadow clone technique. Only fools continue to stay up all night. So after going to the bathroom to wash up, Yagami Ryosuke went straight to bed. This night was the Night God Ryosuke had the most solid sleep after waking up the memory of his previous life. It was more than 6 o'clock the next morning. Night God Ryosuke woke up early. I went to the bathroom, washed my face, brushed my teeth, and then went back to the room. I forgot to test my eyes yesterday. Yagami Ryosuke murmured to himself. Then he walked in front of the mirror in the room, and suddenly a piece of skin around his eyes burst out with veins. Roll your eyes. Open. In the mirror, Night God Ryosuke's original red eyes suddenly turned into pure white, and the area around the eyes was bulging with blue veins, giving him a hideous look. Is this the perspective of Baiyin? Night God Ryosuke looked around. The wall can no longer block his sight, and Baiyan's perspective ability allows him to easily pass through the building and see the situation on the other side. At the same time, the whole world turns into black and white, only the color of Chakra, which is extraordinarily bright. So this is the perspective of white eyes. Yagami Ryosuke smacked his lips, feeling slightly disappointed. I thought that the ability to see through was really as powerful as in the legend, but it turned out that it was X-rays. What am I expecting? Night God Ryosuke pouted. But also right. If Baiyin of the Hyuga clan really had that ability, they would have been exterminated long ago, right? After all, there is no shortage of powerful female ninjas in the ninja world. Not to mention, the wives of those powerful male ninjas are also female. If the white eyes of the Hyuga clan really had that level of perspective ability, I'm afraid that these people would have teamed up to wipe out the Hyuga clan long ago. It will not allow the Hyuga clan to survive from the Sengoku era to the current Ninja Village era. Although Baiyan's perspective ability did not achieve the effect that Night God Ryosuke wanted, but other aspects are really nothing to say. And because Night God Ryosuke's white eyes have also increased the observation distance by 200%, so his inside eyes can see everything within a straight line range of 3 kilometers. And the 200% bonus of purity. Night God Ryosuke didn't realize it. After all, Hinata, who has the same pure white eyes, is no different from normal white eyes in expressiveness. Probably not enough. Or what external stimulation is needed. But, after opening the white eyes, Night God Ryosuke can feel that his sage body seems to be nourishing the eyes. At this point, in fact, Night God Ryosuke also had a similar feeling when he opened Sharingan. However, this nourishing effect is very slight and a very slow process. Night God Ryosuke speculates that it may be because his sage body is still in its infancy. If you can progress to intermediate or even advanced sage body, then maybe these 2 pairs of eyes can be evolved to a certain extent. For example, Sharingan changed from Eternal Mangekyo to Rinnegan. And the white-eyed words. I don't know if there is no chakra of the Otsutsuki family. Can it evolve to Tenseigan only with the advanced sage body? Or clean eyes? Night God Ryosuke is not sure either. But his current Sharingan is only Schwanguyu. It was long before Eternal Mangekyo. Even if you're nourished by the sage body, you have to go step by step from Sengyu to ordinary Mangekyo. I just don't know if Mangekyo, who has no blood relatives, can evolve his Sharingan to Eternal Eye. I can only hope that Sage Body is strong enough. By the way, I don't know if the Sharingan can be activated at the same time when the white eye is activated. Looking at the surroundings with supercilious eyes, Ryosuke, the night god who saw many interesting scenes, had a whim and wanted to see if he could activate 2 pupil techniques at the same time. Then, Night God Ryosuke first stopped observing the surroundings with the eyes of insight and clairvoyance, looked at the mirror in front of him again, and then tried to open Sharingan. At this time, on the face of the Night God Ryosuke, in the mirror, the original blue veins on both sides of the eyes suddenly disappeared, and a pair of pure white eyes also turned into the original red. Night God Ryosuke's eyes are originally red. It's just that compared with the red of Sharingan, is slightly lighter and there is no hook jade. If his hair is white. To be honest, it's kind of like Senju Tobarama. But Night God Ryosuke's hair is black, not white. Strange, didn't it work? Look at the restored eyes in the mirror. Night God Ryosuke couldn't help feeling puzzled. However, Yagami Ryosuke soon discovered that this was not the case. It's not that the two pupil techniques didn't work. On the contrary, it is precisely because the two kinds of pupil techniques are effective that such a change occurs. Probably because no one has ever been able to have the two kinds of pupils, Bai-Yin and Sharingan. So no one knows what will happen to the eyes after opening these two pupils at the same time. And now, Night God Ryosuke, who possesses these two kinds of pupil skills at the same time, got this answer. When the two kinds of pupil techniques are activated at the same time, the eyes will immediately return to their normal appearance. Wrong. Should say, he can freely switch among the three states. In the mirror, Ryosuke, the night god who understands everything, is doing it right now. His eyes suddenly changed into two Tomo Sharingans, then turned into white eyes, and then turned into normal red eyes, switching back and forth without any discomfort in the middle. And the two kinds of pupil techniques not only do not have mutual exclusion and suppression. On the contrary, there have been benign changes that complement each other. This is something Yagami Ryosuke never thought of. By the way, see if you can copy other people's ninjutsu from a long distance. Night God Ryosuke had a whim, and then swept his eyes, locking on Konoha's #1 training ground. Training ground #1 is one of the most popular training grounds for ninjas. Ninjas below the level of Chunin are not allowed to enter here. So at least those who practice here are Chunin, and sometimes even some official Jonin practice some ninjutsu here. It's around 6:30 in the morning. It was just dawn, but in the #1 training ground, there were already many ninjas practicing. It's hard work. Very good. Yagami Ryosuke sat on the edge of the bed, observing the ninjas in training ground #1 with his white eyes. Most of them are Chunin. There are also a few special Jonin, but officially Jonin didn't see any of them. At this time, there happened to be a special Jonin standing by a pool of water practicing water-style jutsu. Night God Ryosuke's eyes immediately fixed on this special Jonin. Sharingan, copy. Next second, this special Jonin seal movement, as well as the flow direction of chakra in the body during the seal, were all copied by Night God Ryosuke using Sharingan's copying ability. Really, Night God Ryosuke's face showed ecstasy. If so, even if he can't enter those advanced training ground for the time being, he can still copy the ninjutsu or taijutsu used by those ninjas from a long distance through his own eyes. Great! Now my tenfold ninjutsu boost entry attribute has finally shown its true effect. Night God Ryosuke was also overjoyed, although I learned the shadow clone technique before. But Night God Ryosuke's ninjutsu is limited after all, but only a few. Learned everything. He has no ninjutsu to learn. At that time, maybe I can only develop Rasengan myself, but this thing is not easy to use. After all, it's hard to explain how I learned it. At that time, some troubles will inevitably be avoided. Night God Ryosuke's current strength is far from enough for him to act recklessly in Konoha, at least until he has Kaga-level strength. And now, Night God Ryosuke is also nothing but Chakra reach Kaga level. But in other respects, it is far from enough. Chakra alone is useless. You have to learn the ninjutsu that can take advantage of this huge chakra in order to truly transform it into your own strength. Although the ninjutsu I copied on the training ground are all ordinary C-level ninjutsu, at most they are just some B-level ninjutsu. But I have a tenfold increase in talent entries. The power of B-level ninjutsu in my hands is no less than the effect of S-level ninjutsu. So even if I just learn a bunch of BC-level ninjutsu, it's enough for me. At this time, Night God Ryosuke also tried a simple not seal. He didn't mobilize the chakra in his body, so he didn't release this ninjutsu. It's water style. Water whip, a very practical water style ninjutsu. Yagami Ryosuke frowned. He found that although he copied that special Jonin's ninjutsu, the effect was not very good when he used it. The reason is because his printing speed is too slow. Looks like I need to practice, not seal more. Although real ninjas don't need seals, at least for now, I still need to rely on seals to release these ninjutsu. The speed of 2.5 prints per second is really too slow. Not to mention 5 or 6 prints per second. At least it has to reach the speed of 4 prints per second, right? Otherwise, a ninjutsu with 6 or 7 seals takes 2 or 3 seconds to release. If this is faced with a real enemy, it is no different from courting death. Regarding the knot seal, Yagami Ryosuke decided that he could secretly practice it in the ninja school in the future. Words now. The most important thing is to copy a few more ninjutsu first. Then, Night God Ryosuke continued to observe these ninjas in the #1 training ground with his eyes of insight. Finally, he found another Chunin who was practicing fire-style ninjutsu. Sharingan copy. Night God Ryosuke is delighted to copy another fire-style ninjutsu. This time he copied the famous sea-level fire-style ninjutsu, Great Fireball Technique. It's the famous no-kill fire style, claiming to have never killed anyone. As for why this unique fire-style ninjutsu of Uchiha appears in the hands of ninjas who are not of the Uchiha clan, is the Uchiha family still alive? Only Uchiha Sasuke and filial son Itachi are left in the whole family. Those ninjutsu scrolls of the Uchiha clan had naturally been confiscated by the village's senior management. Otherwise, Sasuke will not only use one great fireball technique over and over again all day long, but this great fireball technique is really easy to use. The main reason is that the power is not bad, the difficulty of learning is not high, and the key consumption of chakra is less than that of ordinary sea-level ninjutsu. This kind of ninjutsu can be said to be very popular among Chunin. After all, Chunin doesn't have much chakra. Every battle has to be calculated carefully, and chakra consumes less ninjutsu like Great Fireball Technique. Just what they needed. Next, Night God Ryosuke has copied another wind-style ninjutsu. Wind-style. Great breakthrough. It is also a well-known sea-level wind-style ninjutsu, and many people use it. Successfully copied 3 ninjutsu. Yagami Ryosuke was in a happy mood all morning. Even when he was in the ninja school, he would observe the training grounds of the first 3 from time to time to see if there were any more ninjutsu that could be copied. But there are not many ninjas practicing ninjutsu in the training ground. Most of the ninjutsu practiced are still the same. Therefore, after 3 classes in one morning, Night God Ryosuke just copied a few moves of taijutsu. In terms of ninjutsu, there are still only the 3 in the morning. Sure enough, most of Konoha's Chunin only know a few ninjutsu after tossing and turning, and Jonin basically don't go to public training ground to practice. Night God Ryosuke has already been mentally prepared, so his initial goal was actually to place those ninja clans. Pity. Probably to guard against the supercilious eyes of the Hyuga clan. The clans of these ninja families are basically covered by independent barriers. Although not the entire clan is under the warning of the barrier, some key places are basically included. Therefore, even Ryosuke, the night god, couldn't see the pictures of these places with his white eyes. Although it's a pity, it's not completely impossible. Jonin is not only family ninja, Konoha still has some commoner Jonin. At this stage, there are as many as 500 or 600 Konohas in Jonin alone. Certainly, most of them are family ninjas. The Sarutobi family has the largest number of people. No way. The Hokage family. The 3rd generation has been in power for so many years, it is impossible not to make profits for his family. Besides, like the Shimura clan, the Sleeping clan, and the Mito clan, the number of Jonin is also no less. Among others, there are more genin. The Hyuga family, the so-called #1 Konoha family, really cannot defeat the Sarutobi family if they really want to fight. That is to say, the ninjas of the Hyuga family talk about the title of the first family of Konoha all day long, but they don't know that when they are arrogant, the strength of the Sarutobi family has long surpassed them. And if it is said that among Konoha's Jonin, family ninjas account for more than 90%. Then the remaining few percent are commoner Jonin, and that doesn't include the likes of Hatake Kakashi. Although the Hatake family is dying, they are still ninja. It can't be said that if there are few people, it is not considered a ninja, right? For details, please refer to the Uchiha family. But Jonin usually has a mission and is not in the village all year round. Night God Ryosuke wants to spy on those Jonin, so as to learn when they perform ninjutsu. It depends on luck. The first thing is to find people. The second is that this Jonin happens to be performing ninjutsu within the village. Other ninjutsu is hard to say, but for body flicker technique, it should be quite simple. During the lunch break at noon, Yagami Ryosuke took the lunchbox and went with Ino and the others to the rooftop for lunch. In the middle, Night God Ryosuke has been using his white eyes to observe some ninjas within sight. Soon, he noticed a few Umbu ninjas wearing Umbu uniforms moving quickly in the village, heading in the direction of the Hokage building. It's the Umbu ninja. Night God Ryosuke was secretly delighted, and then silently used Sharingan to copy the body flicker technique they performed. Konoha body flicker technique. This is the most common body flicker technique in Konoha. It is said to be an improved version of Second Hokage. It is one of the few ninjutsu in Second Hokage that does not need to be written in the Book of Seals. As we all know, most of the ninjutsu invented by Second Hokage, except water-style ninjutsu, will be written into the sealed book. And this Konoha body flicker technique can be regarded as a fish that slipped through the net. But this thing is actually just modified by Second Hokage, not his masterpiece. The difficulty of cultivation is not high, only D-level. It is one level higher than 3 body technique. But correspondingly, universality is very good. Basically, Konoha's ninjas, as long as they are above Chunin, everyone can do it. Genin's words. If your team leader is willing to teach you, or if you're a ninja, you can also learn it. Because the difficulty is really not high. D-rank Konoha body flicker technique, here it is. Night God Ryosuke does not dislike the popular Konoha body flicker technique. After all, he has not learned any body flicker technique. Some use is good. How come there are so many stinky bugs? Ryosuke, try my little octopus balls. Ino, who was sitting next to him, held a small octopus ball and handed it to Yagami Ryosuke's bento box. Thank you, Ino. Yagami Ryosuke picked it up and took a bite. Well, it tastes great, he said. Really, Ino looked quite happy. Then come and try this blossom sausage again. My mother fried it in oil. It's crispy and delicious. Well, this one is delicious too. Hee. I knew we both had similar tastes. Ino, don't let me eat it all the time. Eat it yourself. It's okay, Ryosuke. Eat more. I'm a girl. Eat less. Ino kept adding vegetables to Yagami Ryosuke's bento box. I rested my chin on my small hand and looked sideways at the Night God Ryosuke eating. Shikamaru, Choji, shouldn't we be here? The two looked at each other, seeing a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. Hokage building. In Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just finished reviewing some documents, also picked up the cigarette stick in hand and took a puff, then picked up the next report and glanced at it. Night God Ryosuke. Was he a child born to a commoner? I didn't expect that there would be another civilian ninja with good talent who can come from behind and defeat the descendants of the Uchiha clan, which is considered outstanding talent. The report was sent by Ninja School, which recorded the current situation of some students who performed well in the school. As the principal of the Ninja School, Third Hokage will also care about the growth of these children from time to time to see if there are any children with outstanding ninja talents. If there are particularly outstanding ones, we will pay more attention to them. By the time of graduation, Jonin will be assigned a better leader. This is also a kind of cultivation. After all, these children are the future of the village. In today's report, a child named Ryosuke was highlighted. What caught Third Hokage's attention was that the opponent actually defeated Uchiha Sasuke, a descendant of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Sasuke, sure enough, talent is still far inferior to Itachi. Third Hokage thought to himself, after all, Uchiha Itachi graduated from ninja school at the age of 7, passed the Chunin exam by himself at the age of 10, and was promoted to Chunin, joined Umbu at the age of 11, and became an excellent Umbu ninja. Such a resume is second only to Hitaki Kakashi. compare to. As a younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke is far behind. There is no comparison at all. People can't help but wonder, is this born by a parent? In Hokage's office, third Hokage smoked a few cigarettes and finally put down the report in his hand. It's still too early. If he still has such a performance when he graduates, he could be allowed to join Umbu in the future. Just beat Uchiha Sasuke. And it didn't look like a landslide victory, which apparently wasn't enough for Sarutobi Hiruzen to double down on Night God Ryosuke. At most, he remembered the name and knew that there was such a student in ninja school. That's all. At least with the talent that Night God Ryosuke is showing today. It is not worth Sarutobi Hiruzen to invest in it in advance. Hey, ever since the incident of the Uchiha clan, there haven't been many geniuses in the village, Itachi and Shursui. What a pity. Sarutobi Hiruzen also felt a little remorseful. What he regrets is not that he didn't prevent the Uchiha family from exterminating the genocide. After all, it was his acquiescence. What he really regrets is that he didn't guard against Danzo in advance and let him kill Shursui. Otherwise, he still has Shursui and Itachi Admiral under his command. So why worry about the future of the village here? And why look for possible geniuses in ninja schools? It's all Danzo's fault. When Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of his old friend, he felt angry. This guy knows how to embarrass himself every day. If it wasn't for the past love, and because he was old, he liked to recall the past and let him indulge Danzo's provocations again and again. Otherwise, that guy Danzo would have died a long time ago. Say Chow Chow, and Chow Chow will arrive. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of Danzo, Danzo opened the door and walked into Hokage's office. Hiruzen, I heard that kid from the Uchiha clan was defeated by a commoner. Shimura Danzo, who pushed the door and came in, leaned on a cane. And when he came up, he said strangely, "Huh. I said a long time ago, I should have given this Uchiha kid to me to train. Look at how you have trained people. Can't even beat a civilian." Danzo, you don't need to question the old man's decision. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him with a dark face. Also, remember to knock on the door next time you enter. How old are you? And you don't even know the rules. However, Shimura Danzo didn't take Sarutobi Hiruzen's words seriously at all. He sneered and said, "Hiruzen, it's not too late to hand him over to me. At least I still have the ability to raise this Uchiha clan kid, but if he continues to stay in a ninja school, a place where children play games, he will be doomed in the future. There will be no future. Leave it to you." Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted and said, "Danzo, don't even think about Uchiha Sasuke. Even if I promise you, Itachi won't agree. Do you want Itachi to come back and talk to you?" Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shimura Danzo, whose face suddenly became ugly, and couldn't help laughing out loud. He does know. Uchiha Itachi visited Shimura Danzo when he left the village, although it is not clear what the two said at the time. But afterwards, Danzo is said to have lost his temper, which shows that the meeting at that time must not have been pleasant. The unhappy person should be Danzo without a doubt. So, Danzo's face became so ugly when he heard Sarutobi Hiruzen mention the name Uchiha Itachi again and threatened himself with it. I'm afraid of a rebellious little brat," Danzo said stiffly. Sarutobi Hiruzen also chuckled, not piercing his disguise. However, since Hiruzen you don't want to, then forget it. Danzo pretended to be generous and said, "Actually scruples about the existence of Uchiha Itachi. After all, this dutiful son would rather slaughter the whole clan than keep his brother's ultimate Brokon. Can't afford it. By the way, how is Jinchuriki doing?" "Hiruzen, I'm not talking about you. You are a good Jinchuriki. Let's see what you have trained him to be like. I only know how to play some pranks in a village all day long. When the war comes later, I'll see how you bring him to the battlefield. Why don't you give him to me and let me train him? I promise I can train you a qualified Jinchuriki. How about it?" Danzo gave up the idea of fighting Uchiha Sasuke, but instead focused on Uzumaki Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. In fact, he's had his eye on a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki since a long time ago. It's just that Sarutobi Hiruzen never agreed. At this time, he brought up the old matter again, just to see Sarutobi Hiruzen's current attitude. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen's complexion sank, and his slightly cloudy eyes suddenly became sharper as he stared at the old friend in front of him. Stop thinking about Jinchuriki. As long as the old man is still in Hokage's seat for a day, he will never be allowed to meddle in Jinchuriki's affairs. Do you understand? Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's harsh tone, Danzo's face darkened. Oomph. Hiruzen, you will regret it sooner or later. Danzo, mind yourself, remember. I'm the Hokage. Shwa. This sentence again. Danzo's knuckles turned white with anger. He tightly held the cane in his hand, wishing he could hit Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face with the cane. Hokage, Hokage. You F asterisk 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 G. You know how to P asterisk asterisk S me off with the title Hokage, right? Wait. The old man will take Hokage's position sooner or later. And at that time, Hiruzen, you will know who is really qualified to sit on this Hokage position. Boom. Danzo closed the door angrily and left in anger. Outside the Hokage building, the two root ninjas saw Danzo coming out and hurriedly followed. Danzo-sama, did Hokage-sama agree to hand over that kid from the Uchiha clan to you for training? Seeing Danzo's ugly face, a root ninja couldn't help asking. This person is also Danzo's confidant. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to ask Danzo, who is angry at this moment. Hiruzen is old and already blind, Danzo said coldly. He made no secret of his dissatisfaction with Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage. What about the others? Like the civilian genius who defeated Uchiha, Sasuke? Asked the root ninja. That brat, Danzo snorted coldly. Without an outstanding bloodline, it is doomed to be just a flash in the pan. Besides, the Uchiha kid was trained by Hiruzen to be such a waste. What does it mean to defeat a trash Uchiha? Obviously, Danzo didn't even look at Ryosuke, the night god, who was called a civilian genius by his subordinates. These days, anyone dares to be called a genius. A genius named Hyuga Niji came out of the branch house of the Hyuga family. In the current 6th grade graduating class, there is another civilian genius named Kudo Shinichi. In Class A of the 3rd grade, there's a female civilian genius named Narumi Jinguji. But in Danzo's eyes, only those like Uchiha Itachi or Hitaki Kakashi are qualified to be called geniuses. The above are, at best, quite talented, but their upper limit is almost visible to the naked eye. Jonin is basically the limit of these so-called civilian geniuses. With luck, it is possible to reach the heights of elite Jonin. But so what? Does Danzo lack 1 or 2 elite Jonin men? What he lacks is the kind of subordinate who can reach Kaga-level strength. Pity. The real geniuses that have come out of the village over the years are just one Uchiha Itachi and one Uchiha Shursui. All belong to the Uchiha clan. Now, one is burped. One of the judges was outside the village, performing a spy mission. Neither one works for me. Danzo felt very sad. However, when he thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen would not be served by these real talents, he couldn't help feeling a little flattered in his heart, especially because he was responsible for all of this. It's even better. Oomph. If the old man can't get it, Hiruzen, you can't get it either. Danzo thought with a sneer in his heart. Ninja school on the roof. Yagami Ryosuke suddenly didn't come and sneezed. Strange. How do you feel that someone is scolding me behind my back? He rubbed his nose, thinking. Ryosuke, have you thought about what you want to do in the future? Shikamaru next to him suddenly lay down and looked at the clouds in the sky. For me, I just want to live an ordinary life, like that kind of fighting and killing, busy life every day probably isn't suitable for me. Hearing Shikamaru suddenly mentioned his future life, Yagami Ryosuke thought about it and said, if it were me, I wouldn't be able to stay idle. I prefer that kind of colorful life. If every day is just the same, I would probably get bored quickly. And since the day of a ninja, our lives have actually been unable to be controlled by ourselves. Shikamaru, the kind of carefree and ordinary life you want to live, I'm afraid there is no way to achieve it, unless you have the ability to say no to anyone. Night God Ryosuke suddenly laughed. But we're only 10 years old now, so it's a bit too early to say. At least wait until we all graduate. Yeah, but it's only been 2 years since graduation. Shikamaru sighed suddenly. He was shocked by what Night God Ryosuke said just now. What he longed for was indeed that kind of ordinary life. This is also the life he wanted from a younger age. Because he was born in the Nara clan, Shikamaru saw many adults in the family never return after performing certain dangerous missions when he was very young. This made him instinctively reject that kind of life. And as he grows older, with Shikamaru's smart brain, he is actually very clear that once he becomes a ninja, his future life is beyond his control. And as the young master of the Nara clan, it is impossible for him to become an ordinary person. His future seems to have been doomed from the moment he was born. But this also made Shikamaru reject all this more and more. Sometimes, he even thought about abandoning everything now and finding a place where no one was around to live. Pity. These are just some outrageous thoughts that pop up when he is occasionally upset. Not really going to do it. The ability to say no to anyone. Shikamaru thought of what Night God Ryosuke said just now, and suddenly had the urge to practice hard. But when I think that even if I practice hard, I am afraid that my achievements will be similar to my father's. Things that even my own father can't do. He didn't think he could do it either. Saying no to anyone may sound easy, but it's so hard to do, especially in such a world of ninjas. Could it be that they could still disobey Hokage's orders? Even if you become a Hokage, don't you have to obey the order of the daimyo? You can't dream of becoming a big name, can you? It seems that the thing was not there when he was born, and he will never have in his life. Forget it, don't want to. Shikamaru suddenly felt a little irritable, so I just didn't think about it. In fact, as it is now, living a day is a day, which is pretty good. However, Ryosuke, does he want to have that ability too? Shikamaru glanced sideways at Ryosuke, who was sitting next to him. Suddenly, I felt that the goal of my little friend was quite lofty. As far as, there is a high probability that it will not be possible. Ryosuke, class is about to start. Let's go back to the classroom. Ino recruits from a distance, calling the name of Night God Ryosuke. Let's go. Shikamaru stood up, patted the dust off his clothes, and walked slowly towards the stairs. Ryosuke, the night god behind him, picked up a piece of Shikamaru's hair from the ground when he got up. Then it was collected into the biological pheromone warehouse. The first class in the afternoon is the theoretical knowledge class that Yagami Ryosuke dislikes the most. So he deserted openly. While practicing not Madra with both hands under the table, he took out Shikamaru's hair and let the system convert it into a talent entry. Ding! Transformation succeeded. Congratulations to host for getting the talent entry. Scholar, Purple, straight a student? Yagami Ryosuke glanced at Shikamaru. Indeed, this guy Shikamaru is a master of point control. A talent entry like Shueba can probably be transformed from Shikamaru. For others, even Haruno Sakura, who has the highest theoretical score in the class, is more likely to be diligent and eager to learn. To be honest, in Class A of their 4th grade, Shikamaru is probably the only real top student. Other people, at the top of the sky, he is a fake academic master. Shueba, Purple learning knowledge is easy for you. You are immersed in the ocean of knowledge, and all knowledge will become nutrients for your growth. Learning ability plus 1000%. Shueba, the attribute of this entry is quite single. Just one learning ability has increased tenfold, but it's a purple talent entry. Understandable. In the previous Princess White Eyes entry, the two attributes add up to only 400%, but the entry, Princess White Eyes, comes with the blood of the White Eyes and Hyuga clan. This is better than Shikamaru's entry. In terms of pure data, 10 times is obviously better than 4 times. It can only be said that each has its own advantages. Anyway, Night God Ryosuke likes this entry of Shueba. Learning ability, of course, also includes learning ninjutsu, taijutsu, and illusion. In the future, Night God Ryosuke can not only open the practice plugin of Shadow Clone, You can also get 10 times the bonus of learning ability. The efficiency of cultivation should not be too high. Sure enough, people with smart brains, the talent entries that come out are also related to this aspect. Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself, so far, the system has been activated for 4 days, and Night God Ryosuke has obtained 9 talent entries. 2 of them are purple, and the remaining 7 are all golden. It can be said that the harvest is extremely rich, but such a good thing will definitely be difficult to replicate in the future. After all, the medium used by Ryosuke to transform talent entries in the early stage came from important tasks in this world, so the transformed talent entries will naturally be relatively excellent. And after all these people have been transformed, Night God Ryosuke can only take the next best thing, aiming at those less important characters. At this point, gold has been withdrawn continuously from the previous 2 days, and there are 3 golden legends as soon as they are withdrawn. But these 2 days have only harvested 2 purple talent entries, which can be seen. Good talent entries cannot be opened all the time. Fortunately, talent entries can be upgraded. Although at present, the Night God Ryosuke has not used the function of upgrading. But that's because he currently has no talent entries to disassemble and no experience points, so naturally he can't upgrade the existing talent entries. What's more, the purple gold talent entry is not so easy to upgrade. Taking the most rubbish white talent entry as an example, 10 experience points are required to upgrade to the green talent entry. This is very little, so little that it can be ignored. But after each upgrade, the experience value is increased by 10 times. When it comes to the golden talent entry, if you want to upgrade to the god level talent entry, you need a full 100,000 experience points. Night God Ryosuke has not disassembled talent entries so far. I don't know how much experience points can be obtained by disassembling an entry, but thinking about it, this should be linked to the quality of the disassembled talent entry. The better the talent entry, the more experience points you will get when you decompose it. Night God Ryosuke. Talent entry. Son of Destiny, gold, you are the darling of destiny in the legend, so you can always turn bad luck into good fortune in the face of danger. Luck is always with you, and your strength is plus 500% in all aspects when you encounter fatal danger. Plus 1,000% chance of your enemies being unlucky. Spirit of Vengeance. Gold, you are an avenger, and you are unstoppable on the road of revenge. Chakra cultivation efficiency, plus 1,000%. Ninjutsu power, plus 500%. Cursed eyes. Gold, your eyes are cursed by the world, but the world is ignorant. How do you know your talent? Get Sharingan with Uchiha blood. Eye-opening efficiency, plus 1,000%. Pupil power, plus 500%. Indra's resentment. Gold, Indra is resentful because of his father's preference for Ashura, and his resentment for dozens of lives is unmatched. Pupil power, plus 500%. Susanoo's body size, plus 500%. Pupil power, plus 500%. Chakra, plus 1,000%. King of Mouth Escape. Gold in your language is naturally convincing. The more you express your views from the heart, the easier it is for others to agree. He is a natural-born mouth escape king. Persuasion, plus 3,000%. Affinity, plus 1,000%. The incarnation of the demon fox. Gold, you are the incarnation of the evil fox in the world. Your existence makes people around you fearful. Your power is enough to bring disaster to the world. Your existence is a terrible natural disaster. Chakra, plus 1,500%. Ninjutsu power, plus 500%. Additional ability. Perception of good and evil. Ashura's kindness. Golden, the kind Ashura always hopes to bring peace to the world with his own hands. His innocence and kindness can infect others, but sometimes he also brings trouble to himself. In his heart, he also brought in the power to change the world. Physical fitness, plus 1,000%. Resilience, plus 1,000%. Natural affinity, plus 1,000%. Chakra, plus 1,000%. Comes with Sage Body. Princess White Eyes. Purple pure white eyes make you born with extraordinary potential, and the family will be honored because of you. Please try hard to develop your eyes. Maybe it will bring you unexpected surprises. White eyes observation distance plus 200%. White eye purity plus 200%. Comes with white eyes blood succession limit, Hyuga bloodline. Shueba. Purple learning knowledge is easy for you. You are immersed in the ocean of knowledge, and all knowledge will become nutrients for your growth. Learning ability plus 1000%. Number of conversions, 0 times. Biological pheromone warehouse, no items. Opening the character panel of the system, Night God Ryosuke admired his achievements in the past 4 days. In just 4 days, the changes before and after him can already be described as earth-shaking. 4 days ago, he was the second to last 10,000 years in the 4th grade of the ninja school. Stop talking, Genin. Can't even beat the reserve Genin. And 4 days later, Kaga level amount of Chakra. For attribute Ninjutsu, degrade Konoha body flicker technique. Class B shadow clone technique. There are also 6 or 7 body arts moves. Add it all up and make Night God Ryosuke strong enough to rival some Chunin. If it weren't for combat experience, it would be too rubbish. Even especially Jonin, it's not impossible to fight. After all, most of the ninjutsu that Special Jonin knows are actually not many. What Ryosuke lacks compared to Special Jonin is just combat experience. Before I knew it, my strength was already this strong. Night God Ryosuke himself felt a little incredible. Actually, Yagami Ryosuke can be even stronger. For example, his Sharingan is about to open the 3-hook jade. Once the 3-hook jade is activated, his pupil power will be close to the level of Mangekyo. There's also his physical fitness. With the blessing of the primary sage body and 10 times the recovery power. As long as he practices physical skills for a while, his physical fitness will definitely soar. At that time, it will be combined with a 10-fold increase in physical fitness. Even with just physical skills, Night God Ryosuke can defeat most of the Chunin. And now with 10 times the learning ability. Moves like Rasengan are believed to be learned soon. By the time, Yagami Ryosuke can start making various balls. In this way, with Chakra in place, Night God Ryosuke is enough to reach Kaga-level lethality in a short time. Certainly, the lethality belongs to the lethality. In a real fight, if you can't hit someone, it's useless. But how old is Yagami Ryosuke? He is only 10 years old. Combat experience, and these things give him a little bit of a year or two, and then he will be a Kaga-level strongman. And in the past 2 years, the talent entry of Night God Ryosuke will not stop there. He will also get more talent entries. At that time, the strength will be under the blessing of these entries. I'm afraid it's far more than a simple Kaga level. At least it's a top Kaga level master, right? Thinking of this, Yagami Ryosuke couldn't help but look forward to the future. Shikamaru had previously asked him what he thought about the future. In fact, Night God Ryosuke wants to say that the future has already been in his hands. Whether it is to dominate the world or to save the world. It's all just a thought of Night God Ryosuke. Tomorrow is the weekend. Shall we go to the river to play ninja games? Sasuke, do you want to come together tomorrow? Go away. Little Sakura, shall I go play with you tomorrow? F***K at Naruto. The 3 classes in the afternoon are over, and the ninja school is also over. Because tomorrow and the day after tomorrow are the weekend, the ninja school is closed, so everyone is discussing how to play on the weekend while packing their things. Haruno Sakura just planned to invite Sasuke, but was scolded by Sasuke impatiently, "Go away," which made little Sakura very hurt. As a result, Naruto did not know what to do at this time, so naturally he was scolded by little Sakura. Naruto is too dog-licking. Night God Ryosuke couldn't help shaking his head watching this scene. But this is probably one of Naruto's few hobbies. Mischief and chasing after little Sakura. Ryosuke, do you have any plans for the weekend? Naruto, who was injured on the little Sakura's side, could only run to seek comfort from his little friends. On weekends, Let's practice. Yagami Ryosuke thought for a while and said, he plans to take advantage of the weekend to exercise his body. After all, he has a primary sage body and 10 times the recovery power, and it is too wasteful not to exercise. As for ninjutsu, leave it to Shadow Clone. Knight God Ryosuke has been able to create 5 Shadow Clone stably. Practice. Naruto had a boastful expression on his face. He hates cultivation the most. Not that Naruto is lazy. It's his poor chakra control ability, which makes him unable to see the slightest progress no matter how much he practices. Over time, Naruto gave up completely. Simply smash it. Seeing Naruto's lack of interest, Yagami Ryosuke thought about it and decided to persuade Naruto. Otherwise, after graduating from the ninja school 2 years later, Naruto is the tail of the crane who can only use one shadow clone technique. When in danger, he can only count on the 9 tails chakra in his body to erupt. Although later during the Chunin exam, he will meet Jiraiya and learn to control the huge chakra in his body. But if the foundation can be laid in advance, it will definitely help the future. Naruto, this guy is not bad. Knight God Ryosuke also wants to help him. Within reach. Naruto, I treat you as a friend and tell you some things. If you only know how to play pranks all day like now, I'm afraid you won't be able to graduate from the ninja school in 2 years. Knight God Ryosuke certainly knows that Naruto can graduate smoothly, but now he wants to persuade Naruto to practice hard. Of course, I won't tell him directly that you can graduate. So let's play badly to your heart's content. You know, there's a guy named Rock Lee in the 5th grade class 1 grade above us. He is just like you. He can't learn the 3-body technique. And he's even worse than you. He can't even use it at all. But he has been insisting on practicing physical skills. And he has worked harder than anyone I have ever seen. Ninjas like Rock Lee are still working hard to improve themselves and fight for their ninja dreams. Naruto, your situation is at least better than his. What reason is there not to practice hard? Don't you want everyone to recognize you? But if you just play pranks all day long, it won't have any other effect except to make everyone hate you more. The words of Knight God Ryosuke can be said to be true from a heart. He really didn't want Naruto to continue wasting time like this. There's still 2 years before the plot really begins. If during these 2 years, Naruto can practice hard and spend the time of pranks on cultivation, at least at the beginning of the plot, his strength is much stronger than now. As for whether this will change the plot, to be honest, Knight God Ryosuke doesn't worry about that at all. His strength is his confidence to do so. If a strong person is always timid, he dare not do this or that. Then what do you need this powerful force for? The reason why a strong man is a strong man is not only because he possesses great strength. At the same time, you must also have the will to move forward and not be afraid of difficulties and obstacles. Knight God Ryosuke dare not say that he already has these, but he will at least work in that direction, can live another life. He didn't want to live a useless life anymore, living in a cringe. Naruto, in front of him, lowered his head. I don't know if it was hit by the words of the Knight God Ryosuke. Just when Knight God Ryosuke wanted to comfort him a few words, he felt that he was a little too hasty. Naruto suddenly raised his head with blood on his face, stepped on the stool next to him, and shouted loudly, "It's decided. From today, I, Uzumaki Naruto, will work hard to practice." Ryosuke, you're right. I wasted all my time on pranks, but I didn't think about working hard in the past to change everything by relying on my own strength. I understand now, Ryosuke. You're absolutely right. Look, I will definitely impress you in the future. Naruto looked excited. Knight God Ryosuke. No, are my words so contagious? Etc. Could it be? Mouth Escape King, the effect of the entry? King of Mouth, the talent entry is 30 times more persuasive, and Knight God Ryosuke has never had a deep feeling before. But at this moment, looking at Naruto, who was completely convinced by his own words and vowed to practice hard to change his life, Knight God Ryosuke realized the horror of this talent entry for the first time. So, I will be able to cheat on others in the future? Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. Certainly, 30 times the increase is terrifying. But if the other party doesn't agree with what you said in the bottom of their hearts, then even 100 times increase is useless. The reason why Naruto is like this is actually related to his own recognition of some of the views of the night god Ryosuke. But if there is no 30-fold convincing blessing, then Naruto will only think that what Ryosuke said is right, but he will think that he cannot do it, so he will not put it into action. But now, under 30 times the power of persuasion, Naruto was directly convinced, and this influence will be rooted deep in his heart. For a long time, Naruto will be influenced by the words of night god Ryosuke today. King of Mouth Escape, it's really terrifying. Naruto, why is he crazy? Ino came over at this time, looked curiously at Naruto, who hurried out of the classroom, and asked the night god Ryosuke. It's nothing, he just decided not to play pranks in the future and to practice hard. Yagami Ryosuke said, "No more pranks? Work hard." Naruto. Ino smiled and shook his head with a look of disbelief. That's Naruto. From the first day of school at the age of 6 for 4 full years, he was either playing a prank or on the way to a prank. This guy will change S**X all of a sudden? Ino doesn't believe it. Night god Ryosuke also knows that Ino won't believe it. But time will tell. Don't talk about Naruto. Ino obviously didn't care much about Naruto's affairs. She looked at night god Ryosuke and said, "Ryosuke, do you want to have a picnic together this weekend?" Shikamaru and the others are going too. Behind him, Shikamaru, who was pulled by the young man, was speechless. He obviously planned to stay at home on weekends and play chess in a daze. As a result, Ino insisted on pulling him to say that he wanted to have a picnic. The relationship is to invite night god Ryosuke, so pull him over as an excuse. Women are such trouble. Shikamaru rolled his eyes, his heart aching for the weekend he was about to lose. Picnic, why not put on Sunday afternoon? I have to practice at other times, and I don't have time. Yishan Ryosuke thought about it and felt that it is necessary to relax after practicing, combining work and rest. But cultivation should still come first. Ryosuke, your strength is already stronger than Uchiha Sasuke. Do you still have to work so hard? Ino was a little disappointed. In fact, the picnic was not her purpose, but her purpose was to spend this weekend with night god Ryosuke. Pity. Night god Ryosuke wants to practice and has no time to accompany her. It's not nearly enough. Night god Ryosuke shook his head and said. Shikamaru, behind him, is in a good mood at this moment, because the weekend he thought he was going to lose was now back. Ryosuke, this guy, what a nice guy. Shikamaru chuckled inwardly. Okay then, Sunday afternoon then. Ino had no choice but to accept the result. Today is Saturday, and the ninja school is off. Yagami Ryosuke got up at 6 o'clock in the morning, washed up, had breakfast, and went out. Konoha number 4 training ground. A river. Night god Ryosuke formed seals with both hands, separated 5 shadow clone, and then asked them to practice ninjutsu, develop Rasengan and Chakra control respectively, and then came to a big tree alone. Let's get started. First do 1,000 push-ups. Night god Ryosuke himself also started today's practice. His purpose is to improve his physical fitness and enhance his physical ability. As we all know, most of the physical ninjas in the Hokage world also rely on chakra to achieve combat effectiveness. But this does not mean that taijutsu ninjas are not physically fit. In fact, taijutsu ninjas are much stronger in physical fitness than ninjutsu or phantom ninjas, although it is far from being comparable to the monsters in the pirate world next door. But at least it is far beyond ordinary people. The night god Ryosuke has unique innate conditions in this regard. First up is the junior sage body. Let his cell vitality far exceed that of ordinary people. Heals faster from injuries. Stamina consumption can also be replenished faster. Secondly, Ashura's Mercy. This talent entry also bestows the night god Ryosuke with 10 times the recovery ability. This resilience is the resilience of the body. The primary sage body itself is already very good. Another 10 times bonus. It was just like a monster. With 1,000 push-ups, Yagami Ryosuke felt like he did it with ease. Easier than imagined. So Knight, God Ryosuke, decided to increase the difficulty for himself. Since 1,000 push-ups are easy, let's directly increase to 3,000. Taking Ryosuke's 10-year-old physical fitness as an example, if he wants to complete 3,000 push-ups, no matter how good his recovery is, it will be very difficult. Especially the further you get to the back, the more strenuous it is. 2,000 ahead, Yagami Ryosuke feels quite relaxed. But when he reached 2,500, he felt a little tired. When I got up, it was already a little difficult, not as easy as before. And wait until it reaches 2,800. Yagami Ryosuke felt as if his arms would not be able to support his body in the next second. But he still gritted his teeth and insisted on completing the last 200 push-ups. Wait until all 3,000 push-ups are done. Knight, God Ryosuke, also lay directly on the ground, panting heavily. Rested for several minutes. He just felt a little relieved. It's so tiring, but it's also very enjoyable. Yagami Ryosuke couldn't help grinning. This is probably pain and happiness. After a short rest, Knight God Ryosuke got up again and continued to start leapfrog training. 3,000 leapfrogs. Let Yagami Ryosuke feel that his legs are almost unconscious. When he was done, he lay down on the ground again. Tired and rested for 2 or 3 minutes, he could stand up again and walk slowly in a small area on the spot to recover his strength. One morning, Yagami Ryosuke is exercising in the woods by the river. He didn't practice those physical moves. Those are just tricks to attack. After he copied it with Sharingan, he had already learned it. At most, let Shadow Clone practice and get familiar with it. What really matters is physical improvement. A morning of hell training. Knight God Ryosuke also experienced the difficulties of Rock Lee and the others. However, with his strong recovery ability, Knight God Ryosuke survived. In contrast, without Rock Lee and Might Guy, who are blessed with such unique physical conditions as Knight God Ryosuke, is the real hardship. Compared with them, Knight God Ryosuke is actually not that hardworking. But a morning of hard training is still effective. At least Knight God Ryosuke feels that his physique has improved a lot. After all, his original foundation was too poor. If it weren't for the blessing of 10 times his physical fitness, he would not be able to complete this kind of high-intensity training. Does this count as a card bug? Yagami Ryosuke thought while walking on the road. During training, because of the 10 times the physical fitness bonus, he can complete those training difficulties that he could not complete at all. But in fact, his foundation is very poor. Therefore, under high-intensity training, these feedbacks directly act on the poor foundation of Yishun Ryosuke, and the effect is particularly good. So much so that it's just a morning workout. It made Yishun Ryosuke feel that his physique had been greatly strengthened. Never mind him, as long as it works. Yishun Ryosuke thought with a smile, and then left the number 4 training ground. It's noon. He's going to have lunch and then return to workout. Go to Ichiraku Ramen. I don't think I've ever been. As a famous spot in Konoha village, Ichiraku Ramen. Yagami Ryosuke really has never tasted the craftsmanship of the hand-beating uncle. I wonder if it is as delicious as in the legend? Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant. Yagami Ryosuke opened the curtain at the door and entered. As soon as I walked in, I saw a white-haired Kakashi sitting in the front seat, holding a bad book and waiting for the ramen to come. Hataki Kakashi. Knight God Ryosuke's eyes flashed, and he sat down with a calm expression. Uncle, here's a tonkatsu ramen. I want a big bowl. Yagami Ryosuke yelled. Come on, please wait a moment, guest. The hand-slapping boss who was busy at work responded, and beside him was his daughter Changpu, who was helping him. From time to time, his eyes will glance at Kakashi, who is sitting over there reading a book. After Yagami Ryosuke noticed this scene, he also turned his head to look at Kakashi, who was reading seriously beside him. Is there something wrong? Although Kakashi is reading a book, as a ninja, he is still very vigilant about the surrounding environment, and even the slightest trouble can't be hidden from him. Whether it was the calamus over there who peeked at him from time to time, or the kid who just sat down next to him, he had noticed it. Did you dye your hair on purpose? Night God Ryosuke pointed to Kakashi's white hair and asked innocently. No, it's natural. Kakashi responded nonchalantly. I don't believe it, no matter how you look at it. It looks like a wig. Yagami Ryosuke stood up to touch Kakashi's hair, but it was blocked by Kakashi's hand. Little devil, I have real hair. Kakashi stared at the kid in front of him with dead fish eyes. The current brat is really hard to like, he thought. Failed. Night God Ryosuke was a little disappointed. Originally wanted to use an excuse to pull out one of Kakashi's hairs, but he didn't have much hope. After all, as an elite jonin, even though Kakashi usually looks like a kidney deficiency, the strength of elite jonin is still real, not a joke. Cut. Blame uncle. Yagami Ryosuke took his hand back and muttered softly. Kakashi's eyes twitched a few times. I complained in my heart that you are the strange brat. Also, I'm only in my 20s, so I want to call you brother, B********************. Guest, your miso ramen is ready. At this time, Iris also came over with a large bowl of ramen and placed it in front of Kakashi. Thanks. Kakashi put away the little P*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Calamus said with a smile. But there was no intention of leaving. Kakashi didn't care, picked up the chopsticks, and picked up a piece of ramen, and then moved so fast that it was impossible to see clearly. He put the ramen into his mouth and put on the mask again. Calamus. Night, God Ryosuke. I knew it. Yagami Ryosuke rolled his eyes inwardly. Kakashi, because of his beauty mole, doesn't want others to see his face. Even when eating, he puts food into his mouth at the speed of an elite jonin. So fast that even if you stare closely, you can't see clearly. Calamus, come and help, the uncle shouted. Coming. Not being able to see Kakashi's face, Iris, who was a little disappointed, could only turn around and go back to help. And Kakashi continued to eat the bowl of miso ramen in his own way. Yagami Ryosuke stared at him, but after a while he got bored and looked away. Boss, come 4 bowls of soy sauce ramen. Hey, Kakashi, you eat ramen here too. In the Ichiraka ramen restaurant, 2 more customers came. One big and one small, wearing the same clothes, even the same hairstyle. Yagami Ryosuke looked back. His expression froze, and he turned his head back silently. It's this wonderful pair of master and apprentice. He said in his heart. The visitors are Might Guy and Rock Lee, Konoha's wonderful mentors and apprentices. Rock Lee has already worshipped Might Guy as his teacher before he graduated. He is different from Hyuganiji and Tiantian. He cannot use ninjutsu, so he can only practice body skills. It was also appreciated by Might Guy because of his tenacious character. So when he was still studying in the ninja school, he was already taking Rock Lee to practice physical skills. But Night God Ryosuke is very suspicious that Might Guy accepted Rock Lee early because he looks too similar to himself. Of course, Shally did work very hard. There's no doubt about it. It's God. Kakashi turned around to say hello and continued to eat noodles on his own. Might Guy doesn't care about Kakashi's cold attitude. He's used to it and knows that his old friend has this kind of personality. Instead, Rock Lee has been staring at Night God Ryosuke. I do not know what that means. Are you the 4th-year Night God Ryosuke? Suddenly, Shally came over and looked at Night God Ryosuke and said, Yes, it's me. Night God Ryosuke didn't expect Rock Lee to recognize him. Obviously, they're not in the same grade. Shally, is this your classmate? Might Guy looked at Night God Ryosuke. As a physical master, he soon discovered that Night God Ryosuke had traces of practicing physical skills. Teacher, he's a 4th grader 1 grade below me. Rock Lee replied and explained, but he beat Uchiha Sasuke, the head student in their class 2 days ago. And he used to be a crane tail. Whoa, this is so inspiring. While talking, Rock Lee suddenly burst into tears for no reason. Night God Ryosuke's mouth twitched, subconsciously moved to the side. Shally, this is youth. Might Guy didn't care about the crying Rock Lee at all. but put one hand on his head, showing a big white fan with his mouth, and said, "Youth is not allowed to give up. As long as you persist, youth will repay you. Young man, I have seen your youth." Might Guy suddenly said something to Knight God Ryosuke and gave him a thumbs up. This. Yagami Ryosuke felt so embarrassed. Fortunately, there is no one in the ramen shop at the moment. Otherwise, he would have taken the opportunity to slip away. "Well, it's really nothing," Yagami Ryosuke said awkwardly. "Did this kid defeat the descendants of the Uchiha clan?" Kakashi, who was still eating noodles just now, also took a serious look at Yagami Ryosuke at this time, with a somewhat emotional look in his eyes. Perhaps this reminded him of his former friend, Uchiha Bito. "Young man, do you want to run a youth race with me?" Might Guy is suddenly interested in Knight God Ryosuke, a hard-working ninja who counterattacks the chief student and is worthy of his interest. "No, I still want to eat noodles." Knight God Ryosuke refused Might Guy's invitation without hesitation. "Trying to run a race with you guys? Then do I have to wear the same clothes as you? Slip away. Can't afford it." Seeing that Knight God Ryosuke refused, Might Guy was not disappointed. He just invited casually. After all, he hasn't seen the passion for martial arts like Rock Lee in Ryosuke, the Night God. If the other party's talent is in ninjutsu, wouldn't he be trying to mislead his son? At this time, Yagami Ryosuke's ramen is also ready. Calamus brought it to him. "Guest, please use your ramen slowly." Iris smiled slightly at Knight God Ryosuke, then glanced at Might Guy's master and apprentice over there, and the corners of his eyes twitched a few times. Really, most people can't stand this wonderful pair of master and apprentice. "Uncle, another bowl." Although the taste of Ichiraka ramen is not as delicious as in the legend, the ingredients are indeed very solid, and the taste is quite good. Ryosuke, who has been exercising all morning, is also very hungry. At this moment, after eating a big bowl of ramen, I felt like I was half full, so I ordered another bowl. "Shaoli, did you see that? Even an outstanding junior like you has already finished the first bowl. We can't fall behind." Might Guy grabbed his chopsticks and quickly wiped out the food in front of him. Rock Lee looked at the soy sauce ramen in front of him. His face sank, and he said, "But teacher, I don't have that much money." "It's okay. The teacher treats you today." Might Guy generously took out a wad of money and slapped it on the table. "Shaoli, just eat as much as you can." "Teacher Guy." "Shaoli." Seeing that this wonderful pair of master and apprentice was about to play tricks again, Kakashi on the side quickly finished the last bite of noodles and then took out 60 tails and put them on the table. "Guy, I'm leaving first. You guys eat slowly." Kakashi waved his hand and left the ramen shop quickly. As expected of my lifelong opponent, Kakashi, Might Guy was wiping away his tears and snot while eating noodles with big mouthfuls. He finished a large bowl of soy sauce ramen in 3 or 4 bites. It's a shame that he ate such hot noodles so quickly. "Don't you think it's hot?" Yagami Ryosuke complained in his heart, then watched Might Guy and ordered another bowl of miso ramen. Half an hour later, "I'm stuffed." Might Guy put down his chopsticks, and a large pile of ramen bowls had already been piled up next to him. A full 12 bowls. As expected of Konoha's physique expert, he has a good appetite. Unlike Kakashi, 1 bowl is enough. "I'm full too." Rock Lee, who followed closely behind, also put down his chopsticks. Although he didn't eat as much as Might Guy, he still finished 5 bowls of ramen. This appetite is several times more exaggerated than that of normal adults. You know, Rock Lee is only 11 years old. In contrast, Yagami Ryosuke was still slowly eating his second bowl of tonkatsu ramen. There is no sign of trying to compete with them in speed. "Young man, we must continue to work hard in the future." Might Guy pulled out enough money to pay for the ramen and put it on the table. Before leaving, he said hello to Yagami Ryosuke, and then left the ramen restaurant with Rock Lee. It's finally gone. Yagami Ryosuke watched them all leave before finishing the last bit of ramen in the bowl. In fact, he could have finished eating a long time ago, but just to wait for Might Guy and his master and apprentice to leave, he abruptly slowed down the speed several times, and the ramen he made was almost cold. After taking a few bites, Yagami Ryosuke put 120 taels on the table then reached out to touch Kakashi's position just now and picked up a silver white hair. Even elite jonin cannot avoid normal physiological metabolism. Hair loss is also normal. Subsequently, Knight God Ryosuke went over to pick up a few more black hairs. I don't know which of these black hairs is Might Guy's and which is Rock Lee's. Anyway, it must belong to the two of them. So Knight God Ryosuke was put into the biological pheromone warehouse and kept for future use. It just so happens that today's conversion opportunity hasn't been used yet. Just use Kakashi's. Knight God Ryosuke has actually stored several hairs in the biological information warehouse. There's a Kimichi Choji's, Ino's, and even Inazuka's. They were all used by him to transform talent entries in the future. But now there's a better choice. Of course, he chooses Kakashi. Anyway, Kakashi was also a genius when he was a teenager. Graduated from ninja school at 5, became a chunin at 6, and became a jonin at the age of 12 when other kids had just graduated from ninja school. This resume alone is scary enough. Even more exaggerated than Uchiha Itachi. But he became famous when he was young, but his subsequent achievements were a bit unsatisfactory. Elite jonin strength is really good, but only good. That's not Kakashi's limit. He should be able to become the second Konoha's White Fangya. Pity. Sharingan dragged him down, and at the same time, the change in mentality also made him lazy, far less motivated than when he was young. But even this cannot conceal Kakashi's talent. This is a ninja with Kaga-level talent. It's a pity that I chose the wrong path. System, transform Kakashi's hair. Knight God Ryosuke said silently in his heart. In the next second, the silver white hair in his hand disappeared, and at the same time, several system prompts sounded in his mind. Ding! Transformation succeeded. Congratulations to host for getting the talent entry. 50% off gold. 55? Is Ataki 50 to 50 open? Is it 50 to 50 open? Yagami Ryosuke's sensory system is spit on Kakashi's settings. But this time the transformed talent entry turned out to be golden again. Should it be said that he is indeed Zung Jin's genius boy Kakashi? Incredible. Knight God Ryosuke immediately opened the description of his talent entry to view the specific information. 55 split. Gold, the legendary special talent, can be forcibly split into 55 splits when fighting any enemy whose strength is higher than one's own. Battle detection plus 1000%. Combat instinct plus 1000%. Comes with a mandatory 50 to 50 halo. Compulsory 50 to 50 halo. Within 3 minutes, the target cannot cause substantial damage to you. F***K. There is something about this talent entry. Knight God Ryosuke looked at the information introduction above. 2 attributes, one to see through combat, which strengthens Knight God Ryosuke's ability to see through the enemy's flaws in battle and seize fleeting opportunities. A fighting instinct. Even if the Knight God Ryosuke has no combat experience, he can fight very well just by instinct, and some magical strokes are enough to make people overwhelmed. These 2 attributes obviously increase the strength of Knight God Ryosuke in battle. If used well, there is no problem in defeating the strong with the weak. But the most important thing is the mandatory 50 to 50 halo at the back. This thing can force Knight God Ryosuke to be invincible for 3 minutes during the battle. Within 3 minutes, the target cannot cause substantial damage to itself. Isn't this invincible? Proper magical skill. But the effect of this talent entry also has a premise. That is the strength of the enemy, which must be stronger than itself. If it is about the same strength as Knight God Ryosuke, or simply weaker than himself, that would be completely useless. It's useless when you abuse food, but if you're facing a strong enemy, this thing can not only save your life, but it may even turn the tables against the wind. Yagami Ryosuke felt that it was really coming to eat this Ichiraka ramen today. Otherwise, at the age when he is still in the ninja school, when will he meet Kakashi, the elite jonin? To know, Kakashi at the moment seems to be working in Umbu. Usually, he would not show up in the village at all, and, except Kakashi. He additionally harvests biopheromones from Might Guy and Rock Lee. The latter is a plus. But Might Guy's biopheromones are definitely valuable. After all, that's the man who almost brought up the finale. Even Kakashi can transform golden talent entries, so there is no reason for a physical master like Emperor Guy to only transform purple talent entries, right? This back and forth, that is 2 golden talent entries. Good guy, this time I made a lot of money. Yagami Ryosuke smiled like a fox, feeling happy in his heart. However, today's surprises don't seem to be over yet. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully equipping 10 talent entries. The system will start updating in 3 seconds. System update? Night God Ryosuke was still wondering. 3 seconds have passed. However, a progress bar appeared in his mind. 0%, 10%, 30%, 100%. Less than 5 seconds before and after. Even before Ryosuke had time to think about the changes in this system update, the system was just updated. Yagami Ryosuke. No, do you update the system so fast? What's your internet speed? 8G. Yagami Ryosuke subconsciously complained. Then, he asked again with concern. System, what features have you added in this update? This update of the system adds the function of hanging up the entry. The system answers. Hang up the entry? What's the use of that? Night God Ryosuke wondered. Host can choose to hang up a certain talent item that has been equipped, and the hung-up item will get the corresponding experience value every day. The system quickly explained. That's it. How much experience can I get if I hang up the entry of Destiny's Son? When Yishun Ryosuke heard it, his eyes lit up. This function is good. Before, because there were no decomposable talent entries, these talent entries of Night God Ryosuke were still in their original state, and none of them could be upgraded. Certainly, these talent entries on Ryosuke, the Night God, are all high-quality talent entries. Even if they don't upgrade, they're still very powerful. But wouldn't it be stronger if it could be upgraded to another level? Who would despise oneself becoming stronger? So as soon as you hear the entry, the hang-up function can make the hung-up entry gain experience value rewards. Night God Ryosuke's interest was immediately raised. I just don't know how much experience is gained every day. The golden talent entry is rewarded with 10 hang-up experience points every day. The system answers. 10 o'clock? Night God Ryosuke calculated that a golden talent entry needs 100,000 experience points to upgrade to a god-level talent entry. At 10 o'clock every day, that means 10,000 days. This is more than 27 years. No, isn't the experience value given by the system too little? How can only 10 points be enough? Yagami Ryosuke immediately protested the dissatisfaction. 10 experience points? What is that enough for? What? 10 points of experience is enough for the white talent entry to be promoted to green? Feel sorry. Night God Ryosuke doesn't have that kind of garbage talent entry. He didn't like it either. Facing the protest of Night God Ryosuke, the system did not respond. And Yishan Ryosuke waited for a while and found that the system didn't take care of him, so he could only accept this reality resentfully. 10 o'clock is 10 o'clock. Better than nothing. And if you think about it carefully, 10 o'clock is actually a lot. It took a long time for the golden talent entry to be upgraded to the god-level talent entry. But what if it was purple to gold? That's actually just over 2 years. It happened to be shortly after the official start of the plot. In this way, when the time comes, several purple talent entries on Ryosuke, the Night God, can also be upgraded to gold. The attributes must be greatly improved. Not to mention, hanging up is second. It mainly relies on decomposing other talent entries to obtain experience points. Hanging up is just adding a shortcut to lie down and win for those who like to be lazy. By the way, the gold talent entry is worth 10 experience points per day. So what about purple? How many experience points does purple have per day? Night God Ryosuke suddenly remembered that the 10 experience points were obtained by hanging up the golden talent entry. Not all talent entries. But this time, the system didn't respond to him. Forget it. I'll see for myself. Night God Ryosuke opened the character panel, and sure enough, he found an hang-up bar at the bottom. There are 3 grids in the hook column. That is to say, 3 talent entries can be hung up at the same time. Knight, God Ryosuke, try to put the entry of White-Eyed Princess on it. A progress bar is displayed immediately below this grid. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds, 6 experience points. Purple talent entry hang-up is 6 points of experience per day. From this point of view, it is the most cost-effective to hang up the golden talent entry. Yagami Ryosuke calculated silently in his heart. Although the golden talent entry takes longer to upgrade, it seems that it is not as cost-effective as the idle purple talent entry in the short term. But in fact it is not, because Night God Ryosuke can also decompose other entries to gain experience points. Therefore, he can completely assign all 3 hang-up slots to the golden talent entry. Afterwards, the experience points obtained by decomposing will be given priority to the purple talent entry. In this way, not only taking care of the purple talent entries, speeding up their upgrade to gold, but also enjoying the greatest hang-up benefits. And wait until the purple talent entries are upgraded to gold. Night God Ryosuke can distribute the experience points gained from subsequent decomposition to these 3 golden talent entries for hanging up. Speed up their upgrades. Then, after thinking about it for a while, Night God Ryosuke arranged the 3 golden talent entries of Ashura's Mercy, Indra's Resentment, and Son of Destiny in the 3 hang-up slots. Among them, Ashura's Mercy and Indra's Resentment have nothing to say. It is necessary to occupy an on-hook slot because these 2 talent entries are definitely the best among the golden entries. And the reason why the 3rd choice Children of Destiny, instead of other golden entries, Night God Ryosuke also thought twice before deciding. Improvement in 1 or 2 aspects compared to other golden entries. Son of Destiny. The improvement of this entry is all-round. A direct 500% improvement in all directions. And Night God Ryosuke has figured out the activation switch of this entry. Totally idealistic. As long as he feels dangerous, this entry will be activated. Therefore, choosing to upgrade Son of Destiny first is obviously more important than other golden entries. I wonder if this hanging slot can be increased in the future. With only 3 hang-up positions, Night God Ryosuke still feels that there are too few. If it can be like the talent entry, it can be equipped with unlimited equipment. That's good. Certainly, Night God Ryosuke also knew that was impossible. If there is no limit, wouldn't it be possible to hang up the talent entries of all equipment? Hook slot 1. Ashura's Mercy, Golden, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds, 10 experience points. Hook position 2. Indra's Resentment, Gold, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds, 10 experience points. Hook position 3. Son of Destiny, Gold, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds, 10 experience points. After confirming the 3 talent entries for hanging up, Yishun Ryosuke also returned to the number 4 training ground in the morning to continue his practice in the afternoon. In the afternoon, it was still physical training. Push-ups, squats, kicks, punches. A set of training items that could be called held difficulty was completed over and over again by Night God Ryosuke. Although very tired, but there is also a sense of accomplishment. At the same time, the 5 shadow clone assigned by Night God Ryosuke are also working hard on cultivation. A shadow clone practicing treading water. 2 shadow clones are practicing Rasengan. Of the remaining 3 shadow clones, 2 are responsible for practicing ninjutsu, and the other is familiar with various physical techniques while opening white eyes and Sharingan, and using the ability of insight to observe the surroundings. On the one hand, it is to avoid being discovered. On the other hand, it is also in order not to miss any opportunity to replicate more ninjutsu. Late at night, in the bedroom, Night God Ryosuke is sorting out today's harvest, a golden talent entry, plus an on-hook function after the system update. In addition, the shadow clone, who has been observing several training grounds with his eyes open and Sharingan, copied 3 new ninjutsu after a day today. A sea-level water dungeon technique a C-level heart beheading technique, and a B-level fire-style ninjutsu that surprised Ryosuke the most, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The water prison technique is copied from Chunin. It seems to be a ninja of the Sarutobi family. It is said that the ninjas of the Sarutobi family basically do not practice outside, but they all practice in the family training ground inside the clan. It is rare to see someone who came to the public training ground, and it is considered lucky for Ryosuke. And the other heart beheading technique was copied from the opponent of the Sarutobi family ninja. That's right, Night God Ryosuke was able to copy 3 new ninjutsu today. It was all because of these 2 Chunins fighting in the number 2 training ground when they were full and had nothing to do, so that it was in vain for Ryosuke, the Night God, to let him PR *SD*** Uta 3 ninjutsu for nothing. And there is a B-level fire style in it. This B-level fire style is also copied from the Chunin of the Sarutobi clan. Have to say, as expected of a ninja of the Sarutobi clan, even if it's just a Chunin, his ninjutsu is better than other civilians, especially Jonin. 4 B-level fire-style ninjutsu, like Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, ordinary civilian ninjas don't know how many tasks they need to do and how many contributions they need to accumulate in order to exchange for one. And these family ninjas, basically, as long as you show similar talents, you can be bestowed with such ninjutsu by the elders in the clan. In contrast, the treatment can be said to be very different. Besides, something like shuriken throwing techniques, the Night God Ryosuke also copied it conveniently. He is not a grandmaster shuriken thrower per se, nor does he have much interest in it. Generally speaking, Jinin will rely more on this aspect of skills in battle. After reaching Jonin, ninjutsu, illusion, or physical skills are basically used to determine the outcome. Shuriken throwing? Not everyone can play as fancy as Uchiha. For the most part, Jinin's shuriken throwing skills can only be described as mediocre. This is the one copied by Night God Ryosuke. Maybe next time I can replicate Nizuzi's shuriken throwing technique. Night God Ryosuke thought suddenly. Although Sasuke's shuriken is not as fancy as his brother's, but enough to outperform most mid-Jinins. But Night God Ryosuke didn't take this matter too seriously. After all, his current strength is already comparable to the special Jonin, and he is directly catching up with the official Jonin. Shuriken throwing or something. It doesn't have to be a lot of learning. It's optional. Anyway, it may not be useful. The biggest gain today is the talent entry 50 to 50, and the second is the improvement of physical fitness after a day of practice. The advantage of poor foundation is that the improvement effect in the early stage will be particularly obvious. It's very motivating. It's like losing weight. If you can see weight loss every day, the motivation will naturally flow. But if you can't reduce it no matter what you do, you will naturally give up over time. I slept comfortably. Waking up the next day, Yagami Ryosuke was not sore from the crazy exercise the day before. If it were someone else, they would not even be able to climb up. But Night God Ryosuke is like a normal person. Not only is my whole body comfortable, but I even feel more flexible and lighter in action than yesterday. One day of training, the effect is terrifying. If other taijutsu-type ninjas knew about this, their eyes would turn red with jealousy. Mom, I'm not going home for dinner tonight. I'm going to have a picnic with my classmates. While eating breakfast, Yagami Ryosuke thought of having a better picnic with Ino and the others the day before yesterday. So he told his mother Yagami Mizuki in advance. Having a picnic with your classmates? Would you like your mother to buy some things for you in advance? Yagami Mizuki asked with concern. No need, Mom. Night God Ryosuke quickly finished his breakfast. We will prepare it ourselves, and then we can catch some hares and pheasants in the forest. Hare and pheasant in the forest? Yagami Mizuki subconsciously remembered that when she was young, she also went to a picnic with her classmates, and she also said that she wanted to catch wild game to eat. In the end, everyone went home hungry. Is it really possible? Yagami Mizuki asked worriedly. After all, she also has personal experience in this regard, and it belongs to the experience of someone who has experienced it. Don't worry, Mom. Well, Then you should pay attention to safety and don't go to those dangerous places. Seeing her son's insistence, Yagami Mizuki didn't say anything more. She just reminded her son to be careful. After all, even in the village, some places are actually not safe. Mom, I'm going out of practice. Be careful on the road. Yagami Mizuki turned around and shouted. It is still number 4 training ground, the same place as yesterday. Night God Ryosuke first created 5 shadow clone. Let them practice on their own. Then I walked in front of the tree yesterday again and continued the hellish training. When people are doing something seriously, time always feels like it passes quickly. Before I knew it, it was noon again. Yagami Ryosuke temporarily stopped exercising. He took a bath in the river and changed into the coat he had taken off earlier. Then left the number 4 training ground. What are you having for lunch today? How about eating Ichiraku ramen again? Maybe I will meet other well-known ninjas in the village. Yagami Ryosuke was thinking about what to eat for lunch while walking. At this time, the sunlight in front was suddenly blocked by something. Yagami Ryosuke looked up and found that Kurini Yuhi, whom he met a few days ago, was standing in front of him and looking at him. Little brother, we meet again. Kurini Yuhi smiled and said to Yagami Ryosuke, It's Sister Hong. Yagami Ryosuke yelled sweetly. Did Sister Hong just come back from grocery shopping? Yagami Ryosuke noticed that Yue Hong was carrying a lot of bags in his hand, which contained some vegetables and meat. Obviously, just came back from the vegetable market. Yes, there's still guests at home at noon, so prepare more food. Noon? Night God Ryosuke looked at the sun that was already hanging in the center of the sky. It's already noon, isn't it? I just bought vegetables and came back to cook now. Isn't it a bit late? Kurini Yuhi seemed to see what Yagami Ryosuke was thinking, stuck out her tongue, and said cutely, I accidentally got the time wrong, so it's a bit late. But fortunately, everyone is on their own, and there are not so many rules. How about you, Ryosuke? Are you going home for dinner? Yue Hong asked. Night God Ryosuke shook his head. I won't go home for lunch. Then you must not have eaten yet, right? Yue Hong smiled and stretched out her hand, shaking the bag in her hand, and said, Then Ryosuke, would you like to help my sister carry the bag? My sister can treat you to dinner. Really? Sister Hong, how's your cooking skills? It's not the first time you're cooking, is it? Night God Ryosuke expressed his doubts about Konoha ninjas' cooking skills. After all, these female ninjas are performing tasks all day long. How can they have the time to practice cooking? With such a high probability, each of them should not be very good at cooking. Certainly, marriage is excluded. Most female ninjas can practice good cooking skills after they get married. What? Worried about my sister's cooking skills? Kurini Yuhi smiled and tapped Yagami Ryosuke's head with her finger, then handed him a smaller bag for him to carry. Let's go. I'll show you my sister's cooking skills. Okay, then I'll go all out. Night God Ryosuke looked ready to die generously. It directly made Yue Hong laugh. Yue Hong's residence is north of Konoha village. Most of the ninja clans here are located close to the center of Konoha. The location is very good. Although the Yuhi clan is dying, compared with the Hitaki family. But to say that the area where they live is indeed much better than that of the Hitaki family. But Shia Hong's home is not big, just a small 2-story building. Their front and backyards, about the size of Night God Ryosuke's house. The location is much better. Is this the home of Sister Hong? Yagami Ryosuke was still eyeing him curiously when he walked in the door. Come in. There are no children's shoes at home, so you can wear my sister's. Yue Hong handed over a pair of white plush slippers. The shoes are small and not big. However, it still looks a bit big for the 10-year-old Yagami Ryosuke. Stepping on slippers of a larger size, Yagami Ryosuke followed Yue Hong into the living room of her house. The layout of the living room is very simple, with a warm table, a TV, and a sideboard with some photos, water glasses, and the like. Yagami Ryosuke saw that one of the photos was a photo of a stern-faced uncle and a teenage Yue Hong. I thought, this person should be Yue Hong's father, Yehizan Hong. Most ninjas are short-lived. Those who can live long are either scourges or special dogs. In Konoha's third Hokage and Shimura Danzo, the elders have both, so live a very long time. Especially the two older guys, Koharu and Mitokado Hamura, live longer than Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Even directly from Hokage, live to the period of the incombustible Boruto. It is also the ultimate. Never on the battlefield, never directly involved in combat. If there is danger, hide in the family base camp. The word go has been implemented from beginning to end. Look at the people's ability. How many people in the ninja world can compare? As strong as first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The strength is close to the existence of Six Paths level. Didn't he hang up at a young age? So, in a ninja world, those who are stronger may not necessarily live longer. Those who are weak, as long as they find the right method, they can live a long life. That's my father. He died when I was a teenager. At this time, Kurenai Yuhi also walked behind Yagami Ryosuke. Looking at the photo, the voice and smile of his father when he was alive also appeared in his mind. Sister Hong, don't be sad. If Uncle Jinhong can see you in the Pure Land world, he will definitely wish you a happy life. Yagami Ryosuke grabbed Kurini's little hand and comforted her. Yuhi Jinhong died in the Nine Tails Rebellion. That is 10 years ago. At that time, Yuahong was 17 years old and a chunin. The Nine Tails Rebellion killed many Konoha village ninjas. Most of them are civilian ninjas and a small branch house ninjas. Yuhi Jinhong was one of the few elite jonin who died in that battle. After the general strength reaches the level of elite jonin, the probability of a ninja's sacrifice and danger will plummet because elite jonin's life-saving ability will be much stronger than jonin and jonjinin. Basically have a very strong hand, such as Kakashi's Raikiri. Yuhi Jinhong can be rated as an elite jonin, so she naturally has outstanding abilities. Pity. The Yuhi family is a family of illusions. Good at illusion. But the enemy of Yuhi Jinhong back then was Nine Tails, who was controlled by Brother Tuzi with Mangekyo. His illusion was completely useless. Before he could use all his skills, he was affected by the large-scale attack of Nine Tails and finally died due to the serious injuries. Actually, I have lived a pretty good life these years. If my father really looked at me in the Pure Land world, I think he will be very pleased. Yuahong suddenly said with a smile. Also, I'm currently preparing to rank as an official jonin, and my father will be proud of me when I become an official jonin. Sister Hong will definitely do it. Yagami Ryosuke raised his head and said, Then thank you, little Ryosuke, for your kind words. Kurini Yuhi rubbed Yagami Ryosuke's face with a smile, then smiled and let him sit casually, while she turned around and went to the kitchen to get busy. Yagami Ryosuke sat in the living room for a while and then ran to the kitchen. Sister Hong, I'll help you. I didn't expect our little Ryosuke to be a little gentleman. Yuahong turned her head and said with a smile, Well, can little Ryosuke know how to chop vegetables? I have practiced swordsmanship. Yagami Ryosuke said as he ran over and picked up the kitchen knife and gestured in his hand. In fact, where did he practice swordsmanship? That is to say, I have seen the scroll of swordsmanship left by my father and made a few comparisons by myself. About the same as now. Yuahong is also very jonin, and she also has a friend named Yuzuki Shien, who is good at swordsmanship. So she also has a certain ability to distinguish swordsmanship. She could tell at a glance that Ryosuke, the night god, hadn't learned any swordsmanship at all and was just gesticulating. Then please, little Ryosuke, cut up these vegetables. Yuahong smiled and put some vegetables aside. No problem, just watch mine. It's just chopping vegetables, so it's not hard for Ryosuke, the night god. Although he can't cook. But just cut it and it's perfectly fine. Kurenai Yuhi and Ryosuke Yagami are busy in the kitchen together. On the other side, two figures also came from outside the small building. Shien, your clothes look very nice today. Where did you buy them? Mitarashi Anko, who was walking on the road and was eating a few skewers of meatballs, also looked at Yuzuki Shien's beautiful attire beside him at this time, and asked curiously, Yuzuki Shien, Konoha Umbu's special jonin. Usually, I feel like a relatively cool young lady. Has a signature long purple hair, sharp eyes, and a beautiful face. But today's Yuzuki Yuyin is not dressed as a ninja, but is wearing a thin pink coat with a red lining inside, which doesn't look like Umbu at all. On the contrary, it looks like a rich daughter. I bought this during the last festival, and I think it looks pretty. Maiwa Shien smiled faintly and said, "Besides, I'm not resting these 2 days, and today I'm visiting Sister Hong's house again, so naturally, I have to dress more formally." "Oh, but you made me look very casual." Mitarashi Anko nodded seriously, and then looked at his daily style attire, which was completely inferior to him. "No, Anko, you look beautiful in anything," Yuzuki Shien said with a smile. "Really? Actually, I think so too." Haha. Mitarashi Anko couldn't help laughing happily. At this time, 2 more figures came towards him. "Oh, it's Anko and Yuzuki Jonin, you two." Sarutobi Asuma, smoking a cigarette, greeted the two. "Asuma, what are you?" Yuzuki Shien didn't speak. She was not familiar with Sarutobi Asuma. She had only met him a few times, but Mitarashi Anko was careless and asked directly. He pointed to Yuahong's house next to him. "Oh, I'm here to look for Hong." Asuma said, "Isn't today a weekend? I just heard that Yuahong is also resting today and didn't go out to perform tasks. Therefore, Asuma just wanted to invite Hong to have lunch, go shopping or something. He also just returned to the village recently. Then I found that those friends in the past have changed a lot in the past few years. Especially Hong, who looks more and more beautiful." Asuma couldn't take his eyes away from watching. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is very familiar with his son's personality, also saw his son's thoughts. So he gave Yuahong a vacation from time to time. The tasks assigned to her are basically not dangerous and can be completed relatively easily. While brushing your resume, there will be no accidents. After all, this is likely to be the future daughter-in-law. For his own family, Sarutobi Hiruzen is still very partial. Otherwise, the Sarutobi clan would not have cultivated so many jonin during his reign. It's good. Of course, it's cheaper for your own family. I knew you were looking for Hong again. Mitarashi Anko looked like, "I've seen through your mind," and winked at Asuma, making Asuma a little embarrassed. "Then what are you guys?" Asuma quickly changed the subject and pointed at the two of them, especially Yuzuki Shien. Asuma had never seen her dressed like this before. "We are different from you. We're the guests that Hong invited today." Mitarashi Anko raised his head with a smug expression. "Ah, this." Asuma scratched her head with a smirk. "It seems that I came at the wrong time," he thought. "However, since everyone is here, can't we not even meet each other? What's more, my father also said that when chasing a girl, the most important thing is to have a thick skin. If you always feel embarrassed, that's impossible to catch up with girls. Then I'll go with you." Asuma remembered his father's words and carried them through. He wasn't that thick-skinned before, but now, Asuma felt like she had adapted, and also feel pretty good. "If you want to follow, just follow along." Mitarashi Anko didn't care, and went up and knocked on the door with Yuzuki Shien. Boom, boom, boom. "Red, here we come." Anko stood outside the door and yelled loudly. Asuma, in the house. Yuahong, who was busy in the kitchen, also heard Anko's bluffing outside. "Little Ryosuke, go and help open the door. My sister can't leave here for the time being." Kurinai Yuhi, who was busy preparing lunch, said to Ryosuke, who was beside Yagami. "Okay, I'll go and open the door." Yagami Ryosuke nodded, turned, and ran towards the entrance. 3 groups of chakra. There are 3 guests. Night God Ryosuke has sensed the chakra in the human body outside the door, through the wall, and several doors. This is not Bayan's ability to see through. It is the ability to perceive good and evil attached to Fox incarnation. The main perception of good and evil perception is actually chakra. Therefore, Night God Ryosuke can feel other people's chakra from distance. Like the 3 outside the door, they should all be ninjas close to Jonin. As for good and evil, because I haven't seen it, I haven't felt it yet. Hong, open the door quickly. I'm starving to death. Outside the door, Anko was still yelling. Yishan Ryosuke, who was about to open the door, also twitched the corners of his mouth, thinking that this Mitarashi Anko was really bluffing, as if he couldn't calm down for a moment. Kacha. Night God Ryosuke opened the door for the three people outside. As soon as the door opened, a figure ran in. Whoa, Hong, I miss you so much. Anko ran in and opened his arms as if hugging what she thought was Kurenai Yuhi. But when he came in, he found that the person standing in front of him was not Yua Hong, but a cute and handsome little boy. Anko blinked in surprise. Suddenly a sentence popped out of his mouth. Could you be Hong's illegitimate child? Night, God Ryosuke. Yuzuki Shien. Asuma. Anko's words directly shocked the three of them. Night God Ryosuke was completely speechless. Big sister, how did you know that I am the illegitimate child of Sister Hong? He rolled his eyes and said. As a result, Anko pointed at the Night God Ryosuke's eyes in a serious manner. Your eyes are the same as red. They are all red. She said seriously. This. What a coincidence. I'm not Sister Hong's illegitimate child. Night God Ryosuke directly dropped this sentence, turned around and walked in, not wanting to talk to Anko, a crazy woman. Cut. One uncute brat. Anko pouted, then giggled, put on his slippers and walked in. Yuzuki Shien, who was following behind, also changed her shoes and walked into the house. This stumped Asuma, who was left last, because there are no shoes for him to change. Well, do you still have slippers? Asuma asked. Yagami Ryosuke looked back at Konoha's official second generation, a unit of measurement worth 35 million taels. I don't know about this. I'll ask Sister Hong. He said. Oh, then I'll wait here now. Asuma nodded, looking in good spirits. It's just that Night God Ryosuke's good and evil perception. This guy has some malice toward himself. Although, that's because of Anko's thoughtless words just now. But Night God Ryosuke has already explained it clearly, with a touch of malice, which seems a bit petty. Hong, you're still cooking. In the kitchen, Anko, who ran in, saw Kuroyuki, who was still busy at the stove, and pouted quickly, looking like he was about to cry. It's almost there, it's almost there. Shirihong turned her head and said, You and Shien go to the living room, sit for a while, and we can eat right away. Really? Anko glanced at the few empty plates next to him. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like you can eat right away. Gulielu. Her stomach growled. Sister Hong, do you want me to help? At this time, Yuzuki Shien also came in. She looked at the kitchen and then asked. No, you can take Anko to the living room and sit for a while. By the way, I'll take care of little Ryosuke. Ryosuke? Is it the little boy who just opened the door? Yuzuki Shien thought to herself. At this time, the Night God Ryosuke also ran over. Sister Hong, there's a bearded man at the door. Is he also a guest invited by Sister Hong? Yagami Ryosuke doesn't think that Kurenai Yuhi would invite Asuma to this kind of girlfriend's dinner. At this point in time, the two should not have confirmed their relationship yet. Uncle with a big beard, Yua Hong, turned around in surprise and asked. It's Asuma. Anko pouted, still feeling bad about not being able to eat right away. That guy insists on following, and he can't even drive him away. It's him. Yuhi Hong frowned. She didn't have any affection for Asuma at the moment. She was just an ordinary old classmate, although Asuma showed a look of pursuing her before. But to be honest, Yua Hong didn't feel that way about him for the time being. He has never accepted Asuma's overtures. Unexpectedly, today when she was having dinner with Anko and their girlfriends, this guy also ran over. Let me go and talk to him. Yua Hong first took out the vegetables in the pot, then turned off the fire, wiped her hands, and walked towards the entrance. Don't talk too long, Anko shouted back. Just a few words. Yua Hong glanced at her angrily. Entrance door. Kurenai Yuhi came over and saw Asuma standing in the entrance. Hong, what a coincidence. I originally wanted to ask you out for lunch, but I didn't expect that you already have arrangements today. Seeing Kurenai Yuhi come out, Asuma quickly put on a flattering smile and said, Sorry, Asuma. Kurenai Yuhi said, Today I have a dinner with Anko and the other girlfriends, so I can't invite you in. This. Asuma didn't expect Kurenai Yuhi to be so direct. Don't even let yourself in? Asuma felt a little upset, especially when I saw Ryosuke, the night god who was poking his head over there. I felt even more upset. Girlfriend dinner? Is that kid also a best friend? Girlfriend? Although Asuma was upset in her heart, she still pretended to be generous and said, "It's okay," on the surface. But Yishin Ryosuke felt that this guy's malice towards him had increased a lot. Cut. Sister Hong rejected you, and it's not me, so it's none of my business. Yagami Ryosuke complained in his heart. Kurini Yuhi apologized to Asuma and asked him to leave. Although Asuma was unwilling, she turned around obediently and left. Kacha. Closing the door, Yuahong turned and came back. Is little Ryosuke peeping? When she saw Ryosuke, who was looking like a ghost at the door of the living room, she smiled and pinched his face. Don't pinch my face. Night God Ryosuke fiercely resisted. Is that bearded man just now Sister Hong's boyfriend? He asked. No, just ordinary friends. Sunset Red explained. Oh, I thought Sister Hong liked the bearded man. Yagami Ryosuke nodded, and he already knew in his heart that there should be no relationship between Yuahong and Asuma. Asuma is clearly still only unrequited love. Brat, is your name Ryosuke? In the living room, Anko looked Yagami Ryosuke up and down and suddenly smiled like a fox. My name is Yagami Ryosuke, big sister. Yagami Ryosuke said angrily. This crazy woman obviously didn't hold back anything good. Night God Ryosuke, right? Why? For what you just said, do you think Asuma is not a good match for your red sister? Anko asked with a smile. Sure enough, I didn't hold my fart well. On the side, Mao Yuxian, who was sitting quietly, also looked over quietly after hearing the words. To be honest, she also felt that Asuma was not a good match for Hong. Asuma looked too old-fashioned, and he likes to smoke, and he can smell a strong smell of smoke from a long distance away. Yuzuki Shiin doesn't like the smell of smoke, although she doesn't like Asuma. Certainly, it mainly depends on whether Yuahong likes it or not. It doesn't count if she said it. Of course, that bearded man is not good enough for Sister Hong. Yagami Ryosuke rolled his eyes at Anko and said, that bearded man looks almost in his 40s, and Sister Hong is still so young. How can he be with that kind of man? Puff. Hearing that Yagami Ryosuke said that Asuma looked like he was in his 40s, Yuzuki Yuyin couldn't help laughing. Night God Ryosuke heard the sound and looked over. Yuzuki Shiin blushed slightly and then deliberately picked up the cup to drink water. Huh, I didn't expect you, little brat, to be quite interesting. Anko is not like Yuzuki Shiin. She just laughed out of shape, patted the table, and said, That's right, that guy Asuma looks really old. Hong, did you hear that too? She yelled towards the kitchen. If you're with Asuma in the future, people might think he's your uncle. After she finished speaking, she couldn't help laughing. At this time, Yuahong also came over with 2 dishes. After putting down the dishes, she glared at Anko angrily. Don't worry, it's impossible for me to be with Asuma. It's impossible in this life. After Yuahong finished speaking, she turned around and went to work in the kitchen again. After a while, unable to sit still, Anko ran to the kitchen to check the progress, leaving Yagami Ryosuke and Yuzuki Shiin in the living room, staring wide-eyed. Beautiful sister, what's your name? My name is Yagami Ryosuke. Of course, Yagami Ryosuke knows that the person in front of him is Yuzuki, but he hasn't said anything yet. Yuzuki Shiin, is Brother Ryosuke a relative of Sister Hong's family? Yuzuki Shiin asked curiously, although Anko's illegitimate child was just a joke. But I have to say, Yagami Ryosuke looks a bit like Kurinai Yuhi, mainly because of his eyes. No, my surname is Yi Shun, and Sister Hong's surname is Shiri, so there is no way they are relatives. Night God Ryosuke shook his head and said, That's it. Yuzuki Shiin nodded and stopped talking. She's actually quite boring. Even with friends, most of the time they belong to that kind of listener. Sister Shiin, your clothes are so beautiful. Night God Ryosuke is not as socially fearful as Yuzuki Shiin. He ran over and sat down next to Yuzuki Shiin and reached out to touch her clothes. Is it beautiful? I think it's pretty too. Hearing that Yagami Ryosuke praised her clothes for looking good, Yuzuki Shien was also very happy. Yeah, but Sister Shien is so pretty, she must look good in anything. Night God Ryosuke said sweetly. Brother Ryosuke has such a sweet mouth. He must be very good at pleasing girls when he grows up. Yuzuki Shien smiled and said, Suddenly, I feel that there is no strange feeling between me and Night God Ryosuke at the beginning. With just a few words, the relationship has become much closer. Will Sister Shien like it? Yagami Ryosuke blinked at her. Of course, Brother Ryosuke, you are so cute. Yuzuki Shien smiled and pinched Yagami Ryosuke's cheek. It seemed that they all liked pinching his cheek. Does it feel good? And Yagami Ryosuke also ran to Yuzuki Shien's lap and sat down, hugging her. Yuzuki Shien was not used to it at first, even a little shy. But think of Night God Ryosuke is just a child. I didn't think too much about it. After a while, Enko came back from the kitchen with 2 dishes. She looked at the 2 in surprise. When did your relationship become so good? What happened when I was away? With a question mark on her face, she put down the plate and came over to pinch Night God Ryosuke's face. Hey, sure enough, it feels good in the hand. Enko smiled like an idiot. Yagami Ryosuke waved her hand with a look of disgust and slapped her hand away. Are you a female hooligan? He hid in Maui Shien's arms and hugged him a little harder. Hey, no matter how you look at it, you're more like a little hooligan, right? Enko said dissatisfied. The noisy appearance of the 2 also made Yuzuki Shien beside him laugh happily. It feels pretty good. Much more interesting than when she was usually working. 12:30 noon. It's finally open. Enko was so hungry that he didn't have the strength to argue with Night God Ryosuke. Right now, she was lying limply on the tatami like a snake. It's open. Yuahong came out with the last dish and put it on the table. Ah, I can finally eat. Enko, who was still lying on the ground just now, jumped up when he heard the meal was served. I'm going to get the dishes. She hurried into the kitchen, found the bowls and chopsticks with ease, and ran back again. Here, Shien, this is yours. Little devil, this is for you. Will you use it? Miss Enko, please don't say such stupid things, or everyone will think you are naive. Oomph. One uncute brat. Enko turned his head angrily, then sat down and saw the sumptuous lunch on the table, and immediately burst into laughter again. I'm starting. She picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of tempura, and put it in her mouth. Immediately, he closed his eyes happily. Night, God Ryosuke. Do you want to be so exaggerated? Suspiciously, he also picked up a piece of pork chops with his chopsticks and chewed them in his mouth. After a while, Night God Ryosuke's eyes lit up. It tasted really good. How is it? Is the food my sister cooks delicious? Yuahong asked with a smile. Yeah, it's so delicious. Yagami Ryosuke nodded again and again, praising Yuahong for her excellent cooking skills. Here, try this. Kurinai Yuhi happily brought food to Yagami Ryosuke himself, letting him taste his favorite dish. Tasty. This is delicious too. Yagami Ryosuke eats his mouth full of sauce. When Yuahong saw it, she also smiled and gently picked up the napkin at the side and wiped his mouth for him. Eat slowly, no one will grab you, she said with a smile. Then I saw Enko next to him with a turbulent posture, sweeping away the food in front of him. Yuahong, this bad friend is hopeless. In the dining room, all the dishes on the table were eaten by 4 people. There was no soup left at all. The last bite was snatched by Enko from Yagami Ryosuke's chopsticks, and he put it into his mouth with a smile. He also proudly made faces at Night God Ryosuke. Childish, Yagami Ryosuke thought while rolling his eyes. Enko, you eat the most, go wash the dishes. Seeing the embarrassing appearance of her best friend, Yuahong immediately made a decision and decided to let Enko wash the dishes. I'm so full I can't move. Enko slammed down on the tatami and pretended to be dead. Don't pretend. Hurry up, or I won't treat you to eat next time. As a good girlfriend, Yuahong would not know Enko's character. This is obviously just pretending. And the acting is terrible. Just go, just a little bit. Enko got up quickly, and before leaving, he made a face at Night God Ryosuke and stuck out his tongue. And Yagami Ryosuke handed her 2 plates with a smile. Sister Anko, come on, clean up. Anko, this dead brat is so irritating. Have no choice. Under the stern gaze of Kurenai Yuhi, Anko could only walk into the kitchen with a lot of dishes and began to wash them in the sink. Ryosuke, would you like some tea? In the living room, Kurenai Yuhi smiled back and asked Yagami Ryosuke, well, I ate quite a lot just now, and it would be nice to have a cup of tea now. Yagami Ryosuke nodded and said, Shien, what about you? Yuahong asked Yuzuki Shien at the side again. I'll have a drink too. Yuzuki Shien nodded and said, well, Anko, please make 3 cups of tea. Yagami Ryosuke almost didn't laugh when he heard that. He thought it was Yuahong who was going to make tea by herself, but it turned out that Anko, who was washing dishes, was asked to make tea. Incredible. You know how to bully me. At the kitchen door, Anko poked his head out with an aggrieved face and said, when Yuahong saw it, she also smiled and got up to go. Okay, I'll go clubbing. She was just joking. This is her home, and Anko has already left the dishes to Anko. How could she continue to make tea for them? Soon, Yuahong came back with 3 cups of tea. The tea is a bit bitter, but this time is just right to drink, just to scrape off the oil and water in the stomach. Sister Hong is really gentle and virtuous. She will definitely be a very good wife in the future. Yagami Ryosuke took a sip of tea and did not forget to praise Yuahong for being virtuous. No matter how virtuous your red sister is, what does it have to do with you, a brat? Anko wiped his hands and came out of the kitchen at this time, and heard that the kid Yagami Ryosuke was sycophanting again, so he immediately slapped him. Then when I grow up, I will marry Sister Hong as my wife. Yagami Ryosuke said with a natural expression. Cut, you really are a little pervert. Anko curled his lips, sat down, and said to Yuahong, Hong, you have to be careful. This kid is trying to trick you. Anko, stop messing around. Kurenai Yuhi patted Anko angrily. Night God Ryosuke is just a child in her eyes. Childish words are ruthless. Can a child's words be taken seriously? However, brat. Anko looked at Yagami Ryosuke with a sudden smile and said, if you marry your red sister, you won't be able to cling to your Shien sister's arms like just now. Then I will marry Sister Shien back home. Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. Look, Hong, this brat's true nature has been exposed. Anko pointed at Night God Ryosuke and shouted excitedly. Anko, Ryosuke is just a child. How can you take what a child says seriously? Yuahong gave her an angry look. My best friend is obviously in her 20s, but she still acts like a child all day long. Just now I was grabbing something to eat with the kids. Now, take what the child said seriously. Really, how come the older you get, the more childish you become? Cut. You don't believe it, do you? Anko pouted, looked at the two smiling and indifferent, and said, Look, I think this brat is serious. Yagami Ryosuke is of course serious. How can a man not like a beautiful woman? Unless it doesn't work. And, as the saying goes, beauty matches the strong. Night God Ryosuke thinks that he must be a strong man in the future. What happened to the strong man having more wives? This is called hard work by those who can. Moreover, what a miserable ending for Yuahong and Yuzuki Shien in the original book. One has a dead husband, and the other has a dead boyfriend. No one is happy. Even for the sake of their happiness, Yagami Ryosuke has to do it. What is it called? It's called helping others. After staying at Yuahong's house for a while, it was about 1:30 in the afternoon that Yagami Ryosuke left. It is said that Winru Township is a tomb of heroes. Night God Ryosuke thinks that this sentence is not wrong at all. This is not. It's only been a while, and he's a little bit reluctant to leave. Fortunately, he is determined. Don't be moved by beauty. He unswervingly chose to leave this gentle hometown and continue the hard training in the afternoon. It's so hard for me. Even Ryosuke, the night god, was moved by his own willpower. Then he smiled and touched his cheek. Just before leaving, both Shirihong and Yuzuki Shien kissed him. As for that crazy woman Anko, Yagami Ryosuke just pinched her and ran away. If Kurenai Yuhi didn't stop him, Anko would definitely catch up and beat him up. After all, the position of the pinch is a bit tricky. Slip, slip. Yagami Ryosuke speeded up and ran straight on the roof. Soon came to the number 4 training ground. Dive into the forest, under the tree by the river. Night God Ryosuke was sweating, kicking the big tree in front of him nonstop. In just 2 days, obvious kicking marks had been left on the tree trunk. A large piece of bark had fallen off, and the area that was often kicked and beaten was much darker than the surrounding area. Soon, 3,000 kicks are done. Yagami Ryosuke stopped to take a break. Phew, I don't feel as tired as yesterday. Maybe it's time to increase the frequency tomorrow. Night God Ryosuke felt that he adapted very quickly. On the first day, he completed 3,000 kicks, and he felt that that leg no longer seemed like his own. After a full 6 or 7 minutes of rest, the leg muscles recovered. This is still him. If it were another person, he would have practiced like this from the beginning, and he might be useless. But it's only the second day. Night God Ryosuke felt that he was used to this intensity. I even want to add one more. By the way, today's entry hasn't been converted yet. During the rest, Night God Ryosuke suddenly remembered. Hastily took out a black hair from the pheromone warehouse. This is what he collected yesterday. Not sure if it's Might Guy's or Rock Lee's. But that's okay. If it's Might Guy's, then some of the remaining ones must be Rock Lee's. The reverse is also true. However, goals that have already been converted cannot be converted again. So just sift through when the time comes. System, transform the hair on my hand. Night God Ryosuke thought silently. Next second, the black hair he was pinching disappeared in an instant. At the same time, the system prompt also sounded in his mind. Ding! Transformation succeeded. Congratulations to host for getting the talent entry. Burning Soul of Youth, purple. A purple talent entry? That should be Rock Lee's. If it's Might Guy, it should be gold. After all, Kakashi's are also golden. No reason Might Guy would be the first rank. Check. Brush. An interface unfolds in front of you. Burning Soul of Youth, purple burn it. My youth. Those are the years of sweat. It was Zhang Jin's sleepless days and nights. Ah, my youthful soul, burned to the end of the world. Night God Ryosuke. No, let's just say, can the transform talent entries not follow the master like this? Yishun Ryosuke looked at the introduction of this entry, and always felt that Shaoli was standing next to him, shouting loudly into his ear. He even has a sense of the picture. Forget it. Let's look at the entry attributes. Burning Soul of Youth, purple. Physical training efficiency plus 350%. Physical fitness plus 350%. This talent entry, transformed from Rock Lee, has a total of 2 attributes. Not much, but the value is higher than the 3-attribute talent entry like White-Eyed Princess, with a single item reaching a 350% bonus. One is the efficiency of physical training, and the other is physical fitness. The former corresponds to physical skills. The latter corresponds to the root of Taishu, that is, the body. As expected of a talent entry transformed from a Taijutsu-type ninja, it is indeed all related to Taijutsu. Not bad. Yagami Ryosuke did not disappoint. After all, gymnastics is also a skill that he is currently trying to improve. In terms of ninjutsu, the basic configuration of Night God Ryosuke is not bad. There is Sharingan. If you want to learn some ninjutsu, just find an opportunity to copy it. As for Chakra, that is the strong point of Night God Ryosuke. Kaga-level Chakra, no kidding. But the words of gymnastics. Technically, he used Sharingan to copy a few moves and let Shadow Clone get used to them, so there is no problem in using them. But in terms of physical fitness, Yishun Ryosuke's foundation is too poor. It takes a lot of practice to improve. This is not. In the past 2 days, he's been improving this aspect of himself. After 2 days, the effect is good. However, it is obviously not enough. And now, another 350% bonus to physical fitness, plus the previous 1,000% is already a 1,350% bonus. 13.5 times improvement. Even if the Night God Ryosuke's body hasn't really grown up yet. But in terms of physical fitness, it has surpassed most of the body skills Chunin. From the time he entered the ninja school to the Chunin exam, Shaoli was 13 years old, and the results of 7 years of practice are almost the same as the Night God Ryosuke is now. Certainly, Night God Ryosuke did not learn 8 inner gates. If you really fight against Shaoli during the Chunin exam period with physical skills alone, you will definitely not be able to beat him. But Night God Ryosuke is not just a physical ninja. Physique is just a means for him. Not all. Night God Ryosuke's strongest is his ninjutsu attainments. Massive chakra, 10 times the power of ninjutsu. An amazing chakra recovery speed. Even if Ryosuke uses ninjutsu to bombard wildly, he doesn't have to worry about consumption. This makes him a terrifying existence, especially on densely populated battlefields. A large-scale ninjutsu can cover a large group of people. When the time comes, Night God Ryosuke releases these ninjutsu one by one. Just ask who can stand it. 4:30 p.m. Night God Ryosuke ended today's practice early. He'll have a picnic with Ino and the others later on, and if the time counts, they will come over soon. So Yagami Ryosuke jumped into the river and took a simple bath, then went ashore to change his clothes and went directly to the gate of the number 4 training ground. As soon as he arrived, he saw Ino, who was already waiting here, standing there alone, looking around. Ino, Yagami Ryosuke yelled and walked over. Ryosuke, when did you come? Ino looked at the Night God Ryosuke, who came out of the training ground, and asked curiously. I've been practicing here for the past 2 days, and I've arrived long ago. Yagami Ryosuke said. If I had known earlier, I would have come here sooner. Ino regretted that she didn't ask where Ryosuke practiced. She always thought that Ryosuke practiced at home. I don't have time to talk to you when you come. I can only watch from the side. Yagami Ryosuke said with a laugh. It's okay. Even if I just watch Ryosuke practice, I'm willing. Ino deserves to be Ino. He has always been generous, without hiding his true inner thoughts. What about Shikamaru in them? Night God Ryosuke asked. It's still on the way. I came here early. While Ino was talking, he suddenly noticed something and suddenly grabbed the hands of Night God Ryosuke with a distressed expression. Ryosuke, your hand is hurt. She looked at the blood scabs on the phalanges on the back of Night God Ryosuke's hand with distress. It's okay. It's just a small injury. Yagami Ryosuke shook his head nonchalantly. Because he was exercising in the past 2 days, it was inevitable that he would have some skin trauma, especially the back of the hand, because of beating the tree trunk. The dorsal phalangeal joints are prone to injury. Even if Night God Ryosuke has the physique bonus of the talent entry. But after all, his foundation is poor. No matter how much the bonus is 10 times, it is impossible to make him a body of steel all of a sudden, right? So injuries are inevitable. But soon enough, this is not. The wounds on his hands were still dripping with blood half an hour ago. It's all scabbed over now. In a few hours, I'm afraid the scars will no longer be visible. It was the same yesterday. When I went back at night, my hand was still injured. Yagami Ryosuke deliberately wrapped the bandages so that his mother Yagami Mizuki didn't notice. Then when I woke up the next day, the wound was gone. Ryosuke, actually you don't have to work so hard. Ino looked at Yagami Ryosuke's hands with distress. It's okay, it doesn't hurt at all. Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. Liar, how could it not hurt? Ino's eyes were a little red, as if he was about to cry. Don't move, I'll bandage you up. As Ino said, he took out a new roll of bandages from a ninja bag at his waist and carefully bandaged the wound for Night God Ryosuke. Ino, you are so cute. Yagami Ryosuke looked at Ino, who was bandaging his wound seriously, and said suddenly, really? Ino blushed a bit, then said with a giggle, Then Ryosuke fell in love with me? That's not true. Yagami Ryosuke said. I'm angry. Ino snorted softly, turned his head and ignored night god Ryosuke. At this time, a hand was gently placed on Ino's small head. I lied to you. Yagami Ryosuke smiled softly. Ino raised his head and looked at him. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the back of the night god Ryosuke. The scene at that moment was deeply imprinted in Ino's heart. Ryosuke. At this time, a few figures approached in the distance. In addition to Shikamaru and Choji, there's also Naruto, who is bluffing, shouting the name of night god Ryosuke from a long distance, jumping up and down, looking extremely excited. Yishun Ryosuke heard the sound and looked, and waved at the three of them with a smile. What? It's really not the right time. Ino looked angrily at the three people who came over there, with fierce eyes. Shikamaru shrank his neck instinctively. The back of the neck feels chilly. Did I offend her somewhere? Shikamaru thought puzzledly. Even with his clever brain, he is completely unable to understand the thoughts of a woman, even a little girl. Boom. This should be enough for us. In the forest, in a clearing by the river, a bonfire has been lit. The orange flames were crackling and burning. Night god Ryosuke carried a black bear standing 2 or 3 meters high and threw it on the ground, making a loud noise. Ryosuke, there are only 5 of us. We can't eat that much. Shikamaru looked at the size of the black bear and said with a wry smile, but I've tried to choose the small one. Yagami Ryosuke spread his hands and said, It's okay, I can eat. Choji stared at the dead black bear with green eyes. He felt that he could already smell the aroma of black bear meat. Since Ryosuke has already got the ingredients, you guys are responsible for handling these ingredients. Ino pulled night god Ryosuke to sit down and rest for a while, then put his hands on his hips and ordered Shikamaru and the 3 of them. No way. Sister Ino's hair has spoken. Shikamaru and the others can only obediently drag the black bear's body to the river to clean it up. The 3 of them dragged the black bear, weighing more than 300 kilograms with great effort. Or I'll go and help. Night god Ryosuke looked at them and said, Ryosuke, you can rest well. Leave these things to Shikamaru and the others. They can take care of it. Saying that, Ino looked at Shikamaru and the 3 of them with warning eyes. Yes, Ino is right. We can handle it. Shikamaru nodded quickly. Based on what he knew about Ino since he was a child, it is best to follow her wishes at this time. Otherwise, it will definitely be miserable in the future. Ryosuke, you can rest. It's just a black bear. Leave it to me. Naruto patted his chest to reassure, and the look of taking care of everything made night god Ryosuke even more worried. Facts prove, Yagami Ryosuke is right to be concerned. It took a full hour for Shikamaru to clean up the black bear. Ryosuke, come and give me a hand. Shikamaru called out to Ryosuke, who was sitting by the campfire, reading Ino's palm. It is not easy for them to continue dragging the black bears that have been cleaned. But even with the skin removed and the internal organs removed, the black bear was too heavy, and it was a bit difficult for the 3 of them to carry it. Go and fix the shelf. Leave this to me. Night god Ryosuke walked over and lifted the black bear tied to the iron frame with one hand. Wow, Ryosuke, you have great strength. Naruto looked at him in surprise. Shikamaru also looked at the figure of night god Ryosuke curiously, as if wondering how his not strong body could burst out with such astonishing strength. Let's go. Night god Ryosuke held the iron frame with one hand and led the 3 of them back to the bonfire. The number 4 training ground at night was quiet. All that could be heard was the crackling of the wood in the campfire and the howling of wolves in the distant forest. Yagami Ryosuke and the others sitting around the campfire were eating the grilled black bear meat and drinking the juice brought by Ino, chatting and enjoying the food. I wish this moment would never pass. Throwing away the bone in his hand, Naruto patted his bulging stomach and lay down on his back. It was the first time I ate meat until I was full, and I felt that I might not want to eat meat for several days. Naruto's previous food was basically instant noodles. Because instant noodles can be bought in large quantities at one time and stored at home, and the price is cheap, he often eats instant noodles for 3 meals a day. For Naruto, a trip to Ichiraka Ramen is life-enhancing. The few pieces of meat in the ramen are his rare meat dishes. As for the barbecue or something, to be honest, he can't afford it, and the boss won't let him in. It is useless to save a sum of money, even if we live frugally. Therefore, today's dinner is the first time Naruto has eaten meat since he was born. For the first time, Naruto felt like vomiting when he saw meat. In the past, it would be nice if he didn't drool when he saw the meat. Naruto, next time I will teach you how to make traps, so you can catch wild animals in the forest and eat them yourself. Yagami Ryosuke said. Really? Naruto sat up all of a sudden, smiled happily, and said, "Ha, then I won't have to eat instant noodles every day anymore." Seeing Naruto is so happy just because there is meat to eat in the future. Shikamaru next to him also showed a thoughtful expression, not knowing what he was thinking. At this time, a meteor streaked across the sky. "It's a shooting star. Hurry up and make a wish." Ino shouted loudly, put his hands on his chest, and closed his eyes. "I want to be Hokage and let everyone in the village recognize me." Naruto jumped up and shouted, "Stupid, it won't work if you say your wish." Ino opened his eyes and looked at Naruto, who was yelling speechlessly. Does this guy understand? Is that so? Naruto scratched his scalp with a smirk. He didn't know that wishing couldn't be said. After all, no one told him about it. Late at night, Night God Ryosuke took back 5 Shadow Clone. The large amount of memories that came over in an instant made him feel dizzy. After a few seconds, Night God Ryosuke also checked the progress of the 5 Shadow Clone's cultivation in the past 2 days. The Shadow Clone, who has practiced treading water, can now run freely in the turbulent river, compared to the beginning when he took a few steps and would fall into the water. It can be said that great progress has been made. In addition, the Shadow Clone who practiced Ninjutsu is also fully familiar with the copied Ninjutsu. Whether it's the B-level Fire Dragon Flame Bullet or several other C-level Ninjutsu, they are already familiar with the road. Night God Ryosuke intends to let Shadow Clone start researching Chakra's nature transformation next. As for the shape change, the 2 Shadow Clones who have been studying Rasengan for 2 days have already been groping. After 2 days, Rasengan, who is assigned 2 Shadow Clones, has also reached the ball stage. The first stage of water balloon practice has been completed in the morning. However, if you want to complete the ball stage, even if there are 2 Shadow Clones that complement each other, it will take 3 or 4 days to complete. As for the last stage, this one should be faster. About 2 days or so. That is to say, in the case of splitting 2 Shadow Clones to practice Rasengan, Night God Ryosuke still needs about 6 days to learn this A-level Muji. But if Night God Ryosuke allocates more Shadow Clone to practice Rasengan, this time will be reduced accordingly. If only I knew how to multiply the Shadow Clone technique. Night God Ryosuke is a little envious of Naruto's multiple Shadow Clone technique at this time. Compared with ordinary Shadow Clone techniques, multiple Shadow Clone techniques can generate more Shadow Clones. It can even be said that there is no upper limit. The only thing that affects the upper limit is probably your own tolerance. After all, the more Shadow Clone you split, the more pressure you will have to take back. If there is no strong physique as a support, not even if you have enough chakra, once it is taken back, it will undoubtedly die. For ordinary Shadow Clone, only about a dozen Shadow Clone can be separated, which is the limit. In contrast, the multiple Shadow Clone technique that can distribute thousands or even more Shadow Clone at one time is quite amazing. And ordinary Shadow Clone technique tests the ability to control chakra, because it is necessary to accurately divide the chakra into several or a dozen parts, but not needed for multiple Shadow Clone techniques. It is basically a simple and crude way to put a large group of chakra into it, and then divide it into tens, hundreds, or even thousands of shares on average. It is suitable for ninjas like Naruto, who have a lot of chakra, but average or even poor control ability. Previously, Night God Ryosuke briefly practiced the Shadow Clone technique, and he could almost separate out 5 Shadow Clones, but he didn't contact him much. And now, Yagami Ryosuke tried again. With his current ability to precisely control chakra, he can easily create about 10 shadow clone. In this case, the efficiency of his cultivation can be doubled again. Starting tomorrow, let 5 shadow clones practice Rasengan together. Arrange another 2 shadow clones to study nature transformation. And the last 3 continue to practice chakra manipulation, taijutsu, and observe other ninjas in the village, waiting for an opportunity to copy ninjutsu. Night God Ryosuke quickly assigned 10 shadow clone jobs. Then what are you doing? The shadow clone who hadn't disbanded next to him asked suddenly. Me? Yagami Ryosuke laughed and said, Of course I will continue to go to school. After all, I'm still a student of ninja school. As soon as Night God Ryosuke finished speaking, 10 middle fingers appeared next to him and pointed at him. Ontology, you just want to be lazy, right? Shadow clone unceremoniously pierced the Night God Ryosuke's little thoughts. Shadow clone, so much nonsense, tired sleep. Night God Ryosuke blushed and followed the seal to disperse 10 shadow clone. What's lazy? I'm a hobby of learning. Night God Ryosuke muttered. Ninja school. In the classroom of Class A of the 4th grade. As soon as Ryosuke, the Night God, changed his sleepy look from last week, he walked into the classroom energetically. Ryosuke. At this time, a limp body jumped onto the back of Night God Ryosuke. He looked back and saw Ino smiling at him. Okay, there's so many people in the classroom. Come down quickly. Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. Ino didn't keep leaning on him and obediently let go of his hand. Hey, you're here too, little Sakura. At this time, she found the little Sakura who was looking at her not far away and greeted with a smile. Huh. Haruno Sakura snorted coldly and turned her head away. I remember you had a good relationship before, right? Night God Ryosuke saw this scene and asked curiously. It was pretty good before school, but then we broke up. Ino said. Because of what? Night God Ryosuke asked. As a result, Ino actually pointed at him. Because Yagami Ryosuke said in surprise. He doesn't remember that Haruno Sakura likes him. Isn't this woman always Uchiha, Sasuke's licking dog? Yeah, it's because of you. Ino explained. Sakura said that you were just good-looking, but you didn't have any skills and your grade were also the bottom of the class. I couldn't get angry, so I quarreled with her, and then broke up. All this, it's really because of me. Night God Ryosuke shook his head dumbfounded. Does this prove that your vision is better than hers? Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. Of course. Ino raised his head proudly, revealing his beautiful white neck. Is Miss Ben's vision bad? It's her little Sakura who doesn't know what to do. Sasuke. Ino just said that little Sakura was ignorant, and little Sakura, who was still sulking just now, ran over while shouting Sasuke. Sasuke walked into the classroom with his hands in his pockets and an indifferent expression on his face. When he saw Haruno Sakura running towards him while calling his name, he frowned and showed a bored expression. Noisy women are the most annoying. Sasuke, have you had breakfast? I brought you onigiri, which I made myself. Little Sakura took out a box from behind as if offering a treasure and handed it to Sasuke in front of her. You are so annoying, go away. Sasuke pushed little Sakura away and walked directly to his seat. When passing by the Night God Ryosuke, Sasuke even glanced at him. I was careless last time, but I will never lose to you again, Ryosuke. This weekend, Sasuke has been reflecting on why he lost to the Night God Ryosuke, and finally concluded that it was because he was too careless. Being the chief student in the class all the year round made him a little slack. That's why I lost to the latecomer Ryosuke, the Night God. But in the past 2 days, he has been practicing hard, and he feels that his strength has improved a little. If it happens again, Sasuke firmly believes that the loser will no longer be himself. Yagami Ryosuke didn't care about Sasuke's provocative eyes at all. He took Ino back to his seat, and the two chatted quietly. Seeing this scene, Sasuke also sneered in his heart. Sure enough, did you start to fall because you suddenly became popular? Ryosuke, your strength is nothing more than that. In comparison, I, who bears the blood and deep hatred, is far from what you can compare. However, Thanks to your appearance, it reminded me once again that I have indeed been a little slack in the past 2 years. I am immersed in the honor of the chief student, and I have begun to become a little slack. But from now on, I will never be indulging in the glory of the chief student again. I will remind myself every moment, and I will never slack in the slightest. And you, with all these women around you, how can you compare with me? Ryosuke, the night god who was talking to Ino, didn't know Sasuke's inner psychological activities at this moment. But even if he knew, Yagami Ryosuke would just smile. You know, this is the world of Hokage. If you work hard, you will never be able to catch up with Kaiwa. Although Sasuke himself is also a comparison. But the grandfather who sent him the cheat has not yet appeared, and the cheat of night god Ryosuke is already online. To borrow Sasuke's words, what do you compare me to? The first class in the morning was another cultural class that gave Ryosuke a headache. God knows why ninjas also learn mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Not everyone is a great scientist like Orochimaru. Anyway, night god Ryosuke is really not good at these things. After learning this, you might as well send him to fight a Jonin. Then, Yagami Ryosuke secretly removed the hair from the biopheromone warehouse that he got at the Ichiraka ramen restaurant on Saturday. He tried one by one. The first few are rockly. It was prompted that pheromone is invalid, but when Ryosuke took out the sixth root, the prompt of transformation succeeded, finally appeared. Finally found the right one. Night God Ryosuke was overjoyed. This is Might Guy's biopheromone. The talent entry transformed from the famous Guy Emperor. At least a gold, right? Ding. Congratulations to host for getting the talent entry. Man approved by Uchiha Madara, gold. System, you are naughty again. Night God Ryosuke looked at the name of this talent entry, and the expression on his face was also very strange. But, fortunately, this talent entry is indeed a golden talent entry, as Night God Ryosuke guessed at the beginning. Although the name is a bit weird. But as long as it works, what do you call it? It doesn't matter if it's called the man Uchiha Madara likes. Anyway, no one else can see it. Uchiha Madara approved man, Gold Eye, Uchiha would like to call you the strongest. Approved by Madara, a golden signboard. From now on, you are a Uchiha Madara, approved man. Physical skill power plus 1,000%. Physical fitness plus 1,000%. Resilience plus 1,000%. Comes with lossless. 8 inner gates, 6 gate. System, I suspect you did it on purpose. Night God Ryosuke looked at the introduction of this talent entry and felt even more speechless. What is, you are Uchiha Madara's man? Don't think that adding 2 words in the middle will make it all right. But, although this talent entry has a strong spoof attribute, but the attributes of the entry itself are still very good, not to mention physical fitness and resilience. These 2 attributes have also appeared in the previous entries. But it is also the first time that Night God Ryosuke has seen the attribute of physical power bonus. It turns out, the power of physical skills can also get entry bonuses. However, what does this lossless 8 inner gates mean? Using this version of 8 inner gates, is there no harm to the body? Night God Ryosuke interpreted it literally and felt that it should be almost the same. That's what happened. Immediately, he equipped the talent entry, man approved by Uchiha Madara. In this way, the number of entries equipped by Night God Ryosuke has reached 12, of which 3 are purple talent entries, and the remaining 9 are all golden legends. This configuration, who else? After equipping this new talent entry, Night God Ryosuke also understood what lossless 8 inner gates, 6 gate meant. As can be seen literally, lossless 8 inner gates refers to the use of 8 inner gates without any damage to the body. You can drive it as long as you want, drive it however you want, and drive it whenever you want. Hey, the lossless version is so capricious. But there's a note behind this, which is the 6th gate. That is to say, the features attached to this talent entry only support lossless opening of 6th gate at most. The 7th gate and 8th gate above the 6th gate are not responsible. Therefore, If Night God Ryosuke knows 8 inner gates now, he can open 6 gate at will. But for the 7th gate and the 8th gate, you have to take it easy. Especially the 8th gate. That's not something that can be opened casually. That's deadly. 8 inner gates? It should be said that it is a talent entry transformed from Might Guy. It is indeed somewhat related to 8 inner gates. Night God Ryosuke said in his heart, now he has another target. That is to learn 8 inner gates. After all, if you can open the 6th gate without loss, it is also very powerful. Although with his physical fitness and recovery ability, even if he cultivated to the 6th gate normally, the damage caused by the 6th gate can be recovered quickly, even to a level where the recovery is equal to the injury. But, after all, it hurts. In a match between Xiao Li and Gaara in the Chunin exam, it was because of too much pain that the final movement was slowed down by half a beat, so that Gaara seized the opportunity. With Xiao Li's willpower, it's still painful. This is only the 5th gate. One can imagine what the pain would be like when driving to the 6th gate. But Night God Ryosuke estimated that if this talent entry is upgraded to God-level entry, with the attached lossless version of 8 inner gates, there's a high probability that the 7th gate can be opened without loss. That would be wow. As for the lossless opening of 8 gate, Night God Ryosuke didn't think about it. After all, that is a super move that can make Elite Jonin's Might Guy kick the body of the 6 pads class directly with one kick. If you really want to be able to open without loss, Night God Ryosuke can directly declare himself invincible. After all, for ninjutsu, there are some bloodlines that specialize in absorbing ninjutsu, such as Otsutsuki Peach style Rinnegan. You can absorb ninjutsu and return it to you in double, full of old 6th behavior. But in terms of physical skills, so far only one hollow of Uchiha Bido can ignore it. But Hollow not only ignores body skills, ninjutsu and illusion are also useless. It can be said that they are treated equally. Why did Brother Tuzi play so well in the early stage? Doesn't it depend on the Hollow ability in one hand? Without Hollow, he's nothing. So, needless to say, Uchiha Madara's vision is really good. Among so many Uchihas, he chose Abido. As a result, Abido did not disappoint him. Mangekyo's ability, Strong Batch, invincible for 5 minutes directly, and can be opened continuously, although not Eternal Eyes. But Uchiha Madara gave him half a body of Hashirama cells, enough for Abido to toss. Hollow isn't without its flaws, though. For example, in the battle with Namake's Minato, Abido exposed his shortcomings. Although 5 minutes is not short. But you can't keep attacking, right? And once you want to attack, you have to cancel the hollow state. Although this time is very short. It will be very troublesome if you encounter a ninja like Namake's Minato who has displacement skills and has a very fast reaction speed. If you're not careful, the opponent will catch the opening and give you a fatal blow. After all, Abido's own background is too bad. As long as he has some other abilities besides Hollow. It's not like you can only rely on Hollow to pretend to compare the whole process. The holiday time of ninja school is similar to that of ordinary elementary schools. There are also winter and summer vacations. Autumn and winter come. In a blink of an eye, it is already winter. The temperature dropped and the water in the tank started to freeze. Everyone also put on thick winter clothes and even wore a scarf to keep warm when they went out. This day, there was heavy snow in the sky. This is the first snow in Konoha's 58 years. After the heavy snow, the ninja school is also on winter vacation. The students were all elated and happy to be able to rest for a month. Yagami Ryosuke stood in the crowd, still wearing the same clothes as before more than 2 months ago, with a white lining and a black short coat, and a pair of black trousers on his lower body. It looked a little out of place with the classmates who were wearing cotton clothes and scarves around them. Ryosuke, Happy New Year! At this time, Ino came over with a smile and congratulated Yagami Ryosuke on a Happy New Year. The time for the ninja school holiday is the first day of the new year. The world of Hokage regards this day as a New Year's festival, and every household will celebrate and welcome the new year. The ninja school only had half a day of class today. The main reason is that third Hokage came to speak for a long time, and then the class teacher gave some explanations, assigned winter homework, and finally announced the holiday. That's right. Ninja school also has winter homework. Night God Ryosuke was startled. Unexpectedly, he even ran to another world, and he still couldn't escape the threat of winter vacation homework. Fortunately, Night God Ryosuke has already thought about it. Just let Shadow Clone do the homework for the winter vacation. I'm such a clever little ghost. Yagami Ryosuke thought with a smile, and at the same time said New Year greetings to a few friends. Ryosuke, I will practice hard during the winter vacation, and I will definitely beat you when school starts after the holiday. At this time, Sasuke came over with an indifferent face, said something to the Night God Ryosuke, then turned and left. What the hell? You lose to Ryosuke every time. Why are you dragging? Ino had a displeased expression on his face. This guy Sasuke is quite motivated. Yagami Ryosuke laughed, not paying attention at all. Over the past 2 months, Sasuke has lost 16 times to Night God Ryosuke. Every time Night God Ryosuke deliberately pretended to beat him barely. It seems that this also gave Sasuke an illusion that, as long as I work hard, I can catch up with Night God Ryosuke. But it's just an illusion. I saw Juzi working so hard. Night God Ryosuke also showed a smile like an old father on his face. I am very pleased. Night. Yagami Mizuki prepared a table of delicacies. The mother and son sat around the dining table, happily celebrating the arrival of the new year. Ryosuke, this is a gift for you. After dinner, Yagami Mizuki handed over a beautifully packaged box. It is a New Year's present from Night God Ryosuke. Mom, I have a gift for you too. At this time, the Night God Ryosuke also acted like a juggler, taking out a gift box from nowhere and handing it to his mother. Ryosuke also prepared a New Year's gift for Mom. Yagami Mizuki was very moved, thinking that the child has really grown up and has become sensible enough to know how to give Mother a New Year gift. Unpacking the gift box, the New Year's gift from Mother Yagami Mizuki to Yagami Ryosuke is an exquisite ninja bag, because Yagami Ryosuke's original ninja bag was quite old, so Yagami Mizuki gave him a new one. There is also a complete set of ninja tools, including kunai, shuriken, and wire rope. Just no detonators. After all, that thing is too dangerous for the students of the ninja school. What Yagami Ryosuke gave to his mother, Yagami Mizuki, was a set of the latest skincare products. Because I have to take care of Yagami Ryosuke alone, I have to cook and wash clothes, and I have to go to the ninja hospital to work during the day. So, Yagami Mizuki looks a little haggard. Yashin Ryosuke gave this set of skincare products to his mother, hoping that she would take good care of herself. Thank you, Ryosuke. Mom loves this gift. I like the gift from my mother, too. Night God Ryosuke also smiled happily and silently vowed in his heart that he must protect this home and never allow anyone to destroy it all. After 10 o'clock in the evening, Yagami Ryosuke slipped out the door without a sound and came to the apartment where Naruto lived. Avoid an umbu that is watching nearby. He casually threw an illusion to the other party, making him unable to see what happened next. Immediately, Night God Ryosuke successfully sneaked into the place where Naruto lived. The reason for being so sneaky. The main reason is that the Night God Ryosuke has a special gift for Naruto, which is inconvenient to be known by Umbu and third Hokage behind Umbu. Otherwise, it will inevitably cause him some trouble. Although with the strength of the Night God Ryosuke, he is not afraid of these little troubles now. Exempt if possible. For the time being, he doesn't want to break the current quiet life. If anyone doesn't want him to develop so quietly and silently, then Night God Ryosuke has to show his fangs and give the other party an unforgettable lesson. In the room, Naruto wasn't asleep yet. He was sitting alone in a daze. The house is deserted, and the bustle and bustle outside are two completely different worlds. Happy New Year, Naruto! Night God Ryosuke spoke suddenly, awakening Naruto, who was in a daze. Ryosuke. Naruto looked at Ryosuke who suddenly appeared in surprise. "How did you come?" He just hadn't noticed Knight God Ryosuke. It was as if he had appeared in his room out of nowhere. In fact, Knight God Ryosuke opened the door and came in. The reason why Naruto didn't find him was all because of a talent entry, Invisible, equipped by Knight God Ryosuke. This talent entry was transformed by Knight God Ryosuke from Aburame Shino more than a month ago. This itself is just a very common purple talent word, and its attributes are not amazing. In the purple talent entry, it is of a relatively low grade. However, it has a special effect. That is, it can greatly reduce one's own sense of existence. Let people ignore your existence. It was for this reason that Naruto hadn't noticed that Knight God Ryosuke had opened the door just now. "I'm here to give you a New Year's gift. Here, this is a New Year's gift specially prepared for you." Knight God Ryosuke took out a box out of thin air and handed it to Naruto. This is also a small ability attached to the talent entry Little Rich Woman he obtained more than a month ago. You can transfer the inner space of a sealing scroll to yourself, but you can only transfer one sealing scroll. Knight God Ryosuke transferred the space of a sealed scroll to his palm. You could directly access items without printing, as the space is a bit small. However, it is more than enough to hold a few gift boxes or something. "Thank you, Ryosuke." Naruto was so moved that he cried. With red eyes, he reached out to receive the gift from the Knight God Ryosuke, then laughing and crying as he unwrapped the gift. "Real." Naruto looked at a scroll in the box. "Open to take a look," Yagami Ryosuke said. Hearing this, Naruto picked up the scroll and opened it. "It's Ninjutsu." Naruto looked at the contents recorded in the scroll in surprise. That is the training content of Rasengan and Shadow Clone technique, carefully prepared by the Knight God Ryosuke for him. Although Naruto will be able to get these later. But this does not prevent the Knight God Ryosuke from giving these to Naruto in advance. In the past 2 months, Naruto has been practicing hard, and he didn't even play pranks. Concentrate on cultivating. After more than 2 months, Naruto's strength has indeed improved significantly. Originally, his physique was Uzumaki's sage body, plus the inner sealed 9 tails. The development is good, and the early stage will not be as miserable as in the original book. Knight God Ryosuke asked him to practice hard, just to let Naruto develop his own potential. He asked Naruto to exercise a lot first and practice taijutsu. It is because it is difficult for Naruto at this stage to control the chakra that grows wildly in his body through practice. And seeing that Naruto is really working hard, Knight God Ryosuke prepared these 2 gifts for him. You should practice Shadow Clone technique first for these 2 ninjutsu. After you learn it, you can use Shadow Clone to practice. Then let Shadow Clone practice this Rasengan. Knight God Ryosuke told Naruto, and warned him by the way, don't let people know that he knows these 2 kinds of ninjutsu for the time being. "Don't worry, Ryosuke. I'm sure I won't say it." Naruto nodded heavily, assuring. In this way, when you practice Shadow Clone technique, go to the toilet. It's safer there. Yagami Ryosuke said. Naruto didn't understand why it was like this, but since Ryosuke said it, he would definitely obey. After all, Knight God Ryosuke is his best friend. Naruto has many shortcomings, but he is absolutely sincere to his friends. Whoever treats him well, he treats whomever is better. Even if you treat him badly, as long as you listen, Zue-dun understands it, he will also treat you well. The reason why Knight God Ryosuke let Naruto practice Shadow Clone technique in the toilet, just to avoid the sight of Umbu, who was watching him. Umbu will not be so bored that he will even monitor Naruto when he goes to the bathroom and takes a shower. So avoid places like toilets. In that case, Naruto can practice openly in these places. After he learns the Shadow Clone technique, these future exercises can be handed over to Shadow Clone. Naruto's own words. Just focus on exercising your body. After staying with Naruto for a while, Knight God Ryosuke left. He's going to deliver several presents tonight. No time to stay long here at Naruto. Next, Yagami Ryosuke went to Ino's house and Hinata's house respectively, and sent them each a New Year's gift. Whether it is a ninja from the Yamanaka family or a ninja from the Hyuga family. No one noticed the uninvited guest who sneaked into the room of the little princess of their family. After delivering the gifts, Yagami Ryosuke stayed with Ino and Hinata for a while before going to Shikamaru and Choji. But this time, Night God Ryosuke doesn't need to be sneaky. Just walk through the front door in a fair manner. For those who celebrate the Husha New Year, no one rests so early. So the process was also smooth. Yagami Ryosuke himself received several gifts in return. After coming out of the place of the Akamichi clan, Night God Ryosuke thought for a while, then turned and went directly to the outskirts of the village. It is the homeland of the Uchiha clan. It used to be quite lively here, but now, not a single ghost. These lands have been taken away by the village. Night God Ryosuke looked at the Uchiha clan's clanland. Obviously, it is impossible for the Uchiha clan with thousands of members to have such a big place. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like you can squeeze thousands of people into it. Obviously, some sites originally belonging to the Uchiha clan have been taken away by the village or several high-level officials of Konoha. The bustling streets, separated by a wall, should belong to the Uchiha clan. If you kill someone, you have to take away the land. You are even more bandit than bandit. Night God Ryosuke sneered a few times, followed by dodging into the deadly Uchiha tribe. The entire family land is about 2,000 to 3,000 square meters in size. There are several buildings, and there is a training ground. But the only light on is the house in the center. Yagami Ryosuke went straight over and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A wary voice came from inside the house. "It's me, Night God Ryosuke." A moment later, the door opened. Sasuke looked suspiciously at Night God Ryosuke, who was standing outside the door. "What are you doing at my house?" "Happy New Year," Yagami Ryosuke said as he took out a gift and handed it to him. "Here, this is my New Year's gift for you." "Sasuke, a gift from you?" Sasuke confirmed again. "Yes, take it." Night God Ryosuke slipped him a present. Sasuke caught it subconsciously and said, "Thank you," in a low voice. "That's it, I'm leaving." Night God Ryosuke also doesn't want to stay in this desolate Uchiha tribe. "I always feel that there are many pairs of eyes staring at me. You say it is deserted, but it feels like there are a lot of people. You say it's not deserted, but you can't see these people. Slip away." Night God Ryosuke turned to leave. But at this moment, Sasuke stopped him. "Wait a minute." He turned and went into the house and came out a moment later with a long, unpacked box. Sasuke glanced at his own box, then at the one that Night God Ryosuke gave him, and couldn't help but blush. "I didn't prepare in advance. This is for you. Thank you for stopping by." Sasuke handed the box to Night God Ryosuke, although his tone was a bit blunt, but Night God Ryosuke could feel his kindness that had been significantly improved. Understand the perception of good and evil. "Thank you." Yagami Ryosuke took the box with a smile, said thank you, and then walked away, watching the figure disappear into the night. Sasuke stood at the door for a long time before closing the door and returning to the house. He unwrapped the gift from Night God Ryosuke. Inside the box is also a ninjutsu scroll. It records the training content of a B-level lightning-style ninjutsu. Ryosuke, this guy. Holding the ninjutsu scroll in his hand, Sasuke couldn't help but have a sore nose. He hadn't felt like this in a long time since the Uchiha clan wiped out. "Are you moved? Still warm?" Sasuke looked down at the ninjutsu scroll in his hand and couldn't help showing a smile on his face. "Thank you, Ryosuke," he said silently. Back home, Yagami Ryosuke opened the return gift from his friends. Shikamaru sent a set of protective gear, which can protect some vulnerable parts of the body during exercise. Choji gave 10 yakiniku rolls, which could be eaten 10 times for free at the yakiniku restaurant opened by his family. What Ino gave was a scarf that she wove by herself. It was fragrant, and Yagami Ryosuke decided to wear it when he went out tomorrow. What Hinata gave was a pair of gloves, which she also wove by herself. Luckily not a scarf. Otherwise it is repeated. Yagami Ryosuke can't go out wearing 2 scarves tomorrow, can he? How strange that is. It's ready now and can be worn together. At last, it's Sasuke's gift. Although it was prepared temporarily, Yagami Ryosuke probably knew what was inside when he saw the length of the box. Really? After opening the box, there was a ninja knife inside. Black scabbard with white handle. Withdraw the blade. There are wisps of cold light flickering under the lights. Good knife. This looks like high-end goods. You can't buy it in General Ninja Shop. You need to order it. Night God Ryosuke infused a ray of chakra into it. Chakra passed the blade without hindrance. An array of sharpness burst out from the tip of the blade. The whole body is made of chakra metal. If you buy this thing, it will cost at least a few million taels. Night God Ryosuke was also surprised by Sasuke's generosity. She actually gave him such a gift directly. This value is even higher than the lightning-style ninjutsu he gave. And ninjutsu was only written down by Night God Ryosuke himself after he learned it, and the cost is only a scroll and a little ink. But this ninja knife is different. If you give it to someone, you will lose it yourself. It seems that Sasuke still has left a bit of the heritage of the Uchiha clan. Night God Ryosuke thought, this knife is obviously one of them. When many people mention Uchiha, the first thing that comes to mind is Sharingan, and then their fire-style ninjutsu. But in fact, the Uchiha clan is also very good at swordsmanship. Although they don't have sword ninjas as famous as Konoha's White Fang, they're basically a jonin of the Uchiha clan, and they can use some good sword skills. But now all the ninjutsu scrolls of the Uchiha clan were taken away by Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, leaving nothing for Sasuke at all. Sasuke probably won't have much use for this knife at home, so I have never seen him take it out and use it. Before defecting in the early stage, Sasuke did not know any swordsmanship. Yes, I just need a ninja knife. Yagami Ryosuke liked this gift very much. Put this ninja knife on the table directly and didn't put it back in the box. New Year's Eve is over, and a new year is coming. Yagami Ryosuke will also be 11 years old this year. But his birthday has not yet arrived. To be precise, he is now 10.5 years old. It was just over 2 months before the memory of his previous life was awakened. More than 2 months ago, Yishin Ryosuke was still a crane tail who knew nothing and couldn't even use the 3-body technique well. And now, more than 2 months later, what is the strength of Night God Ryosuke? On Chakra, under the nourishment of the junior sage body, after just over 2 months of growth, the chakra of Night God Ryosuke reached 2.5 calories. More than 2 months ago, when Night God Ryosuke just won the primary sage body, chakra was only 1.2 cards. In just such a short time, his own chakra has improved so much. Have to say, worthy of sage body, even if it is an elementary level, is still a sage body. How can it be compared with the general physique? And under the blessing of the entry attribute, the total chakra content of Yagami Ryosuke has reached an astonishing 87.5 calories. Compared with the total amount of chakra of 12-year-old Naruto, it is only a dozen calories away. And Naruto has so many chakra because his own chakra has been nourished by Nine Tails chakra for a long time. Ordinary vortex sage body, but there is no one who can have 100 calories of chakra at the age of 12. And now, Night Ryosuke's chakra is also close to this level. Besides, in terms of ninjutsu, Night God Ryosuke has also used Sharingan to copy more than a dozen in more than 2 months. There are B grades and C grades. However, C-level ninjutsu accounts for the majority. There are only 3 B grades. One is the lightning style given to Sasuke, False Darkness. There's also a B-grade wind style and a B-grade water style. It's all copied by Night God Ryosuke from some family ninjas by chance. In addition, his Sharingan had already evolved to the state of 3-hook Jade 2 months ago. The next step is to activate Mangekyo. Night God Ryosuke feels that this step is not difficult for him. After all, with 10 times the eye-opening efficiency, if Mangekyo cannot be opened, it will be too wasteful. Finally, there is Rasengan, the Muji Jutsu. Yishio completed the Rasengan training 2 months ago. It took another 2 months to integrate Chakra's nature transformation into Rasengan, thus extending 3 different forms of Rasengan. Wind Style, Spiral, Shuriken Technique. This is an extended ninjutsu of Rasengan developed by Naruto in the original book. The level has reached S level. Add Wind Style's Fengrai nature transformation to it. The lethality is huge. But if you hurt the enemy 1,000, you will lose 800. Because it is an indiscriminate range of damage. Even Ryosuke himself, who is a ninjutsu user, will be hurt by this ninjutsu. There are 2 solutions. Either continue to develop the technique of throwing the spiral shuriken directly like Naruto in the later period, or just send Shadow Clone to carry out a suicide attack. Night God Ryosuke chose the first time. He has been researching how to throw the spiral shuriken recently. It's getting a little browbeaten now. The extension of his second Rasengan is Fire Style. Burst Rasengan Technique. This is developed by Yagami Ryosuke himself. The nature transformation with the fire attribute is added to form a Rasengan that will explode quickly once it touches the target, causing explosion damage and fire damage in a wide range. The level is also S level, and because it is of the fire attribute, it also has a burning effect, not a one-time damage. Even if it didn't blow up right away, it might be burned to death later. It is a very cruel taboo ninjutsu, but the same. Because of the large damage range, it can only be used by Shadow Clone under the premise that it cannot be thrown out. Otherwise, if you kill 1,000 enemies, you will lose 1,000. Didn't it become a move to die with the enemy? The last one is the water style. Vortex Rasengan formed by Night God Ryosuke, injecting water-attributed nature transformation into Rasengan. The effect of this Rasengan is to form a huge water uzumaki after release, and the water uzumaki will suck the enemy into it, and then strangle it inside. Even if it can't be strangled, drowning will drown you. Water uzumaki will form for a while, and if you can't escape, you must be dead. Vortex Rasengan's grade is also S grade, although its direct damage is not as strong as the first 2 Rasengan. But because of its strong suction characteristics, even if it is not used at close range on the enemy, the suction force generated by its uzumaki will pull the enemy in, and it will be impossible to run away. But this thing is also the same as the first 2 Rasengan. Even because of its strong suction force, the caster is even more unable to escape. Just like the enemy, you can only fight on the spot. The power of S-rank ninjutsu is already great. Coupled with the addition of Night God Ryosuke's 10 times the power of ninjutsu, the power is even more terrifying. No matter which one of the above-mentioned meatballs, even Yagami Ryosuke himself can't hold any of them, let alone others. Even Kaga-level ninjas have to hide away from these 3 kinds of meatballs of Night God Ryosuke, and dare not approach them at all, for fear that they will be sent to the Pure Land for retirement if they get hit. The power of S-level ninjutsu in the hands of Night God Ryosuke can definitely exert super S-level lethality. Not only is the power doubled, but the range is also surprisingly large. When Ryosuke was testing, Zungjin let Shadow Clone run thousands of meters away to test the effect of bursting Rasengan. As a result, thousands of meters away, he was almost thrown away by the shock wave of the explosion. The area where the explosion Rasengan exploded directly left a deep pit with a diameter of more than 800 meters, and all the trees within a radius of 2.5 kilometers were blown away. The shock wave spread as far as 10 kilometers away. Fortunately, Night God Ryosuke had expected that this move would make a lot of noise, so the test was carried out outside the village. This is if it is tested at the training ground in the village. I'm afraid that Konoha's high-level officials have been alarmed long ago, and then they sent people over to investigate. Rauso, in the next few days, Yagami Ryosuke still heard the news of a huge explosion near the southwest of the Land of Fire when Kurina Yuhi and the others were chatting. It seems that Konoha also sent someone to check the situation, but there is no substantive information. It is suspected that it was caused by meteorites or the like. As for why no meteorite was found in the pit, that must have been taken first. To this end, Sarutobi Hiruzen also specifically ordered his subordinate Umbu to investigate to see if he could find out what force had taken the meteorite away. After all, it was a meteorite. There is a high probability that there will be special or suitable for forging chakra weapons, and once found, they will be at least several tons. Judging by the size of the deep crater, this meteorite is obviously not small. Pity. After searching for a while, I didn't find any news. It was as if the meteorite had mysteriously disappeared. Sarutobi Hiruzen and other Konoha executives were very disappointed, sighing in vain for a missed opportunity to make money. After Yishan Ryosuke heard about this, he secretly laughed behind his back for several days. Still looking for meteorites? I see you like a meteorite. In addition to adding nature transformation to Rasengan and extending 3 different forms of Rasengan extended ninjutsu, Night God Ryosuke also developed moves such as Big Ball Rasengan. However, compared to Burst Rasengan, these amazingly powerful, forbidden techniques exist. The power of Big Ball Rasengan is much worse. Even with the addition of 10 times the power, it is only slightly more powerful than ordinary S-rank ninjutsu. The Night God Ryosuke, whose vision has been raised by the previous 3 forbidden techniques. There's a feeling of looking down on Big Ball Rasengan. The first day after New Year's, Yagami Ryosuke plays with friends in the village. For Huxiao New Year, there are lights and festoons everywhere on Konoha Street, and there are also temple fairs. In the evening, Yagami Ryosuke went to Yuehong's house as a guest again. Anko and Shien also came. Night God Ryosuke also brought them gifts he had prepared. At the same time, he also received gifts from the 3 of them. Even Anko, a crazy woman, prepared it, but Night God Ryosuke suspected that she dug out the bag of frozen meatballs from the refrigerator at home. It's sweet, it's delicious, Anko said with a smile. Confirmed. This must have been dug out of the refrigerator and prepared impromptu. During the month of the New Year's holiday, except for the first few days of rest and shopping with friends, Ryosuke basically spent the rest of the day practicing. In fact, Yagami Ryosuke never thought that he would work so hard before. After all, he was actually quite lazy in his previous life. But in this life, Yagami Ryosuke feels that he has fallen in love with this kind of crazy exercise. On the one hand, the sense of accomplishment after becoming stronger is fascinating. On the other hand, it is also because his physical recovery ability is too strong and the painful feeling after crazy exercise does not last long. So people will not be discouraged after a few exercises. Instead, there will be a very comfortable feeling in the recovery process, as if you are stepping from a place where you are tortured to a paradise on earth. This process made Night God Ryosuke very obsessed. He exhausted his physical strength over and over again, and even the hands and feet he practiced were broken and bleeding, but still enjoy it every day. But, along with the Night God, Ryosuke's physique is getting stronger and stronger. It is difficult to see results quickly with simple daily exercises, so he began to make it harder for himself. In the past, when doing push-ups, it was simply a matter of getting down on the ground and doing it. But now, Night God Ryosuke will put a big stone on his back. In the beginning, it was a stone weighing 200 or 300 caddies, then gradually changed to 500 or 600 caddies, 700 or 800 caddies. The weight was increased step by step until Ryosuke got used to the weight, and then continued to increase. At the same time, putting stones on your back not only bears the weight of the stones, but also maintains a balance. Otherwise, the stone will roll off the back. Therefore, this is also an exercise in body control. Also, before the night, God Ryosuke beat trees. Then it was changed to irons. He specially ordered an iron rod 0.5 meter thick and 2 meters long at Konoha's ninja shop. Insert the iron rod into the ground, exposing a large part of it, and then punch and kick the iron rod. To make your body stronger than steel is the goal of Night God Ryosuke. Normally, this is almost impossible to do in the Hokage world. Most taijutsu-type ninjas their bodies are not as hard as steel. A handful of kunai can pierce their flesh and blood, and even cut off their bones. That is to say, lunatics like Reikage rely on lightning-style chakra mode to stimulate and strengthen cells with the power of lightning, so that there will be qualitative changes in physical fitness. But that's just an example. Are very few. To know. Also practicing lightning-style chakra mode. Fourth Reikage is not as strong as his father Third Reikage. Third Reikage can be singled out against Eight Tails Gyuki, even cut off one of his horns. The strength is strong, which can be seen from Madara. But the strength of Fourth Reikage is not so strong. Much weaker than his father. The things to practice are the same. Why is there a difference in strength? This is naturally due to the differences in people themselves. To put it bluntly, it is the difference in talent and aptitude. And even someone like Third Reikage, without chakra, his physical fitness will decline. In the ninja world, there is no pure physical master who does not rely on chakra. This is the limit of the world. Because of the lack of external factors in this regard. Why are the people in One Piece world so strong? See what they eat. All kinds of big monsters. He gnawed on a sea king's leg at every turn. It takes thousands of caddies of meat for a meal. How the hell do you eat a few kilos in total? How many kilos do you eat? What I ate was much heavier than the whole person. So where did all that food go? Certainly, the people in One Piece world are indeed like monsters in terms of absorbing ability. Can absorb, and there are things that allow them to absorb. This is why they have a physique like a monster. But the Hokage world does not have this condition. Absorbency is limited, and there isn't that much for you to absorb. Fortunately, Night God Ryosuke has many talent entries. The increase in physical fitness alone has reached 23.5 times with the blessing of these talent entries. Even if his own physical fitness can't reach the level of that monster. Available at 23.5x bonus. It can also become as powerful as a monster. Spring goes and autumn comes. In a blink of an eye, Shao Li and the others graduated that year. Afterwards, Night God Ryosuke and the others advanced to the 6th grade this year, and the time also came to Konoha's 60th year without knowing it. Training ground number 4, in an open space next to a waterfall. Night God Ryosuke's upper body was bare, and every muscle in his body was heaving and pulling with his movements. Under a tree nearby, Hinata was waving her tiny palm against the tree trunk. There was a yelling sound from her mouth. Even though sweat slipped from her forehead and dripped in her eyes, she didn't stop to wipe it off, but endured the discomfort and continued to practice. After a while, Ino came out of the forest with a bento. "Ryosuke, Hinata, eat," she shouted. Boom! There was a loud bang. Night God Ryosuke stood up, and at the same time a boulder on his back was lifted high up with his movement, and he caught it with one hand. This boulder weighs at least a dozen tons. But in the hands of a Night God Ryosuke, it seems to only weigh a dozen caddies. He held it up with one hand, and then gently placed it on the ground beside him. There are no weeds growing on the ground around him, and only a little further outside did lush weeds begin to appear. Plop! After putting down the boulder, Night God Ryosuke turned around and jumped into the pool behind him. After washing the whole body and washing away the sweat, he jumped back to the shore. Wind style. Hair technique. A gust of warm wind blew away the water stains on his body. This is a little ninjutsu developed by him in his spare time. It is mainly used to dry the water stains on the body, so that it is convenient to save the process of wiping after taking a bath. Certainly, if Night God Ryosuke is willing, as long as the output of chakra is increased, this hair blowing technique can also cause an effect comparable to Great Breakthrough, or even stronger. But it's not necessary. It's just a wind, not a typhoon. Sitting on the picnic cloth, the three ate the bento Ino brought. Tomorrow is the graduation exam day. Hinata, are you confident? Ino asked suddenly. Well, I can. Hinata nodded and said softly. For more than 2 years, Hinata has actually been secretly practicing with Night God Ryosuke. Almost 2.5 years ago. It was at the end of the year before 2020 that Yagami Ryosuke accidentally found Hinata sitting by the river in a daze. so he went over to chat with her for a while. Later, I found out that it was because Hinata was scolded by her father again, so she was a little depressed, so she ran out to relax. As a result, she accidentally ran to the outskirts of the village while walking. Night God Ryosuke had a long chat with Hinata that day. That was the first time the two of them had spoken so much. Hinata herself is not a talkative person, and she is easily shy at every turn, and even faints when she is so shy. So before at school, Yagami Ryosuke only occasionally said a few words to Hinata or said hello. It was also after that time that Night God Ryosuke persuaded Hinata to let her practice with him when she had time, and he would also guide her in gymnastics training. According to Hinata's personality, she would definitely be embarrassed to agree. Even if he had this idea in his heart, he would refuse it because he didn't want to trouble Ryosuke, the night god. But who made the night god Ryosuke have the talent entry of King of Mouth Escape? After a few words, Hinata was directly convinced by him. Without even thinking about it, he agreed. After that, Hinata would come out to practice with Night God Ryosuke 2 or 3 days a week, and Night God Ryosuke also took this opportunity to subtly change Hinata's personality. A person's character is not innate. It is closely related to the environment in which she grew up. Hinata is still young, and to be honest, her character has not yet been fully formed. At this time, Night God Ryosuke used his power of persuasion to instill his thoughts into her over and over again, making Hinata unknowingly become his shape. Now more than 2 years have passed. Hinata has indeed undergone quite a change in character. I'm no longer as shy as I used to be, although still quite introverted, not very talkative. But at least in front of close people like Night God Ryosuke and Ino, she has begun to let go. Whatever thoughts you have in your heart, you will express them boldly. It's no longer just being bored in my heart all day long, and no one says anything. In addition, after more than 2 years of training, Hinata's strength has also been greatly improved. More than a month ago, he had already successfully learned 8 trigrams, 64 palms, and even the Hyuga family's unique skill Revolving Heaven has been successfully displayed. According to Night God Ryosuke's evaluation of her, in terms of strength, it has reached the level of Chunin, in addition to having little combat experience, almost not lost to any body-type Chunin. In contrast, Ino's strength improvement is not as great as Hinata, but she herself is not too keen on this aspect. Hinata is because she wants to become stronger to prove her determination. That's why Night God Ryosuke let her practice with him. The situation with Ino is different. Her parents are very good to her, and there are no strict requirements. As long as you can learn family ninjutsu, others hardly care about Ino. Therefore, Ino has also developed a character that is not keen on cultivation. But no matter what they are, Night God Ryosuke will choose to support their ideas. After all, whether it's Hinata or Ino, they are all the wings of the Night God Ryosuke. There is no distinction between which is more important. I almost forgot, tomorrow is the day of the graduation exam. If Ino didn't say it, Night God Ryosuke almost forgot. During this time, he was so absorbed in his cultivation that he almost forgot the time. I vaguely remember that Mr. Irika seemed to be talking about the graduation exam yesterday. Pity. Ryosuke, the night god, was wandering in the sky at the time. Did not hear clearly. The graduation exam should be the clone technique. Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself, although the memory of the previous life has been awakened for more than 2 years. But the memory of the Hokage plot has not faded with the passage of time, but has become clearer. This is mainly because the spiritual power of Ryosuke, the night god, has been greatly improved with the development of Sharingan. So the memory of the past has become more and more clear and has not gradually faded over time. But this time, Naruto will need to steal another sealed book. Yagami Ryosuke thought with a smile. For more than 2 years, Naruto has been practicing hard and has completely given up using pranks to attract attention. Therefore, a mere clone technique assessment would not trouble him at all. I just don't know. If Naruto graduates successfully, how will our dear third Hokage build a good relationship with Naruto? Wouldn't it be just as a gift, giving a ninjutsu scroll with multiple shadow clone technique? As for telling Naruto to deliberately fail the exam, Yagami Ryosuke is not that boring. Doing this is nothing more than thinking about the sealed book, which may be stolen by Naruto, and I also know that it cannot be true. Either it was tampered with, or it was simply a counterfeit. There is a high probability that there is only one multiple shadow clone technique above. After all, with such an important thing as the Book of Seals, Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't mess around. Even if there is only a 0.01% chance of an accident, he will not take the risk. And neither Naruto nor Mizuki have actually seen the sealed book. Facing a few people who have never seen the real sealed book, why use the real one? Just put a fake on it. As for the fake sealed book, Night God Ryosuke doesn't like it either. Naturally, I'm too lazy to do this. Really, Mr. Irika didn't say in advance what the test will be tomorrow. Shouldn't he let us fight with those official genin? I heard that the former student's graduation assessment was to fight with the official genin. Ino talked about the gossip, that he didn't know where he got it. Don't worry, it's over now. At most, it's just a test of 3-body technique. Night God Ryosuke directly revealed the correct answer to them, lest they guess here and scare themselves. Test 3-body technique. Both Ino and Hinata looked at Yagami Ryosuke in surprise. Obviously, they didn't expect the exam to be so easy. Now is an era of peace. For the village, genin has plenty of time to cultivate slowly, so the difficulty of graduation will naturally not be too high. Yagami Ryosuke explained. So this is The two nodded suddenly. If it's 3-body technique, it's totally fine, Ino said with a smile. Fortunately, she was a little worried before. As a result, it turned out to be just the 3-body technique. Cut. This is too simple. It's not true that someone who has studied for 6 years can't even use the 3-body technique proficiently, right? No way. In the room at night, Night God Ryosuke is sitting at the desk, looking at some talent entries he has gained in the past 2.5 years. Night God Ryosuke. Talent entry. Son of Destiny Gold. Spirit of Vengeance Gold. Cursed Eye Gold. Indra's Resentment Gold. King of Mouth Escape Golden. The Incarnation of the Demon Fox Golden. Ashura's Mercy Golden. White-Eyed Princess Purple. Student Master Purple. 50% off Gold. Burning Soul of Youth Purple. Uchiha Madara Approved Man Gold. The Invisible Purple. Your existence is easy to be ignored. Even if you stand in front of you, you may be ignored by others. Sense of Presence 1500%. Little Rich Woman Purple. You are very rich. Growing up, you never knew what it felt like to be short of money. Money plus 100,000 taels per day. The money gain you get plus 500%. Comes with Space Transfer. Martyr Purple. If life has color, then your life must be gray. Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang. One less person for now on. White Eyes Observation Distance plus 200%. 8 trigrams Palms Power plus 200%. Comes with Revolving Heaven. Akameru's Owner Purple. You have a dog, and you have a very good relationship with it. You eat and live together. Canine Summoning Beast Favorability plus 1000%. I'm strong. Purple. I'm not fat. I am plump, and I'm strong. Food Absorption Efficiency plus 1000%. Flower Fairy Purple. A touch of bright gold among thousands of flowers. I was born to be the proud daughter of the heavens that everyone is looking forward to. Mental Power plus 300%. Illusion Resistance plus 300%. Violence Maniac Purple. You like violence. Violence makes you feel good inside. This may be the other side of you hidden deep in your heart. Physical Skill Power plus 500%. Comes with strange power. Master of Sword Dao Purple. You have a deep understanding of Sword Dao. Your swordsmanship is superb enough to be called a master swordsman. Sword Training Efficiency plus 400%. Sword Power plus 400%. Master of Illusion Purple. You have a deep understanding of illusion. Your illusion is so superb that you can be called a master of illusion. Illusion power plus 500%. Attached. Tree binding kill. Number of conversions, 0 times. Biological pheromone warehouse. A pile of various hairs. Free experience value, 4,566 points. I will not write what I have written before, mainly the talent entries that the protagonist will obtain later. On the interface, all the talent entries currently equipped by Knight God Ryosuke are listed, in addition to a large number of golden talent entries in front. The following are all purple talent entries. After 2 years of continuous transformation of entries by Knight God Ryosuke, he has also figured out the law of transformation of entries. One is to judge according to the potential of the converted target. Basically, those who have super shadow potential in the future can be transformed into golden talent entries. Like Naruto, like Sasuke. In the Fourth Ninja World War, Kakashi also obtained another eye brought back from the Pure Land by Obito, thus possessing super shadow combat power. So he can also transform into a golden talent entry. Needless to say, my guy, proper super Kaga level combat power. Although the maintenance time is a bit short, but no matter how short it is beyond Kaga level. And Kaga level potential, or occupying a relatively important position. The converted entries are basically purple, such as the other 10 people in the 12 Little Strong. Although the future potential is not everyone is Kaga level. But being able to rank among the top 12 heroes alongside Naruto and Sasuke is obviously a character who occupies a lot of space in this world. So the talent entries transformed from them are also purple. And like Yuahong, Yuzuki Shien, and Sarutobi Asuma, and the like. The entries transformed from them are basically blue. One is that the future potential is less than Kaga level. The other is also not enough coffee seats. And compared with, like Irika and Mizuki, basically, it can only be transformed into green talent entries. Knight God Ryosuke has converted a talent entry on time every day for more than 2 years. The reason why after more than 2 years, there are only a few entries retained is because most of the entries he transformed later are useless entries. Basically, they were broken down by him and turned into free experience points. Therefore, in more than 2 years, he has accumulated more than 4,000 free experience points. All of them were obtained by dismantling those useless entries, and he also used up 2,000 experience points. It was spent on the 2 talent entries, Master of Swordsmanship and Master of Illusion. The former is an entry transformed from Yui Shien. The latter is the entry transformed from Yuahong. It was all blue at first. Knight God Ryosuke saw that their attributes were not bad, so he spent 2,000 experience points to upgrade them to purple. It started with the entries of Sword Master and Illusion Master. After upgrading to purple, it becomes the current name. If you upgrade them to gold, it is estimated that it will change, but it is still inseparable from the 2 themes of Kendo and Illusion. Actually, the entry Kamaru's Master in the purple talent entry, Knight God Ryosuke, also wants to dismantle it. He doesn't need the opinion bonus of some canine summoning beast. That thing is useless to him. The reason why it was not disassembled is because Knight God Ryosuke can't get 10,000 free experience points for the time being. And decomposing a purple talent entry will give 1,000 experience points. Adding what he has now, it is not enough to upgrade any purple talent entry to gold. That's why it's left undisassembled for the time being. Next, I called the person whose name came in to take the exam. The content of today's exam is clone technique. Ninja School Playground. Year 6 graduates are waiting for their graduation exams to begin. At this time, Irika came over with a list and announced the content of today's exam to the 6th graders present. When they heard that the content of the exam was clone technique, some students who hadn't fully mastered clone technique showed expressions of despair. No, I can only create 1 clone now. Will it fail? It's miserable. I feel like I might be repeating a grade. Oops, I haven't learned the clone technique yet. As for Class A, Grade 6, everyone was smiling. Being able to enter Class A is itself a symbol of talent. Even the ordinary students in Class A are much more talented than those in Class B and C. Therefore, there is no one in Class A who has not learned the clone technique in the 6th grade. After all, it's just an E-level 3 body technique. Very low difficulty. If you can't even learn the 3 body technique, which is only grade E in 6 years, then it's enough to show that you don't have the talent to become a ninja. In this case, it is better to give up as soon as possible and learn another craft. Being an ordinary person is more suitable for you. Certainly, there are exceptions. For example, the previous Naruto could not learn the clone technique. But Naruto is a special case. It's not that he doesn't have this talent, but that there are too many additional interference factors. But now Naruto is not the Naruto who only knew pranks more than 2 years ago. In more than 2 years, many people and things have changed. Naturally, Naruto is also included. Today's Naruto, with a strong body, stands taller than other children of the same age around him by more than half a head. It is no longer the dwarf winter melon of the past, nor is it the thin hemp pole. I don't know when Naruto changed his iconic suit in the past few years and began to love close-fitting training clothes. I heard that Naruto had mixed with Might Guy 2 years ago and practiced martial arts together. But, fortunately, Naruto's aesthetics will not completely deviate from the category of normal people. At least he didn't change into the same green jumpsuit as Might Guy and Lee, or it would be too bad. At this time, standing in the crowd, Naruto has a confident smile on his lips. After hearing Mr. Irika announce that the content of the exam is clone technique, he did not show a painful expression, but was very confident. It's just a clone technique, it's too simple, Naruto said with a smile. The classmates next to him couldn't help but look at him with strange eyes. After all, put it more than 2 years ago. At this moment, Naruto must have been complaining. However, the changes in Naruto over the past 2 years are obvious to all. In the usual school battle practice, Naruto even won the 2nd place. Yes, Sasuke lost to Naruto several times. For this reason, Sasuke also practiced harder and harder. In terms of strength, it is much stronger than when Konoha was in the 60th year of the original book. Now he has not learned Chidori except. Basically, it is almost the same as the strength of Chunin at the time of the exam. Sharingan was also turned on when it was first defeated by Naruto last year. In fact, Sasuke's Sharingan has been successfully opened a few years ago. That is the night of Genocide Night. It's just that even Sasuke himself doesn't know about this matter. I never realized that I had actually opened my eyes. It was not until he was defeated by Naruto, whom he always looked down upon, that Sasuke seemed to be stimulated by something and directly opened one Tomo Sharingan. After opening eyes, Sasuke's strength has indeed improved a lot compared to opening eyes. In the next few practice sessions, Naruto lost to him. But 3 months later, Sasuke lost to Naruto again, because Naruto learned a very good physical technique from Might Guy and defeated Sasuke by surprise. And after that, the two guys started a year-long match. Sometimes you win, and sometimes I win. Overall, it was Sasuke who won more. After all, there's a big difference between Uchiha with eyes open and Uchiha without eyes open. Although it's just a single hook jade. And this kind of competition seems to have promoted the warming up of the relationship between the two. Now, the one who has the best relationship with Naruto in the class is Ryosuke, the Night God, and Sasuke is the one who is next in line. Even if Night God Ryosuke is not Naruto's first official good friend, he has to be ranked below Sasuke. After all, the bond between Ashura and Indra is no joke. Ichiro Sato, qualified. Coriander Kaneko, qualified. Kazama Grassfield, qualified. Classmates were called in one by one to take the exam. In Class A, basically everyone who went in came out with a smile. The other classes were not so lucky. Basically, 1 out of 3 is a failure. You can only repeat the grade, or simply leave the ninja school and give up becoming a ninja. Yagami Ryosuke stood with Ino and Hinata under a big tree to enjoy the shade while waiting for his name to be called. Looking at some students over there who failed to get the forehead protector, Yagami Ryosuke didn't have any sympathy in his eyes. Those who can't even practice 3-body technique well in 6 years. Making them become ninjas will only harm them. Yamanaka Ino. At this time, Ino's name was also called. I'm going in. Ino said something to the two, then ran into the classroom with a smile. After a while, Ino came out with a forehead protector. She came over with a giggle and asked Knight God Ryosuke to help her tie the forehead protector. Knight God Ryosuke also smiled and said congratulations, and then helped Ino tie the forehead protector around her waist. Ino has a thin waist. It's the kind of water snake waist with a grip, but the upper body is already showing its initial scale. Although it cannot be compared with Hinata, it is no longer a steamed bun. Nara, Shikamaru. Brush. A figure jumped down from a tree. Coming. Shikamaru responded feebly, then walked over there slowly. For more than 2 years, Shikamaru is still the same. It's still the same look of being indifferent to everything. After a while, Shikamaru came out from the classroom, already put on the forehead protector. Congratulations, Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. Ryosuke, don't make fun of me, just take a clone technique. Shikamaru supported the forehead protector on his arm and said lazily, You're wrong. I didn't see that there are still many people who failed the exam, so I still want to congratulate you. Yagami Ryosuke said with a grin. Shikamaru was speechless. Could it be the same? After a while, Hinata's name was also called, and she went in to complete the graduation exam and successfully obtained her own forehead protector. Ryosuke. Hinata came over with a forehead protector and handed it to Knight God Ryosuke with a smile, asking him to help him tie it up. Shikamaru on the side glanced and couldn't help the corners of his mouth twitching. Ryosuke is really good at taking care of Ino and Hinata at the same time. This is also what Shikamaru admires most about Knight God Ryosuke. It doesn't count if you practice hard by yourself and become the head student of the class from the penultimate counterattack. The key point is that he still has the energy to deal with the 2 girls and make them follow him willingly. If his father had half the ability of Knight God Ryosuke, he wouldn't be scolded by his mother for every chess game. Thinking of this made Shikamaru sad, because he feels that he is similar to his father, and there is a high probability that he will be a strict wife in the future. How about learning from Ryosuke? Shikamaru couldn't help having such a thought in his heart, but after thinking about it, Shikamaru decided to forget it. The main reason is that he thinks that he has a high probability of not being able to learn it. Let's find a wife with a gentle personality in the future. At least I won't be scolded. Shikamaru thought. Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, who was surrounded by 2 or 3 girls, walked towards the classroom upon hearing this. When he left, he glanced at Naruto, who was doing push-ups not far away. This guy should be all right. Sasuke is inevitably a little worried. After all, in the past 2 years, he has never seen Naruto use the clone technique, and the battle between the two is basically a duel of physical skills. Ninjutsu is rarely used, and Naruto did not show his talent in ninjutsu, but he was very good at physical skills, making people mistakenly think that he is an individual ninjutsu. But in fact, Naruto has already learned the signature ninjutsu of Rasengan, and also learn and use. He developed moves like Big Ball Rasengan and Mini Rasengan himself. Now Naruto's strength is actually stronger than when Chunin took the exam. After all, during the Chunin exam, although he had Jiraiya's guidance, the training time was only 1 month after all, which was too short. But now it's different. Naruto has been practicing for more than 2 years. The control over chakra in the body has also improved too much. He is no longer Zheng Jin's Wuxiaomon. Now, if he can use Rasengan-type ninjutsu, Naruto can defeat Sasuke in minutes. The ordinary Chunin is no match for him at all. But Naruto has yet to get another signature ninjutsu of his own, the multiple shadow clone technique. Just a normal shadow clone, kind of not worthy of his massive chakra. After all, that's a full 120 calories of chakra. Yes, the total amount of chakra in Naruto's body now is more than the 100 calories in the original book. Because of the long-term exercise, The advantages of the Vortex Sage body have been well developed, and the active control of Chakra to absorb and dissipate the Nine Tails Chakra, so that Naruto's Chakra is 20% more than the original historical track. And this extra 20 calories of Chakra, it can be completely controlled by Naruto himself. Not like the 96 calories Chakra that was used to suppress the gap in the Nine Tails seal. It's something he can't usually mobilize. But Naruto had seen Nine Tails in the sewers more than a year ago. One person and one fox have officially known each other for more than a year. Naruto would occasionally take the initiative to go into the sewer to see Nine Tails and chat with him. Therefore, if he speaks, Nine Tails will still take the initiative to restrain his Chakra, so that he can use the remaining 96 cards of Chakra smoothly. After a while, Sasuke also came out of the classroom wearing a forehead protector. He walked over to Naruto and looked at him. "Hey, you guys don't suddenly lose the chain." Sasuke said a little arrogantly, "Before I graduate and become a genin, you're still in ninja school. Brush." Naruto stretched his arms and stood up straight away. He looked at Sasuke with a smile and said, "Sasuke, are you caring about me? Cut. I just don't want to lose a good opponent." Sasuke turned his head arrogantly, not admitting that he was caring about Naruto. "Don't worry, it's just a clone technique. How difficult it is for me, Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto laughed and put his arm around Sasuke's shoulder. "Damn it, you're sweating." Sasuke pushed him angrily, but the strong Naruto couldn't push him away at all. "I had no choice but to let him hug me." Over there, Ryosuke, the night god under the tree, watched the interaction between the two with a smile, with a gratified anti-smile on his face. "Ryosuke, you're smiling so weirdly." Ino on the side couldn't help but said. She looked over there and asked, "Is there anything strange about Sasuke and Naruto?" "No, I just think the relationship between the two of them is really good," Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. Ino and Hinata didn't understand what he said. "I thought it was just a literal good feeling." But Shikamaru at the side suddenly looked at Naruto and Sasuke with strange eyes, and then shuddered inexplicably. "No, Ryosuke was supposed to be joking, right?" Shikamaru thought. "If this is true, that's too Uzumaki Naruto." At this time, Irika's voice came from the classroom over there. "It's my turn." Naruto let go of his hand, smiled at Sasuke, then turned around and gave a thumbs up to Ryosuke, the night god under the tree over there, showing 2 rows of white teeth. "Night god Ryosuke. You even learned this trick? I recommend Naruto to practice with my guy. Is it wrong?" At this moment, Yagami Ryosuke couldn't help but doubt himself a little. He knows that Naruto learns things very quickly. But you can't learn everything. There's no need to learn this kind of trick. Yagami Ryosuke is a bit regretful. However, now it seems that it is too late to regret. Naruto seems to have grown a little crooked. Fortunately, not quite crooked yet. In the classroom, Naruto walked in confidently. "Naruto, go ahead. Use the clone technique." Irika sat on the examiner's seat and said to Naruto, who came in. Looking at the tall Naruto in front of him, Irika also showed a gratified expression on his face. 2 years ago, this kid was still a P******K. He only knew how to play pranks all day long, which caused him a lot of trouble, greatly increased his workload, and caused him to have no time to find his girlfriend. 2 years later, Zungjin's prankster has become an obedient and sensible student in Irika's eyes. Don't bother him anymore. Lately, he's even found time to go on blind dates. Met a lot of beautiful girls. By the way, are you going to have dinner with Xiao Wei tonight? Or go to the movies with Lizzie? Irika couldn't help but began to struggle. And at this time, Naruto has also used the two-handed Madara, displaying the clone technique. Boom! A sheet of white smoke dispersed. 3 clones are revealed standing around Naruto. 3 clones, not bad. Irika came back to his senses, nodded with a smile, and said. Then in the column of grades behind Naruto's name, a stamp of passing was stamped. "Naruto, this is your forehead protector. Keep it safe and don't lose it." Irika smiled and picked up a forehead protector and handed it to Naruto. "Okay, teacher Irika." Naruto took the forehead protector happily and put it on his forehead excitedly. Iruka-sensei, do I look good like this? He asked Iruka, showing off. Well, it's very good looking and handsome, Iruka said with a smile. On the other hand, Mizuki couldn't hold back any longer. He was very upset when he saw the fox kid in front of him. And this kid took Iruka teacher one by one. Didn't he take Mizuki seriously? Okay, Naruto, hurry up and get out after the exam. There are others to take the exam later. Mizuki endured the anger in his heart and reminded with a smile. Okay, then teacher Iruka, I'm leaving first. Naruto greeted Iruka before turning around and leaving, ignoring Mizuki at all. This made both hands under the Mizuki table clenched into fists. Damn you, fox kid. Of course Naruto is not the kind of impolite person, but because he has known Nine Tails for more than a year, he occasionally chats with Nine Tails. So, through Nine Tails he knows that Mr. Mizuki has deep malice towards him. That's why he doesn't like to talk to this guy. You are obviously scolding me in your heart. Don't think I don't know if you pretend to be smiling. Ow! Sasuke has been staring at the door since Naruto went in. Sasuke was relieved when he saw Naruto coming out wearing a forehead protector. This guy, he knows the clone technique. It made me worry for nothing for so long. Sasuke thought a little angrily, but I went up and congratulated Naruto. Sasuke, do you think I look handsome in this way? Naruto asked with a giggle, scratching the forehead protector on his forehead. Like a big idiot, Sasuke pouted and said, Cut. Sasuke, you're being dishonest again. Naruto laughed and put his arms around Sasuke's neck. Then he came to Ryosuke, the night god, to share his joy at this moment. Congratulations, Naruto. You can finally become a ninja, and you have to work hard in the future. Yagami Ryosuke patted Naruto on the shoulder and said encouragingly, Well, don't worry, Ryosuke. I'm practicing with Mr. Guy, and I'm working hard every day. Naruto said emphatically, Night God Ryosuke. It's better if you don't mention Might Guy. When I mention Might Guy, I feel a little guilty again. Fortunately, at this time, the name of Night God Ryosuke was also called in the classroom. It's my turn, I'll go first. Night God Ryosuke said to the friends around him, and then walked into the front classroom. Ryosuke, use the clone technique, it will be fine if it's you. Iruka looked at the night god Ryosuke who walked in, with a gratified smile on his face. Night god Ryosuke and Naruto are definitely the two most fulfilling students he has taught, because both of them counterattack from the tail of the crane, especially Ryosuke, directly from the second to last 10,000 years to the current chief student. This made Iruka think that his teaching ability has been recognized. Otherwise, why would the students work so hard to improve themselves? It must be my earnest teaching that has worked. Iruka-sensei, then I'll start, Yagami Ryosuke said, also ignoring Mizuki on the side. This made Mizuki even more angry. One or two, they only have Iruka in their eyes, right? Just wait. Sooner or later, I will let you all know how powerful I am, Mizuki. Mizuki thought viciously in his heart. If eyes can kill Night God Ryosuke, I am afraid that Night God Ryosuke has died countless times by now. Boom! Night God Ryosuke released the clone technique instantly with a simple knot seal. To be honest, he didn't practice the clone technique much. As for the body replacement technique, I have practiced it for a period of time. After all, this thing is very practical. Although it is not the legendary teleportation, it can play a very important role in the battle. But Night God Ryosuke has never used the clone technique. But his chakra control is too strong. It doesn't take much practice, but it works great. The white smoke dissipated, and 5 clones stood around Night God Ryosuke. This is already Night God Ryosuke restraining himself. Otherwise, he can create dozens of clones at will. Of course, it's not that he deliberately showed off his skills. What's so good about ordinary avatars? It's simply that his ninjutsu power bonus is too high. It directly overstated the effect of clone technique. Pass. Iruka gave Night God Ryosuke a stamp of approval with a smile. Then hand him a forehead protector. We must continue to work hard in the future. Iruka said, Okay, Teacher Irika, then I'll go out first. Night God Ryosuke nodded, then turned and left the classroom with the forehead protector in hand. Come out. Come out. Seeing Yagami Ryosuke coming out of the classroom, Ino and Hinata hurried up to meet him. As for being so excited, this kind of exam is not difficult for Ryosuke at all. Naruto on the side said with a bit of taste. No way. Although his strength has improved now and he doesn't play pranks anymore, he still seems to be unpopular in the girl circle. Certainly, it's also possible that he licked Haruno Sakura so much that the other girls in the class thought Naruto already had his own, so they didn't think about him at all. Next, Haruno Sakura. At this time, little Sakura's name was also called in the classroom. Little Sakura, come on. Naruto immediately shouted to come on. The little Sakura in front staggered and almost fell. She turned her head and gave Naruto a fierce look, and then walked into the classroom angrily. Little Sakura, don't fail to graduate. At this time, Ino smiled and brightened the forehead protector tied around his waist, and said with a smile, Don't worry, I will definitely graduate. Little Sakura finished speaking angrily, pushed open the door, and walked into the classroom. Little Sakura should be fine, Hinata on the side said. Hinata, I'm not worried about little Sakura, Ino said bluntly. Hinata just smiled, as if he had seen through everything. Ryosuke, let me tie you up. Ino, who was a little guilty after being seen by Hinata, quickly took the forehead protector from Ryosuke, the night god, and helped him put it on. All right. Ino withdrew his hand and looked at him with a smile. What's wrong? Night god Ryosuke asked her. No, I just think Ryosuke, you seem to be getting more and more handsome. Ino smiled and put his arm around him. Yagami Ryosuke smiled upon hearing this. He didn't feel that way himself. The main thing is that he can see himself in the mirror every day. Maybe there are some subtle changes, but he doesn't feel much. The graduation exam lasted all morning, and it was basically over. People who successfully pass the exam and get a forehead protector are naturally happy. While sharing the joy with his family, he gloated at those unlucky ones who failed the exam. The gate of the ninja school. Yagami Ryosuke took Ino and Hinata to say hello to his mother Yagami Mizuki. Mom, this is Hinata. This is Ino. You've seen it before. Yagami Ryosuke pulled the embarrassed two people beside him and introduced. Even Ino, who is usually carefree, has become a little awkward at this time. Hi Annie, my name is Yamanaka Ino. Hi Annie, I'm Hyuga Hinata, a friend of Ryosuke. Hinata is embarrassed to say that she is the girlfriend of night god Ryosuke. After all, this is the future mother-in-law. Hinata is very nervous now. She was afraid that night god Ryosuke's mother would dislike her. But Hinata is completely overwhelmed. At this moment, Yagami Miwa looked at the two little girlfriends brought by her son and felt extremely happy. My son has a promising future. I knew I would bring my girlfriend to meet me right after graduation, and there were still two of them. But, hearing the surnames of Hinata and Ino, Yagami Mizuki was still a little worried. After all, both Hyuga and Yamanaka are big families in the village, and their Yagami family is not a ninja family, purely civilians. I don't know if my son can get the approval of the elders of these two big families. Even though Yagami Mizuki knew that her son had done very well in school in the past 2 years, he was already the head student in the class. But the ninja world is not as simple as a ninja school. As a medical chunin, Mizuki Yagami is well aware of the cruelty of the ninja world. I was also worried about whether my son would be hurt. Yagami Ryosuke brought Hinata and Ino over to say hello to his mother, Yagami Mizuki, and then told his mother that he was going out to have dinner with his classmates at noon. Dinning together? That's fine. Now that you've all graduated, there won't be as many opportunities to meet again in the future. Yagami Mizuki is also an experienced person, and Genin will be assigned to each Genin team until after graduation. If they want to meet again in the future, it will not be as simple as in the past. After all, ninjas have to go out on missions. However, for Genin, it is generally some D-level tasks. For example, help with weeding, taking care of children, looking for pets, and so on. Although cumbersome and boring. But at least there's no danger. Mainly to get genins used to life as a genin. Belonging is a transitional stage. After greeting his mother, Yagami Ryosuke followed Ino and Hinata to meet their parents. Ino's side today is her mother, Yamanaka Rino. She's a very dignified and generous-looking lady. Seeing his daughter coming with a handsome little boy, Yamanaka also looked at Ryosuke with a smile. "Mom, we're going out for dinner at noon, so I won't go home for dinner." Ino came up and said directly, "By the way, this is Ryosuke, Mom. You've seen it before." Ino took Ryosuke's hand and said. Yamanaka Ryosuke had been to Yamanaka's flower shop to buy flowers before, so he also met Ino's mother a few times. "Hi, Annie. I'm Ino's classmate, Yagami Ryosuke." Yagami Ryosuke greeted politely. "This is my future mother-in-law. You must be polite." "Hello, Ryosuke. Our Ino usually has a bad temper, so it doesn't bother you?" Yamanaka Rino is also someone who has been there. She and Ino's father, Yamanaka Hai, also met when they were in school. At the beginning, the two of them were also childhood sweethearts, just like the night gods Ryosuke and Ino today. So Yamanaka Lia naturally understands the relationship between the two, so she said that. "Mother." Ino pulled his mother's arm with embarrassment. "No, Auntie. Ino has a very good personality. I should have troubled her to take care of her," Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. Ino did not show any bad temper in front of him, but not in front of others, especially Shikamaru and Choji. Just like Ino's younger brother, he is often called around. But Yishan Ryosuke also knows that it is because the three of them have a good relationship. They are friends who grew up together, and the personality relationship of the three. It's not that Ino has a bad temper. It's not like Shikamaru and Choji are particularly easy to play with either. It is mainly divided. Ino's mother has a good sense of night, God Ryosuke. I feel that Yagami Ryosuke is an obedient and sensible boy, and he is good-looking. She obviously knows that her daughter is a good-looking party, and Ryosuke is the chief student of this year. At least it will be an official Jonin's achievement in the future. Not worthy of their Ino, so relatively recognized. But her husband, Yamanaka, is probably not so easy to talk to. Fortunately, the person who came today is not Ino's father. Otherwise, Night God Ryosuke doubts whether he will be on the blacklist of his future father-in-law. After all, he tricked the old father-in-law's little padded jacket away. Yamanaka is afraid that he even wants to kill him, right? For Ino's parents, it's actually easy to solve. The most troublesome thing is Hyuga's side. When Yagami Ryosuke and Hinata met her father Hyuga Hayashi in the past, the latter didn't look good. On the one hand, it is dissatisfaction with the eldest daughter. On the other hand, it is also dissatisfaction with Ryosuke, the night god, a mere ninja of civilian origin. So what if he is the chief student? The ninja school has a chief student every year. Is it possible that all of them are promising? Fortunately, night god Ryosuke, the chief student, has a high goal content because of Uchiha Sasuke as the background board. At least Hyuga Hayashi didn't get mad on the spot and say something nasty. Mostly just ignore him. Go home early, don't play outside too late. After Hyuga Hayashi gave some casual advice, he turned around and left with two ninjas from Hyuga's family. I didn't say a word to Night God Ryosuke the whole time. It seemed very indifferent. Sorry, Ryosuke. After his father left, Hinata also said to Ryosuke with an apologetic face, "My father may be in a bad mood, not against you. It's okay, I didn't take it to heart." Yagami Ryosuke took Hinata's little hand and said with a smile. For Hyuga Hayashi's attitude, Night God Ryosuke really didn't take it seriously. Not because of how big he is. It's because Yagami Ryosuke knows very well in his heart that no matter what Hyuga Hayashi's attitude towards him is, it won't change anything. Hyuga Hayashi agrees with him being with Hinata or disagrees. Could it be that Night God Ryosuke really listens to him? As for saying, the influence of the Hyuga clan? Feel sorry. Night God Ryosuke doesn't look down on the Hyuga clan, but the Hyuga clan really has nothing for him to look up to. Not to mention the deep-rooted branch house culture. In terms of strength, the Hyuga clan, who can't even get a Kaga level, what qualifications do they have to make the Night God Ryosuke look up to them? Yagami Ryosuke was already Kaga level when he was 11 years old. And now, he can hit average Kaga level with one hand. The Hyuga clan doesn't even have a Kaga level ninja. Even if the whole clan comes together, it's not enough for Ryosuke, the night god, to fight with one hand. So, what does Yagami Ryosuke have to take to heart? If Hyuga Hayashi is smart, Night God Ryosuke would still recognize him as his father-in-law. If not smart, at worst, just pretend that Hinata doesn't have this father. Anyway, Hinata was not happy in the Hyuga clan. I will be with Night God Ryosuke in the future. So what if I don't return to the Hyuga clan? Could it be that Hyuga Hayashi dared to call someone to kidnap Hinata? Night God Ryosuke gave him 2 hands. He doesn't even have the ability. Certainly, in this matter, Night God Ryosuke has to take care of Hinata's emotions. So unless the Hyuga clan commits suicide by themselves, Night God Ryosuke is too lazy to learn from them. As a big family, in the eyes of the real strong, it doesn't even count as a fart. When did you ever see Uchiha Madara put the so-called ninja in his eyes? Aben only has big pillars in his eyes. For lunch, we chose a barbecue restaurant run by the Akamichi family. In terms of money, everyone is AA, and they will not intentionally cheat Choji. Although Choji doesn't care about the money either. This time, there are many more people coming to the dinner party than last time when Yagami Ryosuke and the others had a picnic. 9 of the future wood industry, 12 small strong came. Except for Hyuga Niji from Guy's class, everyone else came. I didn't expect all of our class to graduate smoothly. When I saw those who failed the exams in Class B and C, I was worried that there would be someone in our class, A, who failed the exam. I didn't expect that there were none in the end. Inuzuka took a sip of the juice, and suddenly smiled and said to Naruto, who was beside him, "Naruto, you are deliberately keeping a hand, right? I have never seen the clone technique before, and I thought you hadn't learned it yet." "Cut. It's just a clone technique. I don't rarely use it." Naruto had a smug expression on his face. He is also in a good mood today. If the little Sakura next to him can look at him a few more times, he may be in a better mood. Pity. Little Sakura's attention was on Sasuke on the other side, and she didn't even look at Naruto. This made Naruto couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable with Sasuke. "We will be officially Genin from now on. Haha. Inuzuka is also a ninja." Inuzuka Toba smiled happily and couldn't help reaching out to touch his forehead protector again. "Tooth, it's too early for you to be happy." Yagami Ryosuke glanced at Inuzuka Fong, smiled, and poured cold water on him. "Huh? What does that mean?" Inuzuka Tooth looked over with a puzzled expression. "The same goes for everyone else." "Ryosuke, are you saying we're not officially Genin yet?" Shikamaru thought about it, and remembered that his father had vaguely mentioned that there seemed to be a test after graduation. But Naralujo obviously didn't go into details, but simply mentioned it. Shikamaru has a good memory, so he remembered it. In fact, the situation in other people's homes is similar. Their parents certainly know that graduating from ninja school doesn't count as an official Genin. They still have to pass Jonin's assessment and lead the Jonin to say that you can do it before they can truly become an official Genin. Otherwise, you have to go back and read it for another year. Hearing Shikamaru's words, the others looked at Night God Ryosuke. Wait for him to testify. You should all know that after we graduate from ninja school, we will be assigned to a Jonin to form a team, right? Night God Ryosuke said unhurriedly. "I know this. Genin who just graduated will form a Genin team in groups of 3, and the team will be led by a Jonin, who will be our future instructor." Naruto said quickly. This is what he heard from Shaoli. Everyone else knows a little bit about it, too. That is, little Sakura and Sasuke don't know much about it. One of them was born as a civilian. He was the only one left in a family, and no one told him this common sense. Then do you know that Jonin, the leader of the team, will conduct a test on the same day as the Genin team under him? Yagami Ryosuke said. If we didn't pass the test, we would be sent back to study for another year. Don't. When the others heard the news, they immediately showed painful expressions, especially Inuzuka Kiba, who had a happy face just now. Now, he put on the pain mask directly. No, I don't want to go back to school, Inuzuka Tabai yelled. I will definitely pass the test of leading Jonin, and I will definitely not be sent back to repeat. It depends on what kind of Jonin you've been assigned to. Night God Ryosuke glanced at him with a smile and said, if you are assigned to some talkative Jonin, then the test is basically just a formality. But I heard that there is an elite Jonin named Hataki Kakashi who has very strict requirements on the students under him. He has already eliminated several groups of Jonin teams. He claims to be the leader Jonin with a 0 pass rate. While saying this, Night God Ryosuke glanced at Naruto and Sasuke. After all, Kakashi will soon be their leader Jonin. This time, with the advanced foreshadowing of the Night God Ryosuke. After they knew that their leader Jonin was Kakashi, their faces changed in fear. Interesting to think about. That's right, Night God Ryosuke is actually trying to scare them on purpose. It is said that other people may be sent back to repeat their studies, but none of these people present were sent back to repeat their studies. On the one hand, their abilities have reached the official Jonin standard, and there is no shortage of abilities. On the other hand, it is also their background. Not to mention Haruno Sakura, a civilian ninja, but he was assigned to the 7th class and was destined not to be eliminated. Others, which one is not Konoha's big family background? Nara, Yamanaka, Hyuga, Inuzuka, Aburame, Akamichi, and even the exterminated Uchiha. Which one is not the Konoha clan? As for Naruto, that's the prince. Have you heard that the prince was eliminated to repeat his studies? So, Night God Ryosuke is saying this now, but it's just as bad taste. Just tease them. But, if it is other civilians, it is really possible to be beaten back and repeat the exam. And some simply gave up being ninjas. So Night God Ryosuke is not exactly scaring people. This is indeed true. It's just a scorer. Bless you, Sage of 6 Paths. Be sure to arrange a good-tempered leader Jonin for me. As soon as Yagami Ryosuke finished speaking, Inuzuka Fong was already muttering. Aburame Shino, who was sitting next to him, rolled his eyes under the sunglasses when he heard it. Sage of 6 Paths has nothing to do to bless you with such a boring thing. The next day, the prospective Jonins who passed the graduation exam yesterday all came to the ninja school and were ready to be divided into classes. Yagami Ryosuke also came to the classroom early, sat, and waited for the class division to start. He was also very curious. Which class would he be assigned to? Originally, Jiu Xiaoqiang's 3 classes seemed to have been specially arranged. If there were no accidents, there was a high probability that he would not be able to get in. In this case, they can only be assigned to the same class with some other characters, and there's a high probability that they will not arrange any real director Jonin to lead the team. If that's the case, Night God Ryosuke plans to directly assign a shadow clone at that time, and let the shadow clone follow the team to perform those D-level tasks. And he continued to practice. Waited in the classroom for a few minutes. Everyone was discussing noisily who they would be in the same group with later. At this time, Irika also walked in with a roster. Okay, everyone be quiet. Irika shouted loudly. First of all, congratulations on graduating successfully. Next, I will announce the class division. There will be 3 students in each class. We will start from the first class. Irika picked up the roster and read along. First class, Sato Ichiro, Coriander Kanai, Kazama Kuzadako. The 3 people whose names were called also looked at each other and smirked at each other. Second class, the third shift. Irika kept saying the names one by one, but there is no Night God Ryosuke's name. 7th class, Haruno Sakura, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke. Yeah, I'm in the same class as little Sakura. Naruto jumped up happily when he heard that his name was in the same class as little Sakura. Great, I'm in the same class as Sasuke. And Haruno Sakura looked at the cool Uchiha Sasuke over there with heartache. He completely ignored Naruto, who was trying to get her attention. Irika calmed Naruto down with a smile. and then continued to read the following names. Squad 8, Inazuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, Hyuga Hinata. Class 9, Class 10, Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamu, Akimichi Choji. Okay, this is the division of everyone. Do you remember who your teammates are? After reading, Irika put down the roster in his hand, looked at the faces in the classroom, and said with a smile. At this time, Ino suddenly raised his hand and asked, Mr. Irika, why didn't you say Ryosuke's name just now? The others also looked at Irika suspiciously. Yagami Ryosuke is the chief student of their Class A, so it is impossible to fail to graduate, right? Night God Ryosuke has a special arrangement, and I will go to see Hokage-sama with me later. Irika explained. Oh my god, I'm going to see Master Hokage. Amazing, as expected of the chief student. So, is Night God Ryosuke going to work with Hokage-sama in the future? It's hard to say. Maybe there's another team arrangement. In the classroom, after hearing Irika's explanation, everyone started discussing. Some people looked at Night God Ryosuke with envy. On the contrary, Night God Ryosuke himself frowned. Sarutobi Hiruzen going to arrange himself, personally? Night God Ryosuke always felt that this old monkey didn't hold back any good farts. At this time, in Hokage's office, a group of jonin are gathered here, watching the classroom through the crystal ball. Is this Brett the chief student of this year? Kakashi glanced at the Night God Ryosuke in the crystal ball with one eye. He vaguely remembered meeting this little ghost in the Ichiraka ramen restaurant more than 2 years ago. Does Hokage-sama have any special plans for Ryosuke? On the side, Yuahong asked curiously. In the past 2 years, Yagami Ryosuke also often visited Yuahong's house as a guest, and occasionally even slept there. Therefore, the relationship between the two is also like that of siblings. It is normal for Yuahong to care about the arrangement of Yagami Ryosuke. This old man has other arrangements, and you will know when the time comes. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile, and even played tricks. Okay, the class placement is over now. It's time for you to meet these future students. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved them off and let them go. It's really troublesome. I'll take a step first. Asuma muttered something, then turned and walked away. But other people are not as casual as Asuma, and they dare not directly complain about troubles in front of Mr. Hokage. But who told people that Asuma is the son of third Hokage? It is reasonable for people to be rude to their father, but they're just subordinates. Of course not so casual. WWW. In classrooms, after Irika announced the results of class placement, everyone was asked to wait in the classroom for their respective leader jonin to come and lead them. Ryosuke, go to see Hokage-sama with the teacher 220. Irika said to Night God Ryosuke. Okay, teacher Irika. Yagami Ryosuke nodded, followed by appeasing the emotions of Ino and Hinata around him, and then left the classroom with Irika. I don't know what Hokage-sama will do with Ryosuke. Hinata watched the Night God Ryosuke disappear from sight and said worriedly, Don't worry, Ryosuke is so strong. Master Hokage must have taken this into consideration before making special arrangements for Ryosuke, and after meeting the leader jonin later, we'll find out when we go to Beijing. Ino at the side patted Hinata at this time and comforted him. But in fact, she also has some worries and reluctance in her heart. It just didn't show up. The other side, after Yagami Ryosuke followed Irika all the way out of the ninja school, he went straight to the Hokage building in the center of the village. On the road, Night God Ryosuke was also thinking about how third Hokage would arrange himself. Since he was called over on purpose, there is a high probability that there is a special arrangement. It will not be like a normal Genin team. Directly arrange a leader jonin, and then take 3 genin to perform some simple tasks, so as to adapt to the ninja life. Although I am the chief student of this year, the talent shown is not exaggerated, and it cannot be compared with the talents of Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi at all. So the possibility that third Hokage intends to take me as an apprentice is basically 0. Since it's not about recruiting apprentices, then either they plan to arrange a special team for me, or they plan to recruit me and let me join Umbu. Night God Ryosuke actually already knew it in his heart. Nothing more than these two possibilities. The former is more likely. After all, the criteria for joining Umbu, you have to be a Chunin at least, right? I joined Umbu without hearing of Genin. For the special team, it may be the team of Genin who graduated in the past few years, or simply give me a one-man team, and then arrange a trustworthy Jonin to lead. The reason for doing so is nothing more than one point. It's just that he fell in love with the talent of Ryosuke, the night god, and planned to take him for his own use. But because the talent shown by night god Ryosuke is not worthy of Sarutobi Hiruzen's large investment, so the most is to arrange someone on his own to subtly brainwash night god Ryosuke. Maybe give a little favor or something, like a ninjutsu scroll, or draw pie. Anyway, the benefits are definitely limited. You're not planning to use the will of fire to brainwash me? That's not interesting. Yagami Ryosuke sneered inwardly. After thinking about it, if Sarutobi Hiruzen really arranges this way, he will just let a shadow clone deal with it that time. In his own words, just keep practicing. Exactly. Night God Ryosuke still feels that his body is still almost meaningless. He tried it before, and ordinary kunai shurikens could no longer pierce his skin. But this is only under normal strength. If Night God Ryosuke attacks himself with the power of Jonin, it can still cause some small skin injuries. Although that wound healed in the blink of an eye with his recovery ability. But Night God Ryosuke is still not satisfied. Such a physique can't withstand those powerful ninjutsu attacks at all. There is still a long way to go before his goal, to resist the attack of a Kaga-level powerhouse without injury. Although Night God Ryosuke does not have to pursue this level of physique, but people always set a goal for themselves. It's like Naruto's goal is to become Hokage. Sasuke's goal is to kill Uchiha Itachi to avenge the innocent souls of the Uchiha clan. Night God Ryosuke's goal at this stage is to cultivate a physique that can resist the attacks of Kaga-level powerhouses without getting hurt. See clearly, it is physique, not ninjutsu under the blessing of Chakra or something. It's just purely physical/physical defense. To do this, even for Night God Ryosuke, it is very difficult. Randomly guessing along the way, the two soon arrived at the Hokage building. When I see Lord Hokage later, remember to be polite. Iruka turned around and warned. Don't worry, Iruka-sensei, I'm not Naruto. Yagami Ryosuke said with a laugh. Right? Iruka nodded. If it was Naruto, he would really have to worry about it. After all, as far as Naruto's personality is concerned, even if it has changed in the past 2 years, it is still difficult to change his bluffing and indifferent appearance. Hokage office. Iruka knocked on the door. Is that Iruka? Come in. An old man's voice came from inside the door. Follow Iruka to open the door and walk in with Night God Ryosuke. Master Hokage, the Night God brought it. Iruka said respectfully. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting reviewing documents, also raised his head to look at Night God Ryosuke in front of him. You are the Night God Ryosuke, right? Not bad. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with a smile. Master third generation, hello, Yagami Ryosuke said. Well, Iruka, you go out first. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to look at Iruka and ordered. Okay, then I'll go down first. Iruka turned and left after hearing this. He closed the door of Hokage's office smoothly. Ryosuke, do you know why I called you here today? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette, looking enigmatic. Is it because the number of people graduating from our class just happened to be one more? Night God Ryosuke asked. There is this reason, but not all of them. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the Night God Ryosuke in front of him, and he vaguely saw the shadow of his disciple Orochimaru from the opponent's body. Although the talent shown by Night God Ryosuke is far less than that of Orochimaru, but both of them are equally smart, and they are calm enough in any situation. Even when meeting his Hokage, Night God Ryosuke, Genin, who is only 12 years old this year, he is very calm. This makes Sarutobi Hiruzen a little bit impressed. Pity. Night God Ryosuke's talent is still a little bit interesting. This life is the best, just an elite jonin. Otherwise, Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to cultivate him well so that he can assist his grandson Konohamaru in the future. That's right. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, his younger son Sarutobi Asuma does not have the talent to become Hokage. On the one hand, the strength is not enough, and the situation cannot be controlled at all. On the other hand, the personality is not smooth enough, too impulsive in doing things, and easy to be emotional. Such a character cannot become the shadow of a village. Of course, we are talking about Konoha here. For other villages, that's another story. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to train his grandson Konohamaru early. Even giving him the name Konohamaru represents Sarutobi Hiruzen's expectations for him. After all, the grandson is still young, and if he is carefully cultivated, he can always be cultivated into an appearance that satisfies him. The only problem, probably, is that Sarutobi Hiruzen himself doesn't know if he can survive to that time. So, he has to make some preparations in advance. At least he has to pave the way for his grandson, lest his calculations fail. Night God Ryosuke didn't know Sarutobi Hiruzen's inner thoughts. If he knew, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to train Konohamaru to be the 5th Hokage. You can't help but laugh out loud. Konohamaru? Hokage? Not to mention Konohamaru. It doesn't sound ominous at all. Just his age alone is a big problem. How old is Konohamaru this year? 8 years old only. And when did Sarutobi Hiruzen die? Just this year. So, he's Sarutobi Hiruzen, let alone seeing Konohamaru become an adult. Even if he wants to see him graduate from the ninja school, it is impossible. But none of these Sarutobi Hiruzen knew. He planned according to the normal situation and felt that it would not be a problem for him to live another 10 years. 10 years later, Konohamaru turned 18. Just an adult, take over his class. In the past 10 years, Sarutobi Hiruzen will also cultivate a group of trustworthy team for the executive. When the time comes to help him to Hokage's position, he won't be afraid of being ostracized by those ninjas. Pity. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought well. But the reality is far more cruel than he imagined. He probably would never have imagined that he would burp this year. It is impossible to complete his so-called inheritance plan at all. Ryosuke, what is your dream? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly asked such a question at this time. Night God Ryosuke thought for a while, and then said, I want to become stronger and have the ability to protect my beloved, protect everything I have now and in the future. He didn't hypocritically say anything about protecting the village. With Ryosuke's current strength, there is no need to pretend to be a character who loves the village. He will protect only those around him who love him and whom he loves. As for the village, to be honest, where is life? But Konoha's environment is indeed the best. If it's not necessary, Yagami Ryosuke doesn't want to judge the village or something. Do you want to protect the one you love? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with a knowing smile, seeming to agree with the night god Ryosuke's dream. So, as a freshly graduated genin, how long do you think it will take you to gain that kind of power? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Night god Ryosuke shook his head. I'm not sure. He said 4.3. This time maybe 10 years, maybe 10 years. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Ryosuke, you are very smart. You should know that a ninja does not have enough resources to cultivate. Growth is limited. Like your good friend Narashikamaru, they are all from the ninja family. From the moment they were born, their future growth path has been arranged by their parents at home. Although you are stronger than them now, you have graduated as a chief student and become a genin, but if you don't have the same resources as theirs, then your internship. The power increase speed will slow down, but Shikamaru and the others will become stronger and stronger. Until you surpass you, then you may not be able to achieve the overtake again for the rest of your life. Are you willing? Sarutobi Hiruzen's words carried a hint of bewitchment, as if he wanted to see the expression of loss and unwillingness from night god Ryosuke's face. But what a pity! He was disappointed. Night God Ryosuke is not lost or unwilling. I will work harder, even harder than before, and I believe that the village will not treat any worthy young people badly. Yagami Ryosuke said. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused for a cigarette, and Ryosuke's answer made it impossible for him to continue his prepared speech. This is not the same as what he thought. You kid, you don't want oil and salt, right? Ryosuke, you are right. The village will not treat any worthy young ninja badly. Sarutobi Hiruzen was smiling on the surface, but he was cursing in his heart. This kid, why is he such a ghost? Did he really think so, or did he say it on purpose? For a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also a little confused about what Night God Ryosuke was really thinking. But now that this has been said, Sarutobi Hiruzen will no longer brainwash Night God Ryosuke. Anyway, brainwashing can be done slowly in the future. He still has a long time, and he can slowly do Night God Ryosuke's thought work. No more. Even if Yagami Ryosuke really doesn't want to get it no matter what, then the left and right are just a little favor. Sarutobi Hiruzen himself will not lose anything. And a boy who can reach the limit of elite jonin, isn't he just letting him handle it as he pleases? Can it be reversed? Sarutobi Hiruzen thinks he is Ryosuke, and he is also very confident in his own way of deceiving Dafa. If I can't fool you today, it doesn't mean I won't fool you in the future. Sooner or later, you will become the shape of the old man. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer cared about Ryosuke's unconventional way of playing cards. He smiled and said directly, Ryosuke, I can give you a choice here, as long as you can complete what I gave you. Test, then I will allow you to join Umbu. You probably don't know what Umbu is. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that Ryosuke was just an ordinary boy who didn't know what Umbu was. So he explained Umbu's status in the village to Night God Ryosuke. Certainly, it's a bit exaggerated. For example, the benefits of Umbu he mentioned. That's right, Umbu does have those benefits, but they're not enjoyed by ordinary Umbu members. You have to be at least a squad leader, right? And Umbu's team leader. The worst strength is also formal jonin. General special jonin are not eligible. And above the squad leader, there are sub-captains who manage for squads. Above that are Minister Umbu and the Deputy Minister. Those benefits that Sarutobi Hiruzen said. That is something that can only be enjoyed gradually if one has a certain status in Umbu. What to watch the Ninjutsu in the Book of Seals. Annual year-end rewards. Ordinary Umbu members can't get these things at all. They can also borrow some common ninjutsu in Umbu's library. Even if it is a C-level ninjutsu, it has to be exchanged for contributions. But Umbu does have benefits. At least if Umbu ninjas exchange contributions for ninjutsu, the requirements will be much lower than ordinary ninjas. About 1/3 of the contribution can be exchanged. The meaning of Sarutobi Hiruzen is obviously to want Ryosuke, the night god, to join Umbu and then brainwash him a little bit and train him to be his own. It will be convenient to give them Sarutobi family dogs in the future. Pity. Night God Ryosuke has long known that Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, will not survive this year. Those plans after him will never be realized. Want to join Umbu? Yagami Ryosuke thought about it and thought there was no problem. Anyway, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't have a good few months to live. Now assume the identity of Umbu. When Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan is over and 5th Hokage Tsunade takes office, if he shows a little bit of real strength, he will be able to mix well. As for being a dog for the Sarutobi clan, hee. It's beautiful to think about. Just keep thinking. Master 3rd generation. Do you know what kind of test it is? Thinking in my heart, on the surface, Night God Ryosuke asked with a very interested look. Hee. If it's you, Ryosuke, I believe you can pass this test. The wily Sarutobi Hiruzen thinks he sees it all. At this time, my heart is beautiful. This feeling of mastering the fate of others fascinated him. Otherwise, why did he hold on to Hokage's position so hard that he wouldn't let out? Isn't it just not willing to bear such power? Come out, Sarutobi Hiruzen said suddenly into the air. Next second, a ninja wearing an Umbu uniform and a white dog mask suddenly appears in Hokage's office. Master Hokage. A cold voice came from behind the mask. Night God Ryosuke recognized this Umbu at a glance. Isn't it Yuzuki Shien, who hasn't seen each other for a while? Now I have a task for you. This is the content of the task. Sarutobi Hiruzen throws a quest scroll to Yuzuki Yugao. The latter reached out to catch it. This time, you only need to be responsible for supervising the mission. How to complete it will be left to Ryosuke, the Night God. Your task is to ensure the safety of Night God Ryosuke and rescue him in time when he is in danger. Understand? Said Sarutobi Hiruzen. Understood because Yuzuki Shien nodded, looked at Yagami Ryosuke, who was staring at him, and a smile flashed in his eyes. The kid back then has grown up too. Yuzuki Shien thought to herself. Ryosuke, this is the old man's test for you. As long as you pass this test, you will be an official Umbu ninja in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Night God Ryosuke again. Go. The old man hopes that you can pass the test, and then the old man will have a surprise for you. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and let the two go down. As for the surprise in his mouth, Night God Ryosuke estimated that it was nothing more than a C-level ninjutsu, or a B-level ninjutsu. The high probability is that the B-level is mainly the C-level, which is a bit unhandy. No matter how you look at it, a mere C-level ninjutsu can't be considered a surprise, can it? What's more, Sarutobi Hiruzen should know in his heart that Night God Ryosuke has already learned several ninjutsu left by his father, and there should be no shortage of C-level ninjutsu. So the so-called surprise he can give at this time, no matter how you think about it, must be a B-level ninjutsu. Pity. Night God Ryosuke is not the same as he was 2 years ago. A mere B-level ninjutsu? He really can't see it. After Yuzuki Shien left Master Hokage, the two came to the roof of a building. At this time, Yuzuki Shien also took off the mask on her face, revealing her fair and delicate face. Ryosuke, congratulations on your graduation. Yuzuki Shien said with a faint smile. Sister Shien, so you are Umbu's ninja? Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. Then we will be colleagues from now on. That will have to wait for you to pass Master Hokage's test. Yuzuki Shien said, opened the quest scroll in her hand, glanced at it, and then closed it. Sister Shien, what is the mission? Night God Ryosuke asked curiously. He was really curious what kind of mission Sarutobi Hiruzen had arranged for him. Assassination mission. The target is suspected to be an enemy spy, and its strength is about the same as that of Chunin, so it's not easy for you to deal with. Yuzuki Shien is a little worried about the safety of the Night God Ryosuke and asked him to assassinate an enemy country Chunin. Is this a bit over the standard? Although each of Umbu's ninjas can complete such tasks independently. But Yagami Ryosuke is just a kid who just graduated from ninja school. How can he compare with those ninjas in Umbu who are used to killing and have experienced trials and tribulations in blood and fire? What on earth is Hokage-sama thinking? Could it be that he deliberately didn't want Ryosuke to pass the test? Yuzuki Shien couldn't help making up the Hokage of Sarutobi Hiruzen in her heart. No matter how you look at it, this task is deliberately embarrassing Yagami Ryosuke. Assassination of enemy spies? No problem. Night God Ryosuke is quite confident. Don't underestimate these enemy spies. Every simple role that can be sent to perform spy missions. Yuzuki Shien saw that Yagami Ryosuke didn't seem to take this mission seriously, so she also opened her mouth to remind, not wanting Yagami Ryosuke to underestimate the opponent too much. Don't worry, Sister Shien. I haven't been playing all the time for the past 2 years. Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. As long as you have confidence, I will give you an hour to prepare, and we will gather at the gate of the village in an hour. After Yuzuki Shien finished speaking, she put on her mask again, followed by performing the body flicker technique, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. 1 hour. Then go meet Hinata and Ino first. Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. He wasn't prepared for anything either. It's nothing more than talking to the people around you. 10 minutes later, Night God Ryosuke found Ino, who had already met the leader Jonin. Then I took Ino to find Hinata, who was being tested in their 8th class. Training ground number 3. Yishun Ryosuke used to go to number 4 training ground to practice before, but in fact number 3 training ground is not next to number 4 training ground, but separated by a long distance at the north and south ends of the village. In training ground number 3, Night God Ryosuke found Hinata and the others who were still testing. Let's wait, Night God Ryosuke said to Ino beside him. Anyway, he still has more than 40 minutes of time. Not in a hurry. By the way, it is also a good time to see the strength of Hinata and their 8th class. Jonin, the instructor of the 8th class, is Kurini Yuhi, who is very familiar with the Night God Ryosuke. At this time, Yuahong split a shadow clone to fight with 3 students, and her body is standing on the other side to observe. But it's a battle, but it's actually more like a pointer. Kurini Yuhi would point out the shortcomings of the students from time to time and give them some suggestions. After about 10 minutes, probably Yuahong felt that it was almost the same. So an illusion went over and directly brought down Hinata and the 3 of them. If she fights seriously, the 3 rookie genin who haven't even performed the mission can be dealt with in one face-to-face. But Yuahong is not Kakashi. She will not be as strict as Kakashi. She just wants to examine the strength and respective characteristics of her 3 students. After testing, Yuahong found that the strongest among the 3 was actually Hinata, who seemed weakest. As for Inazuki and Aburame Shino, they have their own characteristics. Overall, she is very satisfied with these 3 students. Ryusuke, did Hokage-sama tell you to go there? After the test was over, Hinata hurried over and returned to the situation of Yagami Ryosuke. Nothing, just inviting me to join Umbu. Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. Umbu, are those ninjas wearing black clothes and masks? Inazuki, who just came over, also opened his eyes and asked curiously. He also doesn't know about Umbu's situation, but at least he knows that there is an Umbu department in the village. And I heard that those who can join Umbu are all elite ninjas. Ryosuke, Lord Hokage asked you to join Umbu. Kurini Yuhi came over, greeted Ryosuke and Ino, and then asked, Sister Hong, Lord Hokage didn't directly let me join Umbu. He gave me a test, and only if I pass the test can I join Umbu. Night God Ryosuke did not hide anything, and directly told Sarutobi Hiruzen about his arrangement. As for confidential or not, feel sorry. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say it, but Night God Ryosuke acquiesced that this thing can be said. That's it. Then you must be careful, and don't be careless during the task. Sunset Red said seriously. As she has just been promoted to the official Jonin not long ago, it is clear that joining Umbu is not an easy thing. Since Master Hokage has given a test, then this test must test the ability of Night God Ryosuke in all aspects. The difficulty involved is definitely not something that ordinary genin who just graduated can handle. Good promise good. Although she also knows that the Night God Ryosuke's strength is very good, but only among peers. Compared with the real veteran ninja, Yagami Ryosuke still has a lot to learn. Don't worry, Miss Hong. I will be careful, Yagami Ryosuke said. Then he touched Hinata's little head with a worried look on his face. Don't worry, don't you know my strength? He said softly. Hearing this, Hinata also nodded. She didn't speak, just gently took the hand of Night God Ryosuke. After saying goodbye to Hinata and Ino, Yagami Ryosuke went to Konoha Hospital again, found his mother Yagami Mizuki, who was at work, and told her that he was going out of the village to perform a mission, and he might not come back tonight. Be careful on the road. Yagami Mizuki looked at her son, who was almost taller than her. Although she was worried, she also knew that it was the ninja's duty to perform the task. She could not stop her son and tell him not to go. So, Yagami Mizuki could only tell her son to be careful in everything, and to put her own life first in case of danger. As for the mission, it doesn't matter if you give up, but village entrance. Yagami Ryosuke arrived just before the hour. It's on time, let's go. Brush. The figure of Yuzuki Shien suddenly appeared, and after speaking to the knight, god Ryosuke, he handed a certificate of leaving the village to the two Konoha door gods. Knight god Ryosuke? Is that the civilian genius who just graduated this year? I didn't expect to leave the village to perform a mission so soon. Gang Ziti and Shunyue Izumo looked at the two figures that gradually disappeared in front of them and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Today is supposed to be the day when these freshly graduated genins are divided into classes, right? Unexpectedly, just after the class was assigned, this civilian genius was assigned a mission to go out of the village. Is Master Hokage interested in cultivating it? The two thought about it. Leave Konoha village. Yishin Ryosuke suddenly felt like the sky was high, and the birds were flying, and the sea was wide, and the fish was leaping. He couldn't help but smiled and looked at the blue sky, then activated the body flicker technique under his feet, and easily followed Yuzuki Shien in front of him. After driving for half an hour, the two had left Konoha village for about 40 kilometers. The speed of the two is basically maintained at 80 kilometers per hour. Such a long-distance running speed is difficult for ordinary chunins to achieve. But Yuzuki Shien found that Yagami Ryosuke didn't even look out of breath. It looked even easier than myself. Rest for a while, but your strength is really good. Yuzuki Shien said, Sister Shien, I've been exercising my body all the time, and my physical skills are not bad at all. Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile, when you go out to perform tasks in the future, don't call me by my name, but call me by my code name, Purple or the Captain. Yuzuki Shien reminded. Okay, Miss Shien. Yagami Ryosuke said with a grin. Yuzuki Shien gave him an angry look. This means that the relationship between the two is good, so there is nothing wrong with joking. But if it was someone else's behavior, Yuzuki Shien would probably be angry. However, Yagami Ryosuke was only joking, and then changed his name to Yuzuki Shien as the captain. After all, the identities of Umbu members are confidential. Otherwise, why do they wear a mask and cover their whole body in black robes? But Yagami Ryosuke looked at Yuzuki Shien's signature long purple hair and thought of a certain white hair that had left Umbu. These two guys, does no one recognize them? After resting in place for 5 minutes, the two set off again. Soon, they arrived at the target location of this mission. A place called Baichuan Town is located in the south of the Fire Country. Baichuan Town is a small town with a small population, but business is very developed. Almost the entire town is engaged in business, and there are also some rich people who have made a fortune in business in the town, and the houses they live in are those kind of big yards. The target of Yagami Ryosuke this time is a businessman who appears to be engaged in ninja tool sales. This guy's name is Chioyun Ueno. His home is in Baichuan Town, and his shop is also open here. But occasionally I will go to Konoha for delivery. It has a long-term cooperative relationship with Tian Ninja shop operated by Tian's family. Certainly, Tian's family did not sell the village. They just don't know that this guy is an enemy spy. What's more, Tian's family business is so big that it is one of the largest ninja dealers in the country of fire. There are not too many ninja dealers who cooperate with their family. It is impossible to know everything about them. Yagami Ryosuke also met Tian several times because of Naruto. The talent entry, Little Rich Woman, was transformed from Tian. He could provide him with 100,000 taels of money every day. Let Knight God Ryosuke no longer be short of money. Chiyun House. Yagami Ryosuke and Yuzuki Yugao lurk in the dark, watching the mansion. Your target is Chiyun Ueno, but there are some guards hired by his house. Although they are not ninjas, they are ordinary people with a little force. Yuzuki Shien introduced the situation of Chiyun Ueno. Your task is to assassinate Chiyun Ueno and ensure that the information about the village in his hands will not be passed on, so you also need to confirm whether the people around him are also spies from the enemy country like him. Yagami Ryosuke nodded, already having an idea in mind. Captain, I'll go then, Yagami Ryosuke said. Yuzuki Shien nodded, and after admonishing, "Be careful," she watched Yagami Ryosuke disappear in place in an instant. Chiyun House covers an area of 3,600 square meters. There are 7 servants, 11 nurses, plus Chiyun Ueno, the master, and his wife. 20 people in total. Night God Ryosuke used his perception ability to find the specific location of these 20 people, and then started to act. His method is very simple. Since it is not sure whether there are spies among the people around Chiyun Ueno, then they should just kill them all. As long as these people are dead, even if there are spies mixed in, it won't help. Puff, puff. The 2 nurses who were chatting suddenly spurted a large amount of blood from their necks. The 2 samurai nurses stared wide-eyed and tried to cover the wound on their necks with both hands, but the wound was too big, and they couldn't block it at all. 2 plops. 2 twitching corpses fell to the ground. Behind, Night God Ryosuke appeared like a ghost. He flicked the blood beads on the ninja knife, and then disappeared in place again. The first time he killed someone, Night God Ryosuke didn't feel disgusted, but seeing the scene of blood gushing from his neck, he was not at peace either. "Go on. Always take the first step," Night God Ryosuke said to himself. Then he turned into a Shinigami, harvesting the lives of the people in Chiyun House one by one. 1. The 7 servants and 11 samurai guards were all dealt with by Night God Ryosuke. But the smell of blood also alarmed Chiyun Ueno and his wife in the room. "Is it leaked? Then don't hide it." Night God Ryosuke looked at the target rushing out of the room, and then appeared beside him in a flash. Brush. The knife flashed. Yagami Ryosuke looked at the woman who dodged his knife in surprise. Unexpectedly, she is also a ninja. Yagami Ryosuke was slightly surprised in his heart, but his movements did not stop. The second knife, the speed is faster, if the angle is wider. The woman failed to dodge again, and was stabbed in the chest by Night God Ryosuke. The sharp blade pierced the chest directly. Puff! Pulling out the ninja knife, blood gushes out immediately. The woman staggered and fell to the ground, dying. "Kimiko!" Chiyun Ueno rushed forward while exclaiming, while secretly forming seals. "Go to hell." Next second, lightning-style pseudo-dark. A constricted thunderbolt turned into a thunder spear, stabbing fiercely at the Night God Ryosuke in front of him. Uzuki Shien, who was hiding in the dark, also broke into a cold sweat for the Night God Ryosuke. A mere firefly dared to compete with the bright moon? Yagami Ryosuke sneered disdainfully. In the next second, he actually grabbed the lightning spear directly with one hand. With a grasp of the palm, the thunder and lightning are instantly annihilated. Crackling arcs danced around Night God Ryosuke's body, BDC. As for the Night God Ryosuke, who was bathed in the thunder, besides feeling numb on his body, not too many other feelings. What? Whether it was Chiyun Ueno who released this lightning style, or Uzuki Shien who was hiding in the dark, they were all stunned by this scene. The flesh/body actually directly resists ninjutsu, or the lightning style known for its powerful damage. What kind of monster-like physique is this? Konoha Ryu instant kill. The light of the knife flashed as fast as lightning, slashing across Akigumo Ueno's body in an instant. Blood flashed, and Yagami Ryosuke raised the ninja knife in his hand and appeared 3 or 4 meters behind Akigumo Ueno. He slowly retracted the knife into its sheath. Then he turned around and looked at Chiyun Ueno, who was standing motionless. Puff! A piece of blood splashed out, followed by Chiyun Ueno's body, which was divided into 2 obliquely from the middle, and fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Brush! Uzuki Shien's figure appeared. She came over, first glanced at the target's body and the woman's body, then walked up to Night God Ryosuke, looking him up and down. "Captain, is there something wrong with me?" Night God Ryosuke asked. "How did you manage to resist lightning style with your body?" Uzuki Shien couldn't help asking. "I'm physically strong," Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. Uzuki Shien gave him a white look. "Strong physique? If you really want to have a strong physique to be able to resist the B-level lightning style, then those physical skills Jonin will not need to avoid the enemy's attack in battle. Well, maybe it's some kind of blood succession limit. I feel that my physique is much stronger than other ninjas. Yagami Ryosuke smiled and barely gave a reasonable explanation. Blood succession boundary? That's how it is. Yuzuki Shien nodded, feeling in her heart that this should be some kind of blood succession speed limit. It's just that no one in the Yagami family has awakened this kind of blood succession limit before, probably because the previous ninjas in the Yagami family all followed the ninjutsu route. It's nothing to Ryosuke, the night god, to expose his strong physical fitness. After all, his true strength is much, much stronger than what he has shown. Expose a little bit of real strength. For Ryosuke, the night god, there are only good things and no bad things. As for, will this kind of blood succession limit of physique be targeted by Danzo, the pot shadow? Night god Ryosuke is not the same as he was 2 years ago. Now, he was no longer afraid of any bullshit. What's more, Night god Ryosuke really wants to see if Danzo knows his special bloodline limit. Will he go to Sarutobi Hiruzen's important person? If he did go, he might have to quarrel with Sarutobi Hiruzen. At that time, maybe there will be a classic dialogue. Yagami Ryosuke also wanted to see this good show up close. As for afterward, will Danzo sneak up on Gen's ninja to catch him? Please, Night god Ryosuke can't wait for Danzo to do this. At that time, he can just copy some ninjutsu of Root Ninja's back. It can also help Danzo to streamline the number of team members. Look around. The information recorded by this guy should be hidden nearby. Yuzuki Shien cut off Akigumo Ueno's head with a ninja knife, and then sealed it in a sealed scroll, and then said to Ryosuke, the night god. Yagami Ryosuke nodded, then turned and went to the other side. Just now, my eyes seem to have a strong throbbing. Is it about to evolve? Night god Ryosuke thought to himself, then took out a mirror from the palm space and opened his Sharingan. In the mirror, it was supposed to be Sharingan in the state of 3-hooked jade. At this time, the 3 black-hooked jades have turned into the pattern of 5 small black sickles. Sure enough, Mangekyo has opened. Night god Ryosuke secretly delighted. Unexpectedly, Mangekyo Sharingan was activated after killing a few people. If the dead souls of Uchiha know about this, they'll be angry and die again, right? When did Mangekyo become so easy to open? In fact, Night god Ryosuke didn't just open this pair of Mangekyo directly because he killed someone today and received some stimulation. Over the past 2 years or so, Night god Ryosuke also often stimulates his pair of Sharingan, try to open his own Mangekyo. And after more than 2 years of stimulation again and again, although each stimulation is not too strong, but after a long time, the pair of 3-pointed jade of the Night god Ryosuke is only 1 step away from Mangekyo. And today was the first time I saw blood. Just let his pair of Sharingan take that final step. This successfully opened the Mangekyo. I don't know what the pupil technique of my Mangekyo is. After turning on Mangekyo, Night god Ryosuke felt that his pupil power had increased by about 20 times. No wonder. He obviously had 10 times the power of pupils before, but he couldn't open Susanoo in the state of 3-hooked jade. To put it bluntly, the pupil power is still not enough. Mangekyo's pupil power is 20 times stronger than that of Lord Goyu. And now, successfully opened Mangekyo's Night god Ryosuke. His pupil power is 11 times that of Mangekyo. I don't know how far away the pupil power of Eternal Mangekyo is.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.